The envoy swiftly distributed keys to each of the three new disciples, taking a moment to ensure they knew the locations of their assigned houses. Without a word, Cedric, Julian, and Lucy immediately set off to find their new homes, eager to settle in after the day's intense events. Lucy and Lucas walked together toward their new house. As they approached, both of them paused in their tracks, eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before them. This is our house," Lucy breathed, her voice tinged with awe. The house standing before them was nearly identical to the one they had lived in before, but it was far grander and more luxurious. "This place is incredible," Lucy remarked, turning to Lucas with wide eyes and a bright smile, her amazement evident in her voice. She reached in her pocket and handed Lucas a small item, the same one given to her by the envoy. "We need to take this to the central office to register our identities." Lucas took the item, his fingers brushing against it as he examined it closely before returning it to her. "You want me to go with you?" he asked, his tone light but curious. Lucy shook her head gently, her expression softening. "No, I think it's better if you stay here and familiarize yourself with the place. There's no rush." She hesitated for a moment before handing him the 3 two-star potions they had received earlier. "But before I go, take these." Lucas blinked in surprise as he looked down at the potions. "Why don't you use them?" he asked, concern flickering in his eyes. A warm smile spread across Lucy's face as she met his gaze. "It's better for you to become stronger," she said softly, her voice filled with sisterly affection. "I want to make sure you're safe." Lucas felt a swell of emotion at her words. Nodding, he accepted the potions with a grateful smile. "Thank you. Sister, I'll make good use of them." Lucy's smile grew, and she reached out to ruffle his hair affectionately before turning to leave. "I won't be long. Stay safe, okay?" "Always," Lucas replied with a grin. Watching her go as the door closed behind her, the house felt a little emptier, but Lucas was left with a renewed sense of determination. As soon as the door clicked shut behind Lucy, the system's voice broke the silence, dripping with arrogance. "You really are a good actor," it chimed in, a mocking tone lacing its words. Who would have guessed that the mighty Lucas could play the role of a weakling so convincingly, pretending to gasp for air when you could have easily shrugged off those auras? Priceless. Lucas smirked, rolling his eyes at the system's obvious glee. "Of course," he replied, his voice steady and unbothered. "I have to act weak in front of her. It's the only way she'll feel the pressure to protect me and grow stronger." "Devious little brother, aren't you?" the system noted, its tone filled with shameless admiration. "You've really mastered the art of manipulation. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's all for her benefit," Lucas said calmly, his eyes narrowing as he thought of the bigger picture. "This way, she'll become more powerful, faster. In my past life, I learned that pressure could be the greatest motivator. And let's not forget," he added with a smirk, "we just scored 3 two-star potions out of this." "Ah, yes, the spoils of your cunning," the system said, practically oozing pride. "You play your cards well, Lucas. Now go ahead and absorb those potions. Let's beef up that mana storage of yours." Lucas couldn't help but chuckle at the system's shameless enthusiasm. "You're enjoying this way too much," he remarked, his voice tinged with amusement, though he couldn't deny that he shared in the satisfaction. "Why wouldn't I?" the system shot back, its tone practically oozing arrogance. "You play the game and I get to watch the show. It's a win-win. Now, stop stalling and let's see what those potions can do." With a smirk, Lucas nodded and began preparing to absorb the potions, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as he realized how well everything was falling into place. He downed all 3 potions in quick succession, the potent energy surging through him like a tidal wave. Moments later, the system's voice cut through his thoughts, reporting with a hint of pride. "Mana storage, 60. Lucas frowned slightly, his excitement dimming. "Only 60? That's just 20 mana per potion that I expected more, especially since they're 2-star potions." "Oh, please," the system huffed, clearly unimpressed by his complaint. "Did you forget that the mana we store is in its purest form? Even with the best quality 2-star potions, the conversion rate to pure mana is only 20 per potion. You should be grateful you're getting that much." Lucas sighed, feeling the system's smugness radiating through its words. "I suppose you're right," he conceded, though the disappointment lingered. "Of course I'm right," the system retorted, shamelessly proud. "Now quit whining and start appreciating the fact that you're stockpiling some of the purest mana around. That you're lucky to have me keeping things in check, you know?" Lucas shook his head with a resigned smile, unable to suppress his amusement. "Yeah," he muttered, his voice tinged with both exasperation and acceptance. He knew better than to argue with the system when it was in this kind of mood. "I'll deal with cultivating this mana later," Lucas said, his tone shifting to one of determination. It's going to be painful and time-consuming, as always, but that's something I'm used to. He paused, his thoughts turning to the immediate task at hand. But first, I need to register as Zeus while Lucy is still out. With his decision made, Lucas activated his divine mask, Zeus, feeling the familiar surge of power as he transformed into his alternate persona. His hair turned a striking golden hue, and a powerful aura radiated from him, one that matched the confidence in his eyes. Without wasting another moment, Zeus left the house, his steps purposeful as he headed toward the central office to complete his registration. The sooner he established his identity, the smoother things would be moving forward. Lucy soon arrived at the central office of the Celestial Academy, a grand building teeming with activity. New disciples, like herself, were busy registering and receiving their identification. The air was filled with a mix of excitement and nerves as everyone took their first steps into this prestigious institution. After a brief wait in line, Lucy stepped forward to complete her registration. The clerk handed her a special ID, marking her as an official outer disciple of the Academy. "Congratulations," the clerk said with a polite smile, though her tone was brisk, reflecting the busy nature of the day. "Welcome to the Celestial Academy." Lucy nodded in thanks, her fingers closing around the ID. As she moved away from the desk, she overheard a nearby conversation that caught her attention. "Did you hear? To become an inner disciple, you need to reach at least the 4-star tier." One student whispered to another, their tone a mix of awe and determination. That Lucy's grip on her ID tightened slightly, and she set her jaw with newfound resolve. "That will be my target," she thought, already picturing her future as an inner disciple. With her goal in mind, Lucy made her way to the Mission Guild. The atmosphere inside was different, more intense, as disciples of varying levels studied the mission. Boards lining the walls, the tasks ranged from simple errands to dangerous hunts, each offering the chance to earn points and resources. As she scanned the available missions, her eyes suddenly landed on a familiar figure. Zeus was there, standing casually near one of the boards. Lucy was surprised to see him. She hadn't noticed him during their journey to the academy. Zeus noticed Lucy from across the room and made his way over with a polite smile. "Are you Miss Lucy?" he asked, his voice smooth and respectful, though his eyes held a hint of curiosity. Lucy, still on guard, nodded slowly, her eyes narrowing slightly as she tried to assess his intentions. "I am, and you are?" "Zeus," he replied, his tone calm as he studied her reaction. "There's no need to be so tense," he added, picking up on her wariness. "We're similar, you and I. We don't come from noble families." Lucy wasn't easily convinced by his friendly demeanor. Her expression remained hard as she crossed her arms. "Cut the crap. What do you really want?" Zeus chuckled, a light, almost amused sound at her bluntness. "Fair enough," he said, appreciating her straightforward approach. "I want to team up with you for a mission." Lucy raised an eyebrow, intrigued but still cautious. "What kind of mission are we talking about?" Zeus leaned in slightly, his voice lowering as if to emphasize the seriousness of the task. "It's a mission to eliminate a 2-star warrior, a terrorist who's been causing havoc. I'm only a 1-star, so I could use your help. It's not too difficult for a first mission, but it's important." Lucy's eyes narrowed as she weighed his words. "Show me the details," she demanded, her tone steady and unyielding. It was clear she wasn't about to commit without knowing exactly what she was getting into. Zeus, sensing her determination, offered a small smile and handed her the mission sheet. "Here you go," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. Lucy took the sheet and studied it carefully. The mission was clear. The target was a 2-star warrior who had been terrorizing local villages, leaving destruction in his wake. The objective was straightforward: track down and eliminate the threat. As she read, Lucy's expression softened just slightly, a sign that she was satisfied with what she saw. "All right," she finally said, looking up from the paper. "I'll take this one with you." A hint of satisfaction flickered in Zeus's eyes as he nodded. "Great, I'll be waiting for you at the gate tomorrow." Lucy nodded once more, her face settling back into its usual guarded expression. Without saying another word, she turned and headed for the exit, her mind already shifting to the challenges of the upcoming mission. When she arrived back at the house, the comforting aroma of freshly cooked food greeted her. The familiar scent filled the air, bringing a sense of warmth and normalcy after the long day. As Lucy stepped inside, Lucas looked up from the kitchen, his eyes bright with anticipation. "So, did you make it? Are you a Celestial Academy disciple now?" he asked, his voice filled with hope and excitement. That Lucy's stern expression softened into a smile, and she nodded. "Yes, I am. I've officially become an outer disciple of the Celestial Academy," she replied, her tone carrying a mix of pride and relief. "That's amazing," Lucas exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear. I knew you could do it. Come on, I made some food. Let's eat and celebrate. Lucy's smile grew as she sat down at the table, the warmth of the meal and her brother's presence making it feel like a well-deserved celebration. The simple dishes before them took on a special meaning, turning the evening into a small victory feast, a moment of shared joy after the day's success. Yes, they ate. Lucy broke the comfortable silence. I'll need to leave for a while to complete a mission, she said, her voice steady but tinged with the seriousness of the task ahead. Lucas looked up from his plate, his eyes reflecting both concern and confidence. A mission already? Well, good luck, sister, he said, his tone filled with genuine encouragement. And don't worry about me. I've already taken the potion, so I'm fine. Lucy nodded, her heart warmed by his unwavering support. Thanks, Lucas. That means a lot, she replied, her voice softening with affection. With the meal finished, Lucy pushed back her chair and stood up. I'd better get some rest, she said, her mind already beginning to focus on the challenges tomorrow would bring. Lucas nodded, giving her a reassuring smile. Get some sleep. Lucy, you're going to do great. She smiled back, feeling a surge of determination. Good night, Lucas. Good night, he replied, watching as she headed to her room. Lucy lay down, her thoughts swirling with plans and strategies for the mission ahead. But as she closed her eyes, she felt a sense of calm, knowing her brother was there for her. Lucas sat in his room, the door securely closed behind him. The silence of the night enveloped him as he prepared to cultivate the Zeus divine mask. This was a routine he had come to both dread and anticipate. The power the mask granted was undeniable, but the searing pain that accompanied it was a constant reminder of the steep price he had to pay. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come, and donned the Zeus mask. Instantly, a familiar surge of energy coursed through him as the mask melded with his body. System, use the mana storage, Lucas commanded, his voice steady, though he knew all too well the agony that awaited him. Ah, the moment I've been waiting for, the system replied with shameless glee, its tone dripping with arrogance. Okay, host, let's see how much you can endure this time. As Lucas began to cultivate, he felt the mana flowing from the storage into the mask, fueling its power. The process was excruciating, the pain sharp and relentless, tearing through his body as the divine mask integrated more deeply with his being. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay focused despite the overwhelming agony. Minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an eternity. Finally, the cultivation reached its peak, and the pain began to subside, leaving Lucas drenched in sweat. Congratulations, host, the system announced, its tone almost mocking. Your divine mask, Zeus, is now 1 star, 71%. But let me guess, you're still not used to the pain, are you? Lucas grimaced, wiping the sweat from his brow. No, I'm not used to it, he admitted, his voice strained and tinged with frustration. Good. That means you're still human, the system retorted with shameless pride. But seriously, you should be grateful. Without me, you'd be nothing more than a nobody. Enduring this pain is the least you could do for all the power I'm giving you. Yeah, Lucas muttered, trying to ignore the system's relentless taunting. Despite its arrogance, he knew the system was right. The power he was gaining was worth the suffering, even if it didn't feel like in the moment. Exhausted from the cultivation, Lucas knew he needed rest to prepare for tomorrow's mission with Lucy, where he would be in disguise once again as Zeus. He lay down, closing his eyes, hoping that sleep would come quickly, though the echoes of the system's arrogant voice lingered in his mind. Morning light filtered through the windows as both Lucas and Lucy stirred from their sleep, ready to face the new day. The siblings moved through their morning routine with the ease of familiarity, eventually sitting down together for breakfast. The meal was quiet, each lost in their own thoughts about the tasks ahead. Lucas broke the silence first, his voice gentle. So today's the big mission, huh? You ready for it? Lucy looked up from her plate, offering a small, determined smile. I'm ready. Just make sure you take care of yourself while I'm gone. Lucas chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. I'll be fine, I've got a whole day planned. Might even take a nap. Lucy shook her head, a hint of amusement in her eyes. You're impossible. The meal continued in comfortable silence after that, until finally, Lucy stood to leave the door. She turned back, giving Lucas a firm nod, her expression reassuring. Don't get into too much trouble. Lucas grinned. No promises. As soon as Lucy stepped out and was out of sight, Lucas's demeanor shifted. His playful expression hardened with focus. He activated his divine mask, the transformation into Zeus happening in an instant. The power surged through him, and with the speed that came with the mask, Zeus arrived at the gate well ahead of schedule. Zeus leaned casually against a wall, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he waited. The minutes ticked by, But he was in no hurry. His posture was relaxed, almost as if he was savoring the anticipation of what was to come. Finally, Lucy arrived, her steps purposeful and her expression focused. Zeus straightened, his smirk widening slightly. "You're quite fast," he remarked, his tone light, but with an undercurrent of challenge. Lucy met his gaze, her eyes narrowing slightly as she cut straight to the point. "Cut the crap, let's go." Zeus chuckled, not at all put off by her brusque response. "All business, I see. All right, let's get moving." They approached the guards at the gate, showing their IDs and mission details. The guards, recognizing the seriousness of their task, quickly let them pass without any further questions as they made their way toward the village near the active volcano, where their target, a notorious terrorist, had last been spotted. Zeus decided to break the tense silence. So, he began casually, glancing at Lucy. "Tell me about yourself. Family. Hobbies. What do you do for fun when you're not on a mission?" Lucy didn't even spare him a glance, her focus unwavering as she kept her eyes on the path ahead. Her silence was icy, almost as if she hadn't heard him at all. Zeus raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "Not much of a talker, are you?" he teased, his tone light but probing, as if trying to find a crack in her stoic exterior. When she still didn't respond, Zeus tilted his head slightly, his gaze lingering on her with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. "You know," he continued, his voice softening just a bit, "most people would at least humor a little conversation." But Lucy remained silent, her expression unreadable, and her focus entirely on the mission. To think that she's this cold with other people. Zeus thought to himself, studying her with renewed interest. "Good," he concluded with a sense of satisfaction. "That's exactly what I wanted. And oh, distractions, no weaknesses." Before long, they arrived at the village where the terrorist had last been seen. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the air heavy with the distant rumble of the volcano. The ground trembled slightly under their feet, adding to the sense of unease that hung over the place. Zeus scanned the village, his expression turning serious. "Let's ask around first," he suggested, his voice calm, but carrying a hint of authority. Lucy nodded in agreement, her eyes already sharp and alert as she began searching for potential leads. She moved with purpose, her earlier coldness replaced by a focused intensity that Zeus couldn't help but admire. Zeus and Lucy moved through the village, stopping to talk with various villagers, their questions polite but probing. "Have there been any accidents recently?" Zeus asked one elderly man, his tone light yet inquisitive. The man shook his head, his smile too wide, too stiff. "Nothing of the sort, everything's been peaceful here," he replied, his voice a little too cheerful. Lucy stepped forward, her eyes narrowing slightly as she asked, "Has anyone new come to the village recently? Anyone out of the ordinary?" Again, the answer was the same. A middle-aged woman, her hands busy with a basket of fruit, smiled and said, "No, miss, and no strangers here, we all know each other." It was the same story wherever they went. Every villager they questioned wore the same forced smile, their voices tinged with an unnatural cheerfulness that didn't match the wary glances they exchanged when they thought Zeus and Lucy weren't looking. As they walked away from yet another unsatisfying conversation, Zeus couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. He decided to push a little harder with the next villager they spoke to, a young man who was stacking firewood outside his home. "So, what do you usually do here in the village?" Zeus asked casually, trying to sound as if he were merely making small talk. The young man paused, his hands hovering over the woodpile. "We pray," he said simply. "Pray," Lucy echoed, her tone neutral, but with a hint of curiosity. "Yes," the young man continued, his eyes flicking toward the distant volcano. "We pray to the volcano for blessings." As he said this, something changed in his expression. His voice became softer, almost reverent, but what caught Zeus's attention was the sudden flicker of red in the man's eyes. It was faint, just a momentary glow, but unmistakable that Zeus's eyes narrowed as he observed the man more closely. "You pray to the volcano?" he asked, his voice steady but probing deeper. "Every day." The young man nodded slowly, that eerie red light flickering again. "Yes, for its protection and blessings that we all do." Zeus exchanged a meaningful glance with Lucy, noticing the deepening concern etched across her face. The villager's words had been strange, almost too rehearsed, but this felt like more than just a peculiar habit. There was something unnervingly wrong, something that set every instinct in him on high alert. The man's voice, the unnatural glow in his eyes, it all screamed of something sinister lurking beneath the surface. Something's definitely wrong here, Zeus thought, his instincts sharpening as he processed the situation, that he leaned closer to Lucy, keeping his voice low and discreet. "There's something off about these people," he murmured, his tone laced with caution. Their eyes, did you notice that? It's like they're under some kind of influence, something unnatural. Lucy's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing as she processed his words. Yes, she replied, her voice firm but quiet. I noticed it too. They mentioned praying to the volcano that if something is affecting them, it has to be connected to that volcano. Zeus nodded, his mind already turning over the possibilities. It's like they're not in control, like something or someone is manipulating them, he said, his voice tinged with concern. We need to find out what's going on, and fast. Lucy's gaze drifted toward the looming silhouette of the volcano in the distance, her jaw set in determination. We can't waste any more time here. Whatever it is, it's connected to that volcano. We need to get up there and figure out what's happening. Agreed, Zeus replied, his voice resolute. There was no room for hesitation now. Let's go. The sooner we get there, the better. Without another word, the two of them turned on their heels and made their way out of the village, their pace quick and purposeful. The villagers' strange behavior had left a heavy weight of unease on both of them, and the thought of what they might find at the volcano only added to their urgency. As they neared the base of the volcano, the oppressive heat and the distant rumbling of molten rock added to the tension that hung between them. The air was thick with anticipation, but Lucas's mind was focused on more than just the path ahead. The system suddenly broke the silence in his thoughts, its voice dripping with its usual arrogance. So, do you know what's really going on with those villagers? It asked as if testing him. Lucas didn't respond immediately, keeping his expression neutral as he continued walking. Then, with a slight nod, he answered internally, Of course, I know that they're actually corpse puppets. There was a brief pause before the system responded, its tone laced with a mix of mock surprise and condescension. Wow, I didn't think you had it in you to figure that out. Think that you actually know about corpse puppets. Aren't you just full of surprises? Lucas allowed a small, knowing smile to curve his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly as he glanced toward the volcano. It's not that surprising that I knew about this place in my past life, and I've encountered these things before. They're the reason I wanted to come here. The system immediately jumped in, its tone dripping with arrogance and just a touch of mockery. Oh, let me guess, it interjected. You're planning to snag a puppet to use as your body double, aren't you? How typical. But I must say, it's a clever move. Lucas's smile widened slightly, the system's tone amusing him more than anything. Exactly, he confirmed, his mind already working on how best to utilize the situation. And since this is a volcano, it'll be the perfect place for my sister Lucy to cultivate. So it's like hitting two birds with one stone. The system's response was tinged with a mix of mock admiration and its usual haughty pride. You're pretty smart, host, it remarked almost begrudgingly. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, considering you've got me by your side. But seriously, it's about time you started thinking strategically. Lucas couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, his confidence unwavering. Of course, I am smart, he thought, his tone carrying a touch of playful arrogance that mirrored the system's attitude. Now let's go and finish this. That's the spirit. Let's see what kind of mess we can stir up. The system chimed in, its voice practically oozing with excitement and shameless enthusiasm for whatever chaos might lie ahead. Zeus and Lucy soon arrived at the base of the volcano. As they approached, Lucy felt a sudden and unexpected wave of comfort and energy wash over her. The intense heat and the powerful aura emanating from the volcano seemed to resonate deeply within her, almost as if the environment itself was welcoming and nurturing her presence. Zeus, ever observant, noticed the shift in her demeanor. He saw how her usual guarded expression softened, replaced by a subtle ease that hadn't been there before. A knowing smile spread across his face. It looks like you're enjoying this place, Zeus commented, his tone light, but with a hint of curiosity. It's almost like the volcano was made for you. Maybe it's connected to your mana or your cultivation manual. Lucy immediately shot him a sharp glare, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. And why would you care? She retorted, her voice edged with caution. She didn't like the idea of anyone, especially someone she barely trusted, digging into her abilities. Zeus raised his hands in mock surrender, the smile never leaving his face. Relax, I'm not trying to pry, he said, his tone now more playful. I'm just saying, this volcano might be a perfect spot for you to cultivate. That's all. Lucy held his gaze for a moment longer, her expression still skeptical. But deep down, she knew there was truth in his words. The connection she felt with this place was undeniable. Finally, she relented with a curt nod. I know that I'll cultivate later, after we deal with whatever's going on here. Okay then, Zeus replied, his tone light and easy. Though his eyes remained sharp, he gave a casual shrug, but there was a hint of something more in his lingering smile, almost as if he enjoyed the subtle tension between them. As they ventured deeper into the volcanic terrain, a palpable sense of unease began to settle over them like a heavy fog. The air around them thickened, becoming oppressive and stifling, while a dark, malevolent aura seemed to pulse from a particular direction, guiding them, like a sinister beacon. With each step, the feeling of dread intensified. Zeus and Lucy exchanged wary glances, their instincts on high alert. The path led them to a secluded cave near the heart of the volcano, where the atmosphere grew even darker. As they cautiously approached the entrance, a sickening stench filled the air, forcing them to suppress the urge to gag. Inside the cave, they were met with a horrifying sight that made even Lucy, who had seen her share of horrors, frown in disgust. Her usually steely expression wavered for a moment. Betraying the revulsion she felt, a twisted figure stood in the dim light of the cave, his appearance as grotesque as the scene around him. The man's features were contorted, his eyes hollow with madness, and his hands were stained with blood as he worked on the bodies laid out before him. Human bodies, stripped of life, were being dissected and manipulated like mere objects. Their once living forms now reduced to grotesque experiments. The man's movements were methodical and precise, each action deliberate as he carefully assembled what could only be described as corpse puppets. The auras emanating from these twisted creations were eerily identical to those of the villagers they had encountered earlier, confirming their worst suspicions. The sight of the lifeless bodies, robbed of their humanity and turned into instruments of some dark and twisted purpose, sent a surge of anger through both Zeus and Lucy. It was a scene that would make anyone's blood boil, and the realization that this was the work of the terrorists they had been hunting only intensified their resolve. As Lucy took in the gruesome scene before her, her anger surged, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. The air around her seemed to crackle with barely contained rage. Zeus, sensing the dangerous rise in tension, quickly stepped in to try and calm the situation. "It's clear what's happened here," Zeus began, his voice low and urgent. "All the villagers were killed and turned into these corpse puppets. This man," he gestured toward the twisted figure still engrossed in his dark work, "is planning to create an army of them." Zeus continued, trying to keep his tone even, "And it looks like we've found our target, the terrorist we've been searching for." He glanced at Lucy, her eyes burning with fury, and added, "Let's not rush into we need a plan." But Lucy was already beyond reason. Her fury had reached a boiling point, her voice trembling with raw emotion as she spat out, "Democrat Minnesota it. To think he did all this. It's unforgivable." Her words were laced with venom, and her eyes fixed on the man as if she could already see him bleeding at her feet. Before Zeus could even think to restrain her, Lucy charged forward, her eyes blazing with an unstoppable determination. Zeus could only sigh, shaking his head in frustration at her impulsiveness. "So much for planning," he muttered under his breath, resigning himself to the chaos as he followed her into the fray, ready to back her up. Lucy and Zeus soon stormed into the cave, their entrance abrupt and forceful, sending echoes through the dark, damp chamber. The man at the center of the grotesque scene, Bork, jerked his head up from his vile work, eyes narrowing in fury as he took in the sight of the intruders. His face twisted into a mask of rage, the shadows cast by the flickering firelight only deepening the sinister contours of his expression. "Who dares to disturb my work?" Bork snarled, his voice low and dripping with malice. Zeus, unfazed by the sinister aura emanating from Bork, stepped forward with an air of calm authority. His voice was steady, yet there was an edge of determination in his tone. "We're from a celestial academy," he announced, his gaze locked on Bork's. "And we're here to bring you in, Bork." At the mention of the celestial academy, Bork's anger seemed to falter for just a moment before it twisted into a cruel, mocking smile. His lips curled up, exposing yellowed teeth as he let out a dark chuckle. "The Celestial Academy, you say?" he sneered, his voice thick with contempt. "You think you can catch me? I'd like to see you try." He spat the words out with a venomous glee, his confidence in his dark powers evident in the way he held himself, daring them to make a move that Lucy's eyes narrowed, her fists clenched in readiness. While Zeus stood his ground, his expression unyielding as the tension between them escalated, Lucy's eyes blazed with fury as she locked her gaze on Bork, her fists trembling with the intensity of her anger. "How dare you slaughter an entire village?" she spat, her voice trembling with a mixture of rage and disgust. Each word she spoke was like a dagger aimed directly at him. Bork met her glare with a sneer, completely unfazed by the tempest before him. He tilted his head slightly, his expression one of twisted amusement. "For my cause, of course," he replied, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Their lives were but minor sacrifices Insignificant compared to the grand design I'm working toward. Damn it, Lucy snapped, her voice rising as she took a step forward, her entire body tense. Don't you have any sense of morality at all? Morality? Bork's lips curled into a dark chuckle, his eyes gleaming with condescension. What is morality to me? Can it protect me? Can it fill my belly? Morality is a luxury for those who don't have to struggle to survive. Lucy's face twisted with contempt as his words sank in, her fists clenched tighter, her knuckles whitening. I don't care if you've killed those who deserved it, but to slaughter innocent lives, children, families, for your twisted cause, that's beyond evil. I can never forgive you for that. Her eyes blazed with righteous anger, and without another word, she charged at Bork, her fists raised and ready to strike. There was no hesitation, no second guessing, only pure, unrelenting determination. Bork watched her advance with a twisted grin, a mocking laugh escaping his lips. You think you can stop me? He sneered, his voice dripping with scorn. Let's see how you handle this. With a wave of his hand, Bork summoned his army of corpse puppets. The twisted, grotesque figures moved toward Lucy with jerky, unnatural motions, their lifeless eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Lucy's charge faltered as she recognized the faces of the villagers, now twisted into monstrous versions of their former selves. For a brief moment, her resolve wavered, her heart aching at the sight of what they had become. Don't hold back, Lucy. Zeus's voice cut through her hesitation, firm and unyielding. Destroy those corpse puppets. Only by killing them can you set their souls free in the afterlife. Lucy's eyes flicked to Zeus, her determination returning with renewed force. She nodded, understanding the harsh truth in his words, taking a deep breath. She let go of her doubts and let her fury guide her. Her first punch landed with devastating force, shattering the puppet before her into pieces. Then another, and another, each strike fueled by the righteous anger that burned within her. The once mournful hesitation was gone, replaced by the resolve to end their suffering. With every puppet she destroyed, Lucy's determination only grew stronger. Her fists became a blur, delivering blow after blow with sheer physical power until the air around her was filled with the sound of splintering wood and cracking bone. There was no hesitation now, only the unstoppable force of her rage, each strike a promise that she would bring justice to those who could no longer fight for themselves. The corpses, once villagers, now twisted by Bork's dark magic, fell before her like wheat before a scythe. Zeus stood at a distance, his arms casually crossed over his chest, watching the chaos unfold with a small, amused smirk on his lips that he made no move to join the fray, content to let the storm of destruction play out in front of him. Why don't you help your sister, host? The system inquired, its tone dripping with mockery and a feigned concern that was as transparent as glass. Zeus didn't even flinch at the sarcasm. Right now, Lucy's in full berserker mode, he replied casually, his eyes fixed on Lucy as she tore through the puppets with terrifying efficiency. She's destroying everything in her path. If I step in, I'm likely to get caught up in her fury. Oh, come on. The system prodded, its voice laced with arrogant amusement, as if it found the entire situation deeply entertaining. Are you really afraid of her? A little two-star cultivator? Zeus chuckled, shaking his head slightly, as if the system had just told a particularly amusing joke. Of course, but she's not just any two-star cultivator. She's got a divine scripture backing her up that I'm still just a one-star, and I'm in no rush to meet an early end. The system, ever the shameless provocateur, couldn't resist needling him further. So, you're just going to stand there and watch while your sister does all the work? Isn't that a bit cowardly? Its tone was dripping with arrogance, as if it were daring Zeus to prove it wrong. Fully expecting him to back down, Zeus's smirk widened, his eyes glinting with amusement. Cowardly? Not at all. I prefer to think of it as being smart. Why get in her way when she's doing such a thorough job? Besides, he added with a casual shrug, it's better for her to vent her anger alone, that I'm just an observer in this little drama. I see, the system commented, its tone shifting slightly, as if it were re-evaluating the situation, but still holding on to its mocking edge. So you're just going to sit back and let her handle everything? I would have expected more from you, host. Zeus let out a soft chuckle, watching as Lucy continued to tear through the remaining puppets with relentless force. Believe me, I'm more than happy to let her take the lead here. It's not every day you get to see such raw power in action. His gaze softened slightly as he continued, but I'm also relieved that even though her personality has become more ruthless, maybe even a bit villainous, she still holds onto the morals that matter, like not harming innocents. The system, still not ready to drop its superior tone, chimed in smugly. Host, she's only changed on the surface because of her special physique. Her mind, however, remains intact. Don't go giving yourself too much credit. Zeus's smile lingered as he absorbed the system's words that he knew the truth of it, but that didn't stop him from appreciating the small victory of seeing Lucy maintain her integrity, even in the midst of chaos. Lucy ripped through the corpse puppets with increasing ferocity, each of her strikes more devastating than the last. Her every movement was filled with a ruthless determination, and her strength seemed to grow with every puppet she obliterated as she advanced. Her eyes locked on Bork, blazing with an anger that burned hotter than the volcanic air. Each step she took brought her closer to the man responsible for the carnage around them, and her expression hardened with every inch. "I will make you pay for what you did," Lucy growled, her voice dripping with fury. There was no mercy in her tone, only the promise of retribution as she closed in on the now trembling Bork. Bork's bravado shattered in an instant. The closer Lucy got, the more terrified he became, realizing with dawning horror that he was facing a force far beyond what he had anticipated. His initial confidence had evaporated, replaced by a rising dread that made his heart pound in his chest. What are you?" Bork stammered, his voice cracking as he backed away, his eyes wide with fear. He had seen many things in his life, but the sight of this woman, fueled by such raw rage, was something he had never expected. Lucy didn't answer, her silence more intimidating than any words could be. Her expression alone conveyed everything she intended. His end was near, and there would be no escape. Desperate, Bork's mind raced for a solution that he knew he couldn't face her strength head-on. Not like this, summoning every ounce of his remaining courage, he decided to play his final card. "You think you can stop me?" Bork spat, though his voice betrayed his fear. "I'll show you what true power is." With a panicked shout, Bork commanded the remaining corpse puppets to swarm Lucy. "Get her! Jump onto her!" he yelled, his voice tinged with desperation as the puppets obeyed instantly. Leaping at Lucy in a grotesque wave, Bork's lips twisted into a wicked grin as he prepared his trump spell, his hands shaking slightly as he weaved the dark magic. "Now take this! Corpse explosion!" he bellowed, his voice echoing through the volcanic cave. In an instant, the corpse puppets detonated violently, a series of deafening blasts that filled the air with smoke and debris. The ground shook with the force of the explosions, and for a moment, everything was obscured by the thick cloud of dust that rose from the site of the blast. Bork's grin widened, his fear momentarily forgotten as he laughed maniacally, convinced that his plan had worked. "Ha! Stupid woman! Did you really think you could stand against me?" he mocked, his voice dripping with arrogance as he reveled in what he believed was Lucy's demise. "I'll turn you into another puppet, just like the rest of them." Bork's laughter grew louder, the sound echoing through the cavern as the dust began to settle. His eyes sparkled with cruel satisfaction, relishing the destruction he believed he had wrought. In his mind, the battle was already won. Turning his gaze toward Zeus, Bork sneered with contempt. "To think you didn't lift a finger to help your partner," he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. "You must have been terrified of those corpse puppets. And now, you're all alone that you'll have to face me without her." Bork's twisted smile widened, his confidence bolstered by the thought that he had instilled fear in the man before him. His malicious glee was evident in every word, relishing the idea of having Zeus at his mercy. But as Bork's mocking laughter echoed in the air, Zeus merely smirked in response. It was a cold, calculated expression, one that sent an involuntary shiver down Bork's spine. The mage's bravado wavered, and for the first time, he felt a prickling unease. Zeus spoke with a calm, almost casual tone that belied the gravity of the situation. "I think you've got it wrong," he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You think I didn't help her because I was afraid of you?" "No," he continued, his smirk deepening. "It's because I didn't need to do anything." Bork's confidence faltered, his grip tightening around his staff as doubt crept into his mind. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. What do you mean?" Bork demanded, his voice trembling slightly as the first traces of fear began to take hold. Zeus's smirk didn't waver. If anything, it became more pronounced, almost as if he was savoring the moment. "Let me enlighten you," Zeus said, his voice smooth and confident. "There's no need for you to face me, because you haven't finished facing her." Before Bork could process the implications of Zeus's words, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the explosion. The sound reverberated through the cavern, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Bork's eyes snapped back to the site of the blast, his heart racing as the smoke began to clear. What Bork saw drained every ounce of color from his face. There, emerging from the smoke and debris, stood Lucy, tall and unscathed. Her skin bore not a single scratch, and her eyes blazed with an intensity that seemed to scorch the very air around her. She wasn't just angry. She was the embodiment of wrath. Her rage, so tangible it felt like a storm gathering power. Lucy's gaze locked on a Bork, and in that moment, she was nothing short of terrifying. "What do you think you're doing to me?" she snarled, her voice low, each word dripping with a fury that was barely restrained. Her fists were clenched at her sides. Trembling from the sheer force of her anger, the Bork's bravado shattered like glass. His eyes widened in sheer terror, his breath catching in his throat as he took a stumbling step backward. He couldn't process what he was seeing, couldn't fathom how this woman, this force of nature, stood before him, untouched by his most powerful attack. How? How can you still be alive?" Bork stammered, his voice rising in pitch, each word tinged with desperation and disbelief. "It's impossible." He shook his head, as if trying to will the impossible into being true, but the sight of Lucy, unyielding and unrelenting, made it clear that reality was far more terrifying. That Lucy's eyes narrowed, her fury sharpening to a deadly point. "Impossible? You think your pathetic tricks can stop me?" Her voice was a deadly whisper, filled with contempt. "You think you can walk into a village, slaughter innocents, and not face the consequences?" Bork's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. He was paralyzed by fear, his earlier confidence crumbling into dust. He had thought himself powerful, invincible even. But now, faced with the living embodiment of vengeance, he realized just how powerless he truly was. Lucy, her fury burning hotter with each passing second, launched herself at Bork with unrelenting speed. Her eyes were locked onto him, blazing with an intensity that promised no mercy. She closed in, ready to deliver her strike. Bork's eyes widened in terror. Desperation clawed at him, and he screamed, "Corpse Golem, save me!" In an instant, the scattered corpses littered around the cave began to twitch and shift, drawn together by a dark and twisted magic. The bodies fused, their limbs intertwining in a sickening display of necromancy, forming one massive, grotesque organism. The corpse golem, a monstrous fusion of countless bodies, rose before Lucy just in time to block her punch, its distorted, rotting face twisted in a gruesome imitation of a smile, as if mocking her attempt. The sheer force of the golem's counterattack sent Lucy hurtling backward, her body crashing into the cave wall with a bone-jarring impact. But Lucy was no ordinary warrior. She quickly regained her balance, landing on her feet with a determined glare fixed on the abomination before her. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but her resolve remained unshaken, her anger only deepening as she stared down the monstrous creation. Bork, seeing her momentary setback, felt a surge of twisted triumph. His fear evaporated, replaced by cruel amusement. He threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing off the cavern walls. "Disciple of the Celestial Academy," he taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. "Rejoice! You've managed to force me to unveil my greatest creation, this magnificent corpse golem." Lucy's fists clenched at her sides, her nails digging into her palms. Her eyes, dark with rage, bore into Bork as if she could set him aflame with a glance. "You demon," she spat, her voice low and venomous, each word laced with an unyielding hatred. Bork's grin widened, his teeth glinting in the dim light of the cave. He reveled in her anger, mistaking it for helplessness. "Now that my corpse golem is here," he sneered, his voice brimming with arrogance, "it's time for you to die." With a vicious gesture, Bork commanded the creature, "Corpse golem, kill her." The golem lumbered forward, its massive, decaying form advancing on Lucy with a grotesque mix of speed and power. The countless bodies that composed it writhed and shifted, their lifeless eyes staring out in silent torment. Lucy's heart pounded in her chest as she watched the creature approach. Her disgust was palpable, her fury boiling over. Yet, even in her rage, there was a flicker of determination, a spark of defiance that refused to be extinguished by fear or despair. Her voice, steady despite the storm of emotions raging within her, cut through the air like a blade. "You think this abomination can defeat me?" she growled, her tone a promise of what was to come. "I will not let you desecrate these souls any longer." Bork's confidence faltered for just a moment as he caught the unwavering resolve in her eyes, but he quickly buried his doubt beneath his twisted smile. "Let's see how long that bravado lasts when you're crushed beneath my creation," he jeered, but the unease in his voice was undeniable. That Lucy's response was a roar of defiance, a primal scream that echoed through the cavern, reverberating off the cold, stone walls. Her eyes locked onto the monstrous golem as it charged toward her, its grotesque form lumbering with terrifying momentum. As the creature closed in, Lucy tightened her stance, her muscles coiling with energy. She pulled back her fist, her knuckles whitening with the force she was about to unleash. "Let me release you from your misery," Lucy murmured, her voice a solemn vow to the tormented souls trapped within the golem's twisted body. Her words were not just a promise. They were a declaration of her resolve. With a fierce cry, Lucy unleashed her punch, her fist driving into the very core of the corpse golem with the force of a thunderclap. The impact reverberated through the creature, and for a brief moment, there was silence. Bork's laughter shattered the stillness, his voice filled with cruel amusement. "Do you think a mere punch can harm it?" He jeered, his tone dripping with mockery as he watched the scene unfold. But Lucy's expression didn't falter. Her face remained as cold and unyielding as stone. "My punch is not just a mere punch," she replied, her voice as icy as her gaze. "It's a way to free them." Her words were a cold blade of truth, slicing through Bork's arrogance. Her fist remained embedded in the golem. Lucy whispered a single word with the weight of finality: eruption. In an instant, the corpse golem began to tremble, a low rumble emanating from deep within its grotesque form. Bork's smirk faltered as he sensed the shift, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you do?" he stammered, the confidence draining from his voice. The answer came in the form of a violent explosion, a fiery blast that erupted from the golem's core, tearing the creature apart from within. The force of the eruption was akin to a volcanic blast, obliterating the golem in a blinding flash of light and heat. The bodies that had once made up the monstrosity were incinerated, their twisted forms reduced to nothing but ash. The cavern was filled with the crackling of flames as the remnants of the golem were consumed by the fire. As the dust settled, Lucy stood amidst the devastation, her chest rising and falling with the exertion of the battle. Bork, now visibly trembling, could only watch in horror as the souls trapped within the corpses were finally released, their ethereal forms drifting upward and fading into the ether. The anger that had fueled Lucy began to ebb away, replaced by a quiet satisfaction that a small, satisfied smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she watched the last of the souls disappear. "Rest in peace," she whispered, her voice soft but resolute. Bork, however, stood paralyzed by disbelief, his confidence shattered along with his monstrous creation. How can this be?" he stammered, his voice trembling with a mix of shock and despair. "My precious corpse golem, destroyed." Lucy's eyes, cold and unyielding, locked onto Bork as she took a deliberate step forward. "Now," she declared, her voice edged with finality, "it's time for you to die." Bork's eyes widened in sheer terror. The calm, lethal certainty in Lucy's voice left no room for doubt. His end was near. "No, it cannot be. No, it can't be," he screamed, his voice rising to a frantic pitch as panic took hold. His once commanding presence was reduced to that of a cornered animal, desperate and wild-eyed. Driven by a mix of fear and madness, Bork's thoughts raced. If he were to die, he would not go quietly. His mind seized on one last, desperate act. "If I must die," he hissed, his voice turning venomous, "I won't go alone." With a crazed scream, Bork triggered a self-destructive spell, his body beginning to glow with a malevolent energy. The eerie light pulsed and grew, casting twisted shadows across the walls of the cave. As the spell took hold, the remaining corpses scattered throughout the cavern were drawn toward him, as if by some dark gravitational force. The corpses fused with his own flesh in a grotesque, nightmarish transformation. Limbs, bones, and decaying flesh melded into Bork's body, twisting and reshaping him into a new, even more horrifying version of the corpse golem. Bork, now transformed into a grotesque, new corpse golem, glared at Lucy with burning hatred. His once human face twisted into a mask of fury and madness as he roared. "You forced me into this. All of this is your fault. I will kill you." His twisted form lunged forward, his enormous, decaying fist barreling toward Lucy with deadly intent. But Lucy didn't flinch. Her gaze remained cold and unyielding, a stark contrast to Bork's wild rage. "You, a mere villain, think you have the power to kill me?" she responded, her voice low and deadly. "You are the one who will die here today." Bork's eyes widened in disbelief and then narrowed in pure fury. "How dare you?" he bellowed, his voice shaking with anger. He thrust his right fist toward her with all his might, as if he could crush her spirit with brute force alone. But Lucy was ready. She met his attack head-on, her own fist shooting forward with precision. The moment their fists collided, Lucy's exclusive skill, eruption, triggered. The impact was immediate and catastrophic. Bork's right hand detonated in a violent explosion, sending chunks of corrupted flesh flying in all directions. For a split second, Bork's face twisted in shock and pain, but then it quickly contorted into a sneer that he chuckled darkly, the sound grating and hollow. "Do you think that's enough to stop me?" he growled, his voice thick with contempt. "Don't think for a moment that this is all I can do." As he spoke, the corpses scattered around them began to stir, drawn toward him as if compelled by some dark force. The grotesque remains of the dead began to reassemble his obliterated hand, the decaying flesh knitting itself together in a horrific display of necromancy. In mere moments, Bork's hand was whole again, as if nothing had happened. "Even if you explode all my limbs," Bork taunted, his tone dripping with malice, "I can regenerate them as many times as I need to. You're just prolonging your inevitable death." Lucy's eyes narrowed, her gaze sharpening with cold determination. She spoke with a quiet, steely resolve that cut through Bork's bravado. "Then I will destroy them all," she declared, her voice filled with an unwavering conviction that made Bork's sneer falter for the briefest of moments. What ensued was a brutal and relentless cycle of destruction and regeneration. Lucy, with every ounce of her rage and power, would land devastating punches that caused Bork's limbs to explode in violent eruptions of flesh and bone. But no matter how many times she shattered his body, Bork would sneer through the pain and draw upon the surrounding corpses to regenerate, piecing himself back together in a grotesque parody of life. The pattern repeated again and again, neither side willing to give an inch. That Lucy's blows were merciless, each one a testament to her unyielding determination to end Bork's twisted existence. And Bork, though battered and broken time and again, seemed to revel in his ability to regenerate, his mocking laughter echoing through the chamber. "You can keep doing this all day," Bork jeered, his voice dripping with a mixture of arrogance and desperation as his body reformed once more. "But it won't make a difference. I'll keep coming back, no matter how many times you destroy me." Lucy's face remained a mask of steely resolve, her eyes burning with cold fury. She said nothing, letting her fists do the talking as she landed another powerful punch, shattering Bork's right hand into pieces. But this time, something was different. The expected regeneration didn't come. Bork's hand didn't reform. A flicker of confusion crossed Bork's face. Quickly giving way to fear as he realized something was horribly wrong, he looked down at the mangled stump where his hand had been, his voice trembling with disbelief. "How? How can this be? Why isn't it regenerating?" Zeus, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines with a knowing smirk, finally decided to intervene. His tone was laced with amusement as he called out, "Why don't you look around, Bork?" Bork's eyes darted frantically around the battlefield, and as he took in the sight, horror dawned on him. The corpses, his lifeline, his source of regeneration, were gone. They had been obliterated, reduced to ash and ruin by Lucy's relentless onslaught. There was nothing left for him to draw upon. But how?" Bork stammered, his voice cracking as the reality of his situation set in. Desperation filled his gaze, and his mind raced to comprehend the impossible. "Just how much mana do you have? How can you keep using that skill without running out?" Lucy's expression remained calm and unwavering, her voice cold and final. "I don't know, but it's time for you to die." Zeus's smirk widened as he watched the grim realization dawn on Bork's face. The mage's once overwhelming confidence had crumbled, replaced by stark terror. The arrogance that had fueled his taunts and bravado was gone, leaving behind only the raw fear of a man who had gravely underestimated his opponent. Zeus, relishing every moment of Bork's despair, thought to himself, "What Bork doesn't know is that Lucy's mana is pure volcanic mana." His smirk deepened as he continued in his thoughts. "And where are we now?" His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as the answer came to him. "We're in a F-kin volcano, the place with the richest source of volcanic mana. Lucy can draw on that power, using the surrounding mana to fuel her skill over and over again, as much as she wants." Lucy stepped closer to Bork, her movements slow and deliberate. Her gaze locked onto him like a predator closing in on its prey. The fear in Bork's eyes was palpable, and he took a shaky step back, his body trembling as he realized there was no escape. "It's over," Lucy said, her voice cold and filled with finality. "Now it's time for you to die." Bork's bravado, his sneering confidence, had completely shattered. All that was left was raw, unfiltered terror. "No!" he screamed, his voice cracking as he stumbled back, desperation seeping into every word. "No, this can't be happening." But there was no mercy in Lucy's eyes, no hesitation in her step. She had made her decision, and Bork's fate was sealed. Lucy advanced on Bork with deliberate steps, her presence heavy and menacing, casting a shadow over him like the embodiment of death itself. Bork, his body shaking with fear, knew he was cornered in a desperate bid to save himself. He swung his left fist wildly, hoping to fend her off. But Lucy was unfazed. She caught his punch effortlessly, her grip like iron around his wrist. With a calm, almost detached expression, she applied pressure, and in an instant, his left arm disintegrated into ash, leaving only his head and torso intact. The Bork's breath hitched, his eyes wide with terror. "Please no. You can't kill me," he stammered, his voice quivering with desperation, his gaze darting around as if searching for a way out. Lucy leaned in closer, her eyes cold and unyielding. "There's nowhere left for you to run," she said, her tone as icy as her stare. She reached out and seized Bork by the head, her grip tightening with finality. "It's time for you to die and pay for your sins." Bork's face twisted in sheer panic, his voice escalating to a frantic pitch. "No, you don't understand. I'm too important. You can't do this, please." Lucy's expression remained cold and resolute as she raised her fist to deliver the final blow. But just as her hand tightened around Bork's head, a voice, smooth and commanding, echoed through the cavern. "I think you'd better reconsider before you kill him." Lucy froze, her fist hovering inches from Bork's skull. As she and Zeus instinctively turned toward the cave's entrance point, two figures stood there, their presence immediately setting off alarms in the back of Lucy's and Zeus's minds. One of the newcomers was a young man, likely no older than 22, his features sharp and confident. The other was slightly older, in his 30s, with an air of experience that made them both seem more dangerous. Despite their calm exteriors, there was something about their presence that put both Lucy and Zeus on edge. Zeus's eyes narrowed, suspicion lacing his tone. "And what exactly do you think we should reconsider?" he asked, stepping forward to stand beside Lucy. Without waiting for a response, Zeus pressed on, his voice firm and resolute. "Bork is a terrorist, and our target. We're here to kill him and complete our mission. Nothing more, nothing less." His eyes flicked to the grotesque corpse puppet standing ominously by their side. "So if you're trying to stop us, does that mean he's your partner? Or perhaps your subordinate?" Zeus's tone was laced with suspicion, his gaze sharp. "Especially considering that corpse puppet you've brought along." The younger man's expression flickered with surprise, quickly masked by a cool demeanor. He hadn't expected Zeus to identify the puppet so easily. "You're quite perceptive to have recognized my special corpse puppet," the young man acknowledged, his voice calm, but carrying a hint of begrudging respect. "But that doesn't change the fact that you're making a mistake." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. "What you said is true. Bork is my subordinate, involved in matters concerning my family SO. I suggest you release him now, or face the consequences." A self-assured smirk curled on the young man's lips as he stepped forward with an air of superiority. "In case you're unaware of who you're dealing with, I am Vesper Malakar, the young master of the Malakar family, one of the noble houses." He let his words hang in the air for a moment, savoring the weight they carried. "I'm also an outer disciple of the Necrovald Academy. So before you do something reckless, I'd advise you to think twice." Zeus's response was immediate. He burst into laughter, the sound echoing off the cavern walls. The unexpected reaction left Vesperin frowning, clearly irritated. "What's so funny?" Vesperin demanded, his voice tinged with annoyance. "Why are you laughing?" Zeus's laughter subsided into a smirk, his eyes locking onto Vesperin with an amused glint. "Do you really think I'm afraid of your family, or even your academy?" he asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Vesperin's confident facade faltered slightly as Zeus continued, his voice calm, but with an edge that cut through the air. "Let me enlighten you. I'm an outer disciple of the Celestial Academy, and last I checked, the Celestial Academy ranks much higher than Necrovald." Zeus's smirk deepened, his gaze locked onto Vesperin with unshakable confidence. "So if anyone here should be reconsidering their next move, it's you." For a brief moment, Vesperin's confidence faltered, his brow furrowing in surprise. He hadn't anticipated facing disciples from the Celestial Academy, a place renowned for producing the most elite cultivators. The revelation unsettled him, but only for a moment. Quickly regaining his composure, Vesperin's sneer returned. "The Celestial Academy may have a higher rank than Necrovald, but I didn't hear you mention anything about being a noble.so. You're just a commoner, aren't you?" His voice dripped with condescension as he leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "Let me give you some advice," Vesperin continued, his tone laced with a cold certainty. "You'd better stop now. Your status as an outer disciple won't matter when you're dead, and trust me, no one will ever know what happened here." He smirked, believing he had the upper hand, that his words had re-established his control over the situation. But Zeus only laughed, the sound growing louder and more mocking with each passing second. You're right about one thing, Vesperin. We are commoners, and also we can be pretty stupid that we don't always know what's important. Zeus's laughter subsided, leaving a cold smile on his lips as he fixed Vesperin with a look that could pierce through steel. But here's the thing about us commoners, he added, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. We're not bound by the same rules that you nobles cling to, and that makes us unpredictable. Vesperin's smirk wavered slightly, his confidence beginning to erode as Zeus's words sank in. The realization that he might have underestimated his opponents flickered across his face, but he stubbornly held his ground. You may talk big, but in the end, you're just another commoner with delusions of grandeur. Vesperin spat. Though his tone lacked the conviction it once held, Zeus's eyes glinted with a mixture of amusement and danger. Believe whatever helps you sleep at night, Vesperin, he replied smoothly. But you should have learned by now. Underestimating someone based on their birth is the kind of mistake that gets people killed. In that very instant, Lucy moved. Her body became a blur, her lethal intent clear as she closed the distance between herself and Vesperin with deadly precision. From the moment Vesperin arrived and began issuing his threats, Lucy barely spared him a glance. Her focus remained fixed on the task at hand, the mission she was determined to see through. The justice that needed to be served to Vesperin's arrogant posturing was nothing more than background noise to her. Zeus and Vesperin exchanged words. Lucy's attention remained squarely on Bork. She noticed his subtle movements, the way his body tensed as if preparing to flee. He was trying to wiggle free from her grasp, a cowardly move that only fueled her growing anger. You dare to run? Lucy's voice cut through the air like a blade, her tone laced with icy contempt. Her eyes narrowed, locking on Bork with a gaze that promised retribution. She could see the fear etched across his face, his earlier bravado now completely shattered. Bork's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling as he realized there was no escape. Please don't, he stammered, desperation dripping from his voice. He turned his gaze toward Vesperin, his last hope, and shouted, Vesperin, save me. Vesperin's eyes widened in horror as he watched Lucy prepare to deliver the finishing blow to Bork. Panic surged through him, and his composed facade crumbled in an instant. Don't you dare, he shouted, his voice cracking under the weight of his desperation. He turned to the corpse puppet standing loyally by his side, his tone frantic as he barked the command, Kill her now. The corpse puppet responded immediately, surging forward with a burst of unnatural speed, its twisted form hurtling toward Lucy like a grotesque missile. Its movements were jerky yet disturbingly swift, every intention set on tearing Lucy apart. But before the puppet could close the distance, Zeus acted. With a fluid motion, he stepped in front of Lucy, his eyes narrowing with calculated precision. There was no hesitation, no wasted movement. In a blur of speed, he unleashed a devastating punch, his fist connecting with the puppet's decayed torso with a bone-crunching force. The impact was thunderous, reverberating through the cavern. The corpse puppet was sent hurtling through the air, its trajectory a direct line back to Vesperin. Zeus's lips curled into a smirk as he watched the puppet sail toward its master, a clear statement of superiority. Vesperin barely had time to react. His eyes widened further. Disbelief etched across his features as he saw his prized puppet flying back toward him. The puppet slammed into Vesperin with a sickening thud, the force of the collision driving them both to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Vesperin groaned, the wind knocked out of him. His earlier bravado shattered as he lay beneath the weight of his own creation. Meanwhile, Lucy, undeterred by the chaos around her, focused all her fury in her final strike. Her eyes locked onto Bork's terrified expression, a cold determination hardening her features. This is for all the innocent lives you've destroyed, she hissed, her voice a low growl, as she drove her fist into Bork's chest. The impact was immediate, but Lucy wasn't finished. She channeled her mana, activating her eruption skill with a deadly precision. For a brief moment, Bork's eyes widened in shock and horror as he felt the power surging through his body. And then, in an instant, he was gone. The explosion that followed was both deafening and blinding. Bork's body disintegrated, reduced to nothing but ash that scattered in the wind, leaving only his head behind, a grim trophy of Lucy's unyielding resolve from across the cavern. Vesperin watched in horror as his subordinate was obliterated before his eyes. No, he screamed, his voice breaking with disbelief and fury. The sound echoed through the cave, but it was powerless to reverse what had just happened. Zeus, watching the scene with a calm, almost casual demeanor, let a satisfied smile creep across his face that he turned to Lucy, nodding in approval. "Nice work," he said, his tone carrying a hint of admiration mixed with the usual cool detachment. Lucy didn't respond, her expression remaining hard and focused. She walked over to the remains of Bork, her movements deliberate. Without a word, she bent down, grabbed Bork's severed head, and placed it into her spatial pouch. The silence between them was heavy, but Zeus didn't seem to mind. After a moment, Zeus spoke again, his tone steady and confident. "Our mission is complete. You should take some time to go deeper into the volcano and cultivate. I'll handle Vesperin." Lucy paused, turning to look at him, her eyes searching his face for any sign of uncertainty. Seeing none, she simply nodded. "Fine," she replied, her voice cool and direct. Zeus watched her, his expression unreadable. "Don't worry," he added, his tone light, but with an undercurrent of assurance. "I've got this." Lucy's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer. She had seen his strength during the test, witnessed his incredible speed just now. Even though he was still at the 1-star level, there was something about Zeus that made her believe he was far more powerful than he let on. "All right," she finally said, her voice softer, almost resigned. With that, she turned and headed deeper into the volcano, her focus shifting to the task of cultivation as Lucy disappeared from sight. Vesperin, who had just struggled to his feet, was shaking with rage. His eyes blazed with fury as he locked onto Zeus, barely able to contain his anger. "Do you even realize what you've done?" Vesperin spat, his voice trembling, more from rage than fear. Zeus's smirk widened, his expression cool and utterly unbothered. "What have I done?" he repeated mockingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Enlighten me, will you? After all, I'm just a commoner. We're not exactly known for our brains, right?" Vesperin's face contorted with fury, his pride taking a direct hit from Zeus's taunts. "You insolent fool," he snapped, his voice rising as his composure crumbled. "You have no idea who you're dealing with." Zeus tilted his head slightly, his smirk never faltering. "Oh, I think I do," he replied lazily, as if the whole situation bored him. "But remind me again, was I supposed to be scared of you? Because so far, I'm not feeling it." Vesperin's fists clenched, his knuckles white with the effort. "Democrat Minnesota you," he shouted, his voice breaking under the weight of his frustration and rage. Zeus chuckled, the sound low and mocking. "You'll have to do better than that," he said, his voice laced with contempt. "But hey, if it makes you feel any better, I'll try to act scared next time." Vesperin's fury reached a boiling point, his entire body trembling with the intensity of his emotions. But all Zeus did was stand there calm, collected, and completely in control, as if the whole confrontation was just another trivial game. Vesperin's face twisted with rage as Zeus's mocking words cut deep into his pride. His eyes burned with fury, and his voice quivered with barely contained anger as he spat. "You're finished. You have no idea what you've just done." Zeus's smirk only widened, his expression calm and almost mocking. "Really?" he replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "And you think that puppet of yours, the one that's already been beaten, can somehow take me down now?" Vesperin's lips curled into a sinister smile, his eyes narrowing with malevolent intent. "You haven't seen everything it can do," he hissed, his voice cold and venomous. With a sharp command, Vesperin sent his corpse puppet hurtling toward Zeus. The creature lunged forward, its grotesque limbs moving with terrifying speed and precision. Zeus didn't flinch. Instead, he watched the puppet's approach with a confident smirk, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Come on." Then, he murmured, almost to himself, as if daring the puppet to prove him wrong. The two collided in a powerful exchange of blows, their fists met with a force that sent shockwaves through the air. Both combatants pushed back by the impact. For a brief moment, Zeus's expression shifted from confident to surprised. This thing's gotten stronger, he realized, his eyes narrowing as he reassessed the puppet on the other side. Vesperin's eyes widened slightly, betraying his own shock. How can this be? He thought, stunned by the realization that Zeus, despite the enhancements, was still holding his ground. He hadn't expected the commoner to be this strong. Zeus let out a laugh, his voice brimming with excitement. "I have to admit, I didn't expect your corpse puppet to get this strong," he said, his eyes gleaming with a mix of anticipation and challenge. "Now let's see what else it's got." With a determined grin, Zeus charged toward Vesperin, eager to push the limits of their battle. The thrill of combat surged through him, and he was ready to test his own abilities to the fullest. Vesperin's expression darkened, a deep frown settling on his face as he quickly commanded his puppet. "Don't let him get close. Stop him," he barked, his tone laced with urgency. The corpse puppet moved with deadly precision, Instantly reacting to Vesperin's command, IT rushed to intercept Zeus. And when the two forces collided, the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. That Zeus's strikes were relentless, each one fueled by the power of his thunder-infused body. The air around him crackled with the raw energy of lightning, making his every movement a deadly dance. "Come on, show me what you've got," Zeus shouted, his voice brimming with adrenaline as he pressed his attack. Every punch, every kick was charged with purpose, and his eyes gleamed with the thrill of the fight. Vesperin watched, his frustration mounting as he struggled to comprehend how this commoner was holding his ground. How is he keeping up? He thought, disbelief creeping into his expression. Then, with a confident smirk, Zeus suddenly paused, locking eyes with Vesperin. "Think you can handle this?" he taunted, his tone laced with challenge. In one swift motion, his right hand became enveloped in crackling thunder, the energy swirling around his fist. Before Vesperin could react, Zeus launched a powerful strike at the corpse puppet. The moment his thunder-coated fist connected, the puppet's body jerked violently, its movements becoming erratic. Vesperin's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing. He's a thunder element warrior. The realization hit him hard, throwing his calculations into disarray. This was a development he hadn't anticipated. Before Vesperin could issue another command, the corpse puppet began to convulse, and then, without warning, it exploded. The blast was deafening, and when the dust settled, a gaping hole was left in the puppet's stomach, the damage irreparable. Vesperin stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as the situation spiraled out of his control. What? What the hell? How could this happen?" he stammered, his voice trembling. The confidence he once exuded crumbled, replaced by the crushing realization that he had gravely underestimated his opponent. Zeus's lips curled into a mocking smirk, his eyes dancing with amusement. "What do you mean? How could this happen?" he repeated, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Of course, it can happen. I am the mighty Zeus." His voice boomed with unwavering confidence, and he threw his head back in a hearty laugh, the sound echoing menacingly through the cavern. Vesperin's expression twisted with a mixture of frustration and fear. "Democrat, Minnesota you," he spat, desperation creeping into his voice. His hands moved frantically as he attempted to channel his energy into the battered corpse puppet, trying to heal it before it was too late. But before Vesperin could complete the spell, a second explosion of thunder roared through the air, the sound reverberating off the cavern walls. The corpse puppet's right hand was obliterated in the blast, the remnants scattering like ash in the wind. Vesperin's eyes widened even further, shock and horror etched across his face. "No, how is this possible?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. Zeus's laughter grew louder, more menacing, filling the cavern with a chilling resonance. He watched with a twisted sense of satisfaction as panic took hold of Vesperin's features. "Did you really think that was my only trick?" Zeus taunted, his voice laced with a sinister delight. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of having the upper hand, every word delivered like a dagger aimed straight at the heart of Vesperin's crumbling confidence. Vesperin's frown deepened, his arrogance giving way to a cold realization. He hadn't expected Zeus to be so cunning, so unpredictable. "This can't be happening," he muttered under his breath, his mind racing for a way out. The full weight of his misjudgment settled over him like a dark cloud. Desperate, he barked out a command. "Retreat now." His voice wavered, betraying the fear he could no longer hide. The corpse puppet, despite its battered and broken state, obeyed its master's command and turned to flee. But Zeus was already a step ahead, his eyes narrowing as he saw through Vesperin's ploy. "Oh no, you don't," Zeus exclaimed, his tone sharp and determined. In a flash of lightning, he moved with blinding speed, cutting off any chance of escape. But instead of pursuing the retreating puppet, Zeus shifted his focus directly to Vesperin. Vesperin's eyes widened in sheer panic as he realized he was the true target all along. "No!" he shouted, his voice cracking with terror as Zeus closed in on him. The fear he'd tried so hard to conceal now fully exposed. Zeus lunged forward, ready to deliver a final, crushing blow to Vesperin. But just as his fist was about to make contact, he felt an unexpected resistance, like a strike had collided with something solid. The impact jarred his arm slightly, and he frowned in confusion. Vesperin, who had been bracing for the hit, suddenly felt the vibration of Zeus's attack on his protective artifact. His eyes widened in surprise, then quickly narrowed as a smirk spread across his face. With a swift motion, his corpse puppet yanked him backward, pulling him out of immediate danger. Vesperin straightened himself, brushing imaginary dust off his shoulder with exaggerated nonchalance. "Did you really think you could take me down so easily?" Vesperin sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. I'm not some helpless fool. Zeus that I always come prepared. He tapped the area where Zeus had struck, the sound of his knuckles against the hidden armor echoing in the tense air. This is a high-grade protective artifact. Nothing you do can touch me as long as I wear it. Zeus's eyes narrowed slightly, but then, almost as if on cue, his lips curled into a mocking smile. He crossed his arms over his chest, tilting his head as he regarded Vesperin with a look of casual amusement. Is that so? He replied, his tone light, almost teasing. You're relying on a trinket to save you. Vesperin's smug expression faltered as he noticed the lack of concern in Zeus's demeanor. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of weakness in Zeus's posture. But all he found was an infuriating calmness. Zeus leaned in slightly, his smirk widening. You're pretty confident, aren't you? Hiding behind your corpse puppet and your little toy. His voice was smooth, almost taunting, as if he found the entire situation amusing rather than threatening. Vesperin's hand clenched into a fist at his side, his knuckles turning white. His eyes flashed with anger, but he forced himself to maintain his composure. Laugh while you can, Zeus, he hissed, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. You may have caught me off guard today, but I'll remember this. I'll make sure you pay for it. Zeus chuckled softly, shaking his head. You're welcome to try, he said, his voice calm and assured. He leaned back slightly, as if inviting Vesperin to make his move. But remember this, I don't scare easily. Vesperin's confidence wavered further, his bravado crumbling under Zeus's unshakable demeanor. He glared at Zeus, but there was a hint of desperation in his eyes now, a realization that his threats were falling on deaf ears. With a final sneer, Vesperin spat out, "You'll regret this," before turning on his heel, his corpse puppet dragging him away from the battlefield. But even as he retreated, he couldn't shake the image of Zeus's unflinching gaze and the smirk that had haunted him throughout. Their confrontation. To think that you missed him, the system's voice cut in, dripping with condescending disappointment. I expected better from you. Host. Zeus sighed internally, rolling his eyes at the system's attitude. Of course, I didn't know he had such a good defense item on him, he replied, his mind already analyzing the encounter, piecing together what had just happened. Naturally he would, the system exclaimed, as if the answer were obvious. He's a corpse puppeteer, after all. Those weaklings rely on their disgusting creations to fight, so they compensate for their fragile bodies with defensive artifacts. That it's textbook. Honestly, host, you should have known. The system's tone was shamelessly superior, as if it had known all along and was merely indulging Zeus's ignorance. Zeus couldn't help but smirk at the system's arrogance. I see, he responded, nodding to himself as he connected the dots. But it seems that even though he could protect his body, he couldn't protect his belongings. A sly grin spread across Zeus's face as he glanced down at his left hand, where a newly acquired spatial pouch rested, its weight reassuring. The thought of Vesperin's panic upon realizing what he'd lost brought a certain satisfaction. Well, look at you, host. The system chimed in, its voice oozing with mock pride. You're more cunning than I gave you credit for. Oh, think you managed to swipe that pouch right from under his nose. Brilliant. Really, it's almost like you're learning from the best me, of course. Zeus chuckled softly, his amusement growing. Oh, I'm just a quick learner, that's all. But I have to admit, it does feel good to know I got something valuable out of this. Valuable, the system scoffed, its tone now filled with a mix of arrogance and condescension. Try indispensable. You just took away his precious resources. Host, I bet that little noble brat is having a meltdown right about now. Zeus's grin widened. Serves him right. But let's not get too full of ourselves. There's still work to be done. Oh, don't worry, host. The system replied with a smug tone. I'll keep you on track. After all, it's my job to make sure you're the best. Just don't go getting yourself killed, all right? I'd hate to have to start over with someone else. Zeus shook his head, still smiling. I'll keep that in mind, he thought, as he turned his attention back to the task at hand, the thrill of his small victory fueling him for whatever lay ahead. Meanwhile, Vesperin, who had retreated a considerable distance, suddenly felt a pang of unease. His hand instinctively patted the side of his belt, where his spatial pouches were fastened, but as his fingers brushed over the empty space where one of the pouches should have been, his heart skipped a beat. A wave of panic flashed across his face, his breath catching in his throat as he frantically checked the remaining pouches. His hands trembled slightly as he opened each one, desperately hoping that the missing pouch wasn't the one with anything irreplaceable. As he sifted through the contents, his mind raced. Where is it? What did he take? He muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with anxiety. Finally, Vesperin found some relief as he realized that the stolen pouch contained nothing more than money and a few cultivation manuals he deemed worthless. He let out a shaky breath, the initial panic subsiding, but only slightly. Fortunately, the one he took only had money and those useless manuals, he thought, though the simmering anger in his gut refused to be quelled. But the fact that Zeus had managed to swipe it right under his nose and gnawed at him. The sting of humiliation burned hotter with each passing moment, fueling a growing fire of vengeance within him. His teeth clenched, his jaw tight, as he cursed aloud. Zeus! The name left his lips like a venomous hiss, dripping with malice. Vesperin's eyes narrowed, dark with the promise of retribution. You'll pay for this, he vowed quietly, his voice a low growl filled with bitterness. Zeus immediately inspected the spatial pouch he had deftly swiped for Vesperin. His curiosity piqued about what treasures it might hold. With a flick of his wrist, he opened the pouch and peered inside, his eyes narrowing as he took inventory that a collection of mana stones glinted back at him, mostly inferior mana stones, with a few intermediate mana stones scattered among them. Zeus considered the stones for a moment, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Can I absorb the mana from these mana stones? He asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Of course I can help with that. The system responded, its voice tinged with a smug satisfaction. And let me enlighten you, absorbing the inferior mana stones is actually better for you. Zeus raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why is that? He inquired, genuinely curious about the reasoning behind the system's suggestion. The system's tone became a touch condescending, as if it were explaining something painfully obvious. It's because inferior mana stones contain more mana overall. Sure, intermediate mana stones are valued for their purity, but when it comes to raw quantity, those inferior stones are where the real power lies. There was a brief pause, and then the system added with a mocking chuckle, and besides, with me converting all that mana into the purest form possible, why settle for less? Especially when we're dealing with someone as pitifully poor as Vesperin. I mean, look at this, 3000 inferior mana stones. Is that the best he could do? Zeus couldn't help but smirk at the system's arrogance. I see your point, he mused, a smile playing on his lips as he considered the implications. With a decision made, he quickly commanded, absorb all 3,000 inferior mana stones, as for the intermediate mana stones. I'll keep those for currency, maybe they'll be useful for trading later. As the system got to work, the once lustrous inferior mana stones began to lose their sheen, becoming dull and lifeless as their energy was drained away. Zeus watched the process with satisfaction, feeling the mana flowing into him. Though he couldn't help but wonder, so, how much mana did I get from these mana stones? The system's voice, dripping with its usual arrogance, responded with a nonchalant, only 30. Zeus blinked in surprise, his eyebrows shooting up. Wait, what? From 3,000 inferior mana stones, I only got 30 mana points. The system, ever the shameless braggart, let out a haughty chuckle. Oh, you poor, naive host. You do realize that these are 30 points of the purest, most refined mana imaginable, right? The system's tone shifted to one of mock pity. Honestly, you should be thrilled to have gotten even that much, especially considering the shabby quality of those stones. Now let's face it, Vesperin's stash wasn't exactly top tier. He really should be embarrassed. Zeus couldn't help but roll his eyes at the system's tone, but decided to let it have its moment. All right, I get it. Pure mana, great value, I should be grateful. Exactly, the system continued, its voice smug and self-satisfied. If it weren't for me, you'd be stuck with a bunch of mediocre mana, but instead, you've got something truly valuable. That you're welcome, by the way. Zeus let out a small laugh, shaking his head. Yeah, thanks, he replied, a hint of sarcasm in his voice, but he then turned his attention back to the spatial pouch. Let's see what else is in here, Zeus muttered to himself. His curiosity still piqued despite the underwhelming haul so far. He began rummaging through the pouch, pulling out a few cultivation manuals. His fingers sifted through the items, but it quickly became apparent that there wasn't much of value left inside. A hint of disappointment flickered across his face as he realized this was all Vesperin had to offer. Record all of it, Zeus instructed, his tone flat. Sure, the system responded, a smug undertone in its voice as it documented the contents. Not that there's much worth recording, but hey, a job's a job. Zeus couldn't help but ask, are any of these cultivation manuals any good? The system didn't bother to sugarcoat its response. Nope, it replied bluntly, with an air of disdain. Just a bunch of garbage about necromancy, puppet making, and the like. Honestly, I'm surprised Vesperin thought these were worth keeping. It. If I were him, I'd be embarrassed to carry this around. Zeus sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. I see, he murmured, the letdown evident in his voice that he had hoped for something valuable or at least useful. But it seemed that Vesperin's spatial pouch was as unimpressive as the man himself. With all the corpse puppets destroyed and Bork dead, the opportunity to acquire a body double had slipped through his fingers, and with Bork gone, the remaining corpse puppets in the village would soon wither away. Zeus sighed again, the weight of missed opportunities settling on him. Maybe using a corpse puppet isn't the best idea anyway, he mused aloud, the thought more for his own consideration than anything else. Oh, so you're finally seeing reason? The system interjected, its tone dripping with sarcasm. About time you realize that relying on those decaying things wasn't exactly a long-term strategy. Besides, I always thought golems were a classier choice, more durable, less smelly. Zeus chuckled despite himself, the system's shameless arrogance managing to lift his spirits a bit. You might be right. Maybe I should explore learning how to make a golem instead. They're certainly more versatile and durable. Now you're talking, the system responded, its voice brimming with approval. With a golem, you'd have a real powerhouse at your side, not to mention something that wouldn't fall apart after a few hits. And let's be honest, it's a much better reflection of your style, strong, imposing, and just a bit flashy. Zeus smiled, considering the potential benefits. The idea of crafting a golem had its appeal, and it certainly seemed like a better investment than relying on something as unpredictable as a corpse puppet. Yeah, you're right, he agreed, his mind already starting to plan out his next steps. Zeus had made up his mind creating a golem as his body double was the next step. But first, he needed to focus on cultivating the remaining mana in his storage. His gaze fell on the status of his Zeus Divine Mask. 1 star, 71%. Only 29% left to reach 100% and advance to 2 star. Zeus mused aloud, calculating the progress in his head. With the 30 mana points he had just absorbed, he was more than ready to push forward. Feeling confident, are we? The system chimed in, its tone carrying an edge of arrogance. Let's see if you can handle what comes next. Zeus rolled his eyes, but couldn't help the small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just flow the mana from the storage into me, he commanded, settling into a comfortable position. As you wish, Almighty One, the system mocked, but there was an undercurrent of pride in its voice. Brace yourself, though this isn't going to be a walk in the park. Zeus took a deep breath as he began cultivating his heavenly thunder core divine scripture. The moment the mana surged into him, the familiar, excruciating pain struck, coursing through his body like lightning. And no matter how many times he had experienced this, the intensity of the agony never seemed to dull. Still hurts like hell, Zeus muttered through gritted teeth, his face contorting with the strain. You should be used to it by now, the system responded with a shameless snicker. But then again, not everyone can handle what you're going through. Consider yourself special. Time seemed to crawl as Zeus endured the relentless torment, every second stretching into what felt like an eternity. The pain was overwhelming, each wave threatening to break his resolve. But Zeus gritted his teeth, forcing himself to push through. He knew this agony was the price for power, and he wasn't about to let it defeat him. Eventually, a subtle shift caught his attention, the unmistakable increase in strength as his mana grew more potent, more refined. The sensation was like a storm, calming, the fierce energy within him settling into something more controlled, more powerful. When the cultivation session finally ended, Zeus exhaled heavily, his body trembling from the ordeal. His muscles ached, and exhaustion weighed on him, but that weariness was quickly overshadowed by a profound sense of accomplishment. He had done it, he had advanced. Finally, Zeus muttered, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as the pain began to ebb away. He could feel the power coursing through him. More intense and focused than before, he quickly checked the status of his divine mask. Name: Zeus. Tier: 2 star, 1%. Divine Scripture. Heavenly Thunder Core, Divine Scripture. A wave of accomplishment washed over him. Finally, he murmured, the word heavy with satisfaction. I've reached the 2-star tier. His eyes then shifted to his mana storage, curious about what remained. Mana storage? What's still a bit left? Zeus noted, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Of course there is, the system chimed in with a haughty tone. Don't forget that your dear sister is currently cultivating. You didn't think you'd use it all, did you? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Zeus admitted, a hint of sheepishness in his voice. Let her cultivate more then, he thought, brushing off his earlier oversight. Typical, the system scoffed, its tone dripping with mockery. Always thinking you're the center of everything. But don't worry, I've got everything under control as usual. Zeus chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Fine, I'll let you have your moment. Just keep up the good work, he replied with a hint of sarcasm. Knowing the system thrived on its own sense of superiority, the initial rush of power from his advancement settled, Zeus couldn't help but marvel at how much stronger he felt compared to a typical 2-star cultivator. The difference was palpable, and he knew he was far from ordinary. Naturally, the system chimed in, its tone smug. You're not just some run-of-the-mill cultivator. With your divine mask, special physique, and divine scripture, your league's above the rest. Zeus smiled, acknowledging the truth in the system's words. Yeah, that's right. But there's one thing I wish wasn't part of the package. The pain is unreal. Ah, the agony of power. The system responded with mock indifference. Considered a small price to pay for being extraordinary. After all, not everyone can handle what you do. Zeus smirked at the system's shamelessness, but deep down, he knew it was right. I suppose you're right that, no pain, no gain, as they say. Exactly, the system replied, its tone oozing with pride. And you, my dear host, are paying the price for greatness. Zeus simply smiled at the system's words, feeling a strange sense of camaraderie with the entity that had guided him so far. After a moment of silent contemplation, Zeus shifted his focus. By the way, can you sense how long Lucy will need to absorb all that mana? You've got a connection through the divine mass that's fused with her, right? The system's response was laced with a tone of smug confidence. Of course I can, for what I'm sensing. Your sister Lucy is currently lounging in magma and soaking up a massive amount of mana. It replied, almost as if it were boasting. She's really making the most of it. I'd say it'll take her about 3 to 4 hours to fully satisfy her appetite, given that the volcanic mana will start to thin out as she absorbs more. Zeus raised an eyebrow, impressed but not entirely surprised. So, she's directly soaking in magma. Didn't think she'd dive in like that. The system chuckled, dripping with a mix of arrogance and mockery. Well, obviously, she is a volcanic-related body, and not just any its top tier. Soaking in magma from a low-tier volcano like this one is a piece of cake for her. Zeus nodded thoughtfully, a small smirk playing on his lips. I see. She's going to be busy absorbing that mana for a while. Perfect time for me to get to work on creating another divine mask. Zeus knew it was time to expand his arsenal with a new divine mask, one that would serve a very specific purpose. Crafting. The thought of forging powerful artifacts and constructs excited him, but he needed a mask tailored specifically for that task. The system's voice echoed in his mind, as usual, with an air of smugness. So, what kind of divine scripture do you want to embed in this new divine mask? It asked, its tone almost taunting, as if daring Zeus to come up with something worthwhile. Zeus paused thoughtfully, considering his options. I want something that's perfect for crafting, he began, his voice measured. Crafting often requires intense heat, so let's make it connected to volcanic energy. Ah, I see you're finally thinking like a proper crafter, the system responded, its tone dripping with a mix of mockery and approval. I have just the thing for you, of course. Nothing but the best for my host. The system's pride was palpable as it continued. This divine scripture is a 3-star level. Infernal Genesis Core Divine Scripture. The way it spoke, it was clear the system expected nothing less than admiration for its choice. Zeus couldn't help but smile, satisfied with the suggestion despite the system's arrogance. Sounds perfect, he agreed, his tone firm but appreciative. Then, with a touch of reverence, he added, let's name this divine mask Hephaestus, after the renowned god of crafting that I know from my past life. The mask then soon materialized before Zeus without hesitation, emanating a deep crimson glow that seemed to pulse with life. Intricate patterns, resembling rivers of molten lava, were etched across its surface, giving the mask an aura of raw, untamed power. Zeus gazed at the mask, admiration and anticipation flickering in his eyes. It's perfect, he murmured to himself, feeling the sheer intensity radiating from it. Of course it is, the system chimed in, its voice brimming with pride. Only the finest for you, my dear host. Now, go on, put it on, and feel the power of creation itself. Zeus didn't need any more encouragement. He slipped the mask over his face, and immediately, a surge of power coursed through his veins. His body began to transform, his muscles swelling with newfound strength. His skin took on a bronze hue, as if kissed by the flames themselves, while his hair shortened and turned a fiery red, crackling with energy. Zeus inhaled sharply, feeling the raw, elemental force of fire pulsing within him, demanding to be unleashed. This is incredible, he breathed, awestruck by the transformation. Isn't it just? The system's voice was practically gloating now, but don't get too comfortable just yet. You know what comes next. Zeus nodded, his expression turning serious. He knew that with every new divine mask, there came the need to cultivate it, to awaken its full potential. Let's get this over with, he muttered, steeling himself for what he knew would be an ordeal. That's the spirit. Now, brace yourself, file, channel the mana from your storage, and then, well, you know the drill, the system said, its tone almost gleeful. Zeus closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gave the command. The moment the cultivation began, an overwhelming pain engulfed him. Unlike the sharp, electrifying agony he had experienced with his thunder-based cultivation, This pain was searing, burning through every fiber of his being. It felt as though his entire body was being consumed by flames, each nerve ending ablaze with excruciating heat. Sweat poured down his face, his teeth clenched tightly as he fought to endure the torment. Why does it always have to be this intense? Zeus gasped out, his voice strained. You wanted power, didn't you? This is the price, the system replied, its tone devoid of sympathy. But don't worry, you'll come out of this stronger than ever. For what felt like hours, Zeus remained steadfast, allowing the fiery mana to fuse with his being. The air around him grew hotter, shimmering with heat waves, while the ground beneath his feet scorched and cracked from the sheer intensity radiating from his body. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the pain began to subside, replaced by a profound sense of power and control. Zeus exhaled slowly, feeling the elemental fire within him settle into place, a force that was now fully his too. Command. Eager to assess his progress, Zeus called up the system interface to check the new divine mass stats. The familiar display materialized before him. Name: Hephaestus. Tier: 1 star, 10%. Divine Scripture. Infernal Genesis Core. Divine Scripture. Zeus raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. 10% already, he muttered, impressed by the unexpected jump. Yes, 10%, the system responded, a hint of smugness in its tone. Your current highest tier is 2 star, so the mana storage has adjusted accordingly. Adjusted? Zeus repeated, intrigued. Indeed, the system continued, as if explaining something obvious. Each unit of mana in the storage is now equivalent to 1% of a 2-star tier. Since 2-star mana is 10 times more potent than 1 star, it's only natural that your new mask starts at 10% from the existing mana. Understanding dawned on Zeus, and he nodded slowly. I see. That actually makes a lot of sense, he admitted, the surprise giving way to a thoughtful expression. Even so, he couldn't help but marvel at the exponential increase in mana potency with each tier. The realization of how much more powerful he could become with higher tiers was both exhilarating and daunting. Zeus let out a sigh, a mix of anticipation and contemplation in his eyes. The journey to mastering this kind of power is going to be intense, he mused, his tone carrying a weight of resolve. But the rewards, they're worth every bit of pain. Of course they are, the system chimed in, prideful as always. With the Hephaestus Divine Mask now at your disposal, you're more prepared than ever to take on whatever challenges lie ahead. Zeus smiled, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. Hephaestus was now part of his arsenal, and with it, he was ready to forge ahead, no matter what obstacles came his way. Zeus decided it was time to revert to his original form. With a swift motion, he removed the Hephaestus mask, feeling the surge of power shift as he placed the Zeus mask back on. The transformation was immediate, the fiery strength of Hephaestus fading as the thunderous energy of Zeus took over. The Hephaestus mask, now inactive, disappeared back into the system. He paused for a moment, then asked the system, "Has Lucy finished cultivating?" "Oh, she's been soaking up that volcanic mana like a sponge," the system replied, its tone dripping with pride. "She's on her way back now, practically radiating with power." Zeus smirked at the system's shameless enthusiasm. "Good," he murmured, just as Lucy appeared in the distance, her expression as cold and composed as ever. "See? Didn't I tell you? She's like a walking volcano now. Thanks to me," the system added, its voice practically puffing up with arrogance. Zeus chuckled softly, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. "You really do love to take credit, don't you?" he said, his tone half amused, half exasperated. "Why wouldn't I? You'd be lost without me," the system shot back, unabashed and full of itself. Zeus couldn't help but shake his head, a small, amused smile forming on his lips as he watched Lucy approach, her expression as cool and controlled as ever. "Have you cultivated enough?" Zeus asked, his tone light yet tinged with curiosity, as he watched Lucy with keen interest. Lucy, her face a mask of cold resolve, gave a single, decisive nod. "It was sufficient," she replied, her voice as steady and composed as ever. Zeus tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing in thoughtful consideration. "Then, should we head back to the academy to report our mission?" he suggested, his tone calm, almost indifferent, as if the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Lucy nodded once more, but her eyes sharpened slightly, a flicker of concern breaking through her otherwise stoic demeanor. "What happened to Vesperin?" she asked, her voice low but firm. Seeking clarity, Zeus's lips curved into a smirk, a playful glint sparking in his eyes. "That slippery fool managed to escape," he said, a hint of amusement in his tone. "He's like a loach, difficult to catch and even harder to keep hold of. But, he continued, his voice taking on a more serious note, even though he got away, his background is something we can't ignore. Just a reminder, be cautious, he might try to retaliate. Lucy's expression remained unchanged, but she gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, the barest hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. All right then, Zeus concluded, his voice steady and assured. Let's head back. Without another word, the two of them set off, walking side by side, their steps in sync as they made their way back to the Celestial Academy. Meanwhile, at the Malakar clan estate, Vesperin stood before his father, his expression a mix of anger and frustration as he recounted the events that had unfolded. The room was dimly lit, the heavy atmosphere adding to the tension between father and son. Who was this person capable of inflicting such damage to your three-star corpse puppet? Vesperin's father demanded, his voice cold and sharp, cutting through the silence like a blade. Vesperin clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. His name is Zeus, he replied, his tone laced with bitterness. He's an outer disciple of the Celestial Academy, and he's a commoner. His father's eyes narrowed, deep wrinkles of contemplation forming on his brow as he processed the information. A commoner, you say, he mused, his voice low and thoughtful. Yet, he was strong enough to damage your corpse puppet. That is not something we can overlook. Vesperin nodded, his frustration evident. Yes, father, he's no ordinary commoner, that he humiliated me, and I want him to pay for it. His father leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled as he considered their next move. We cannot act rashly, he finally said, his tone measured and calculating. Zeus may be a commoner, but as an outer disciple of the Celestial Academy, he is under their protection while on Academy grounds. We'll have to bide our time. Wait for him to leave the safety of the Academy before we can exact your revenge. Vesperin's frustration was momentarily tempered by understanding he knew his father was right. Challenging the Celestial Academy directly would be foolish, even for their powerful clan. I understand, father, he said, his voice quieter but no less determined. His father's gaze hardened, a dangerous glint in his eyes. In the meantime, make sure to get a picture of this Zeus, distribute it among our clan members that will place a bounty on his head. Let it be known that anyone who crosses paths with him is to be informed of his impending doom. Vesperin's lips curled into a cruel smile as he nodded in agreement. I'll make sure of it. Father, Zeus won't escape retribution. His father returned the smile, though his was colder, more calculated. Good, that will make him regret ever crossing the Malakar clan. But remember, patience is key that we strike when the time is right. Vesperin nodded once more, the fire of vengeance burning in his eyes. I won't forget, Zeus will pay for what he did. As Vesperin turned to leave, his father's voice echoed behind him, firm and resolute. Make sure you do. Vesperin thought we cannot afford mistakes. Yes, father, Vesperin replied, his voice filled with determination. He knew that any misstep could cost him dearly, but the desire for revenge overpowered any fear or doubt. Meanwhile, Zeus and Lucy returned to the Celestial Academy, their journey ending as they passed through the grand gates. The Academy's serene atmosphere, with its peaceful courtyards and towering structures, belied the brewing storm far away within the Malakar clan. Focused on their task, the pair headed directly to report their mission's success, blissfully unaware of the dark schemes being plotted against them, shadows of revenge gathering in the distance. Zeus and Lucy arrived at the mission center, their footsteps resonating in the quiet, dimly lit hall as they entered. The once casual atmosphere among the officers behind the desk shifted abruptly. Conversations died down, and the officers' gazes snapped toward the newcomers, noting the imposing presence of the duo. Approaching the mission desk, Zeus, with his powerful and commanding aura, stepped forward, his voice, deep and authoritative, sliced through the silence. We've completed the mission. The officer behind the desk, a seasoned veteran, looked up, momentarily taken aback by the sheer confidence radiating from Zeus. Before he could respond, Lucy stepped forward, her expression as cold as ice, and placed a burlap sack on the counter. The officer hesitated, then gingerly opened the sack. His eyes widened in shock as the severed head of Bork, the infamous terrorist, rolled out onto the counter. The officer stammered, clearly unsettled. This mission has been on the board for quite some time. He looked between Zeus and Lucy, struggling to mask his disbelief. I can't believe you two managed to finish it so quickly. Zeus nodded calmly, his face betraying no emotion. It was well within our capabilities, he replied, his tone even, but carrying an undercurrent of authority that left no room for doubt. Now that the mission is completed, there should be bonus points, correct? The officer blinked, snapping out of his astonishment. he quickly shuffled through some papers, his hands slightly trembling. Why, yes, indeed, he confirmed, regaining a bit of his composure. For successfully completing this high-level mission, both of you will receive 50 points each, plus an additional 20 bonus points. Zeus offered a small, respectful nod. Thank you, he said, his voice measured and polite, though it carried a weight that made it clear the conversation was nearing its end. Lucy, standing beside him with her usual icy demeanor, spoke as well. Thank you, she echoed, her tone flat and indifferent, her expression unchanging as if the events of the day had not affected her in the slightest. The officer, sensing the finality in their words, quickly finalized the transaction. You're both welcome. Your contributions are appreciated, he added, his voice slightly more formal now, as though recognizing the seriousness of the individuals before him. Zeus gave the officer one last nod before turning to Lucy. Let's go, he said quietly, his tone softer yet still commanding. Lucy merely nodded, her stoic mask firmly in place. As they exited the mission center, the officers left behind exchanged uneasy glances, murmuring among themselves about the powerful pair who had just completed a mission that many had considered impossible for so long. Once outside, Zeus turned to Lucy, his eyes sharp and focused. I'll be leaving now, he informed her, his voice brisk and to the point. Lucy barely had time to register his words before Zeus took off, disappearing into the distance with a speed that left her momentarily stunned. She watched the spot where he had vanished, her thoughts briefly lingering on how remarkably fast he was. But then, with a slight shrug, she pushed the thought aside. I need to get home to Lucas, she reminded herself, her heart warming at the thought. Meanwhile, Zeus, now outside the mission center, moved swiftly through the streets, his thoughts already focused on what lay ahead. The cool evening air brushed against his face as he made his way back to their home. His pace quick and purposeful, as soon as he arrived, he stepped inside and, with a familiar gesture, removed the Zeus mask. The powerful persona faded away, revealing his true self. Lucas got a sense of relief washed over him as the weight of the Zeus identity lifted, allowing him to relax into the comfort of his own skin. Lucas took a deep breath, savoring the tranquility of the moment before heading to the kitchen. He immediately set to work, his hands moving with practiced ease as he prepared a simple but hearty meal. He knew Lucy would be returning soon, and he wanted everything to be ready. The aroma of cooking food filled the small home, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Lucas found himself smiling as he stirred a pot on the stove, imagining Lucy's reaction when she walked through the door. It wasn't long before the sound of the door opening reached his ears. Lucas turned just in time to see Lucy step inside. The moment her eyes met his, the cold, detached expression she wore outside melted away. In its place appeared a warm, genuine smile, one that was reserved solely for him. Without a second thought, she rushed over to him, her eyes shining with affection. "Lucas!" she exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. She threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly as if afraid to let go. "I missed you so much." Lucas returned the embrace. Holding her close, he could feel the intensity of her feelings in the way she clung to him. "I missed you too, Lucy," he said softly, his voice filled with warmth and reassurance. He gently stroked her hair, comforting her. "But first, you should clean yourself up before we eat. Dinner's almost ready." Lucy pulled back just enough to look up at him, her eyes sparkling with joy. "You always know how to take care of me," she said with a small, appreciative smile. She gave him one last squeeze before heading off to clean up, leaving Lucas to finish the final touches on their meal. A few minutes later, Lucy returned, looking refreshed and more at ease. She took a seat at the table, her earlier cold demeanor completely gone as they began to eat. Lucas noticed the way her eyes lit up with every bite. It was moments like these that made all their struggles worthwhile. As they began their meal, Lucy's excitement bubbled over. "Lucas, you should have seen it," she exclaimed, her voice bright with pride. "The mission was tough, but I handled it so easily. I'm getting stronger every day." Lucas smiled warmly, his eyes fixed on her animated face. "I'm so proud of you, Lucy," he said, his tone rich with admiration. "You're becoming more powerful than I ever imagined." Lucy's face lit up even more at his praise. "And it's all because of you," she added softly. "You've always been there for me, guiding me. I couldn't have done any of this without you." Lucas reached across the table and gently squeezed her hand. "The strength was always yours, Lucy. I just helped you see it." They continued to talk as they ate, the conversation flowing naturally between them. Lucy recounted her mission experiences in vivid detail, while Lucas listened attentively, offering occasional thoughts and advice. pride and contentment filled him as he realized how far they had both come as dinner ended. Lucy leaned back with a satisfied smile. "I feel so much better now," she said, her voice calm and content. "Thank you, Lucas." Lucas nodded, pleased to see her so happy. "I'm glad," he replied. "Now, get some rest, you've earned it." Lucy stretched as she stood. "Good night, Lucas," she said, her smile warm and genuine, before heading to her room. "Good night, Lucy," Lucas replied, watching her go with a gentle smile. Once she was gone, Lucas remained at the table for a moment, his mind already turning to their next steps. Challenges lay ahead, but for now he allowed himself a moment of peace, content knowing they were together, ready to face whatever the future held. Lucas sat in his room, his thoughts swirling with possibilities for his next move that he knew that his strategy needed to evolve, and the idea of creating a golem to serve as one of his clones was beginning to take form in his mind. But there were complications. Despite having a divine mask specialized in forging, he lacked both the necessary materials and the blueprint to bring the golem to life. "Of course, you're stuck," the system chimed in, its voice dripping with mockery. "You've got points burning a hole in your pocket, and here you are, moping like a lost puppy. Why don't you just go to the exchange center and get what you need?" Lucas frowned at the system's tone, but he couldn't deny the practicality of the suggestion. "And what makes you so sure they'll have what I need?" he asked, his voice edged with skepticism. The system practically scoffed. "This is the Celestial Academy. You know, the best academy in the entire realm. Do you think they wouldn't have top-tier materials and blueprints in abundance? Honestly, Lucas, sometimes I wonder how you've made it this far." A smirk tugged at the corner of Lucas's mouth, the system's arrogance oddly motivating. "All right, point taken," he muttered, more to himself than to the system. Without wasting another second, he reached for the Zeus mask, slipping it on with practiced ease. In an instant, Lucas transformed into Zeus, his entire demeanor shifting with the change. Zeus moved quickly and quietly, slipping out of the dormitory with the grace and speed of a shadow. He cast a quick glance back to ensure Lucy was still sound asleep. She hadn't stirred. "She's out like a light. Now, let's not dawdle, shall we?" The system interjected, its tone laced with impatience. Zeus ignored the jab, focusing on the task at hand. The Celestial Academy, being the most prestigious institution in the realm, had facilities that operated around the clock. Zeus moved swiftly through the dimly lit corridors, his steps silent but purposeful, making his way to the exchange center. "Finally, some action. Let's see if you can handle a little shopping without getting lost," the system taunted, its voice full of smug amusement. Zeus just rolled his eyes beneath the mask, pushing open the door to the exchange center with a sense of resolve. He was here to get what he needed, and no snarky system was going to slow him down. Upon arriving at the exchange center, Zeus strode up to the clerk with a commanding presence, his voice calm but assertive. "I need materials and blueprints for a golem," he declared, cutting straight to the point. The clerk glanced up, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "What kind of blueprint are you looking for?" he asked, leaning forward slightly. "We have a wide variety available, depending on your needs." Zeus paused for a moment, weighing his options. "What's the cost for a one-star golem blueprint?" The clerk nodded, his expression professional. "For a one-star blueprint, the price is 1 point. If you're looking for something more advanced, a 2-star blueprint will cost you 10 points. Why settle for one when you can have them all?" The system chimed in, its tone dripping with smug confidence. "Just buy as many 1-star blueprints as possible. You can always combine them later to create something far superior." A smirk played on Zeus's lips, the system's arrogance feeding his own confidence. "How many 1-star blueprints do you have in stock?" The clerk quickly scanned the inventory, then looked back at Zeus. "We currently have 10 1-star golem blueprints available." "Perfect," Zeus replied without a moment's hesitation. "I'll take all of them. And while you're at it, I'll need the best material set you have for constructing a 1-star golem." The clerk's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration. "Certainly. The best 1-star tier material set includes black iron and a 1-star tier golem core. That'll set you back 50 points." The clerk paused for a moment to calculate the total, then added, "That brings your total to 60 points. Zeus couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. He had earned 70 points from his recent mission, leaving him with just enough to make this significant purchase. Without a second thought, he handed over the points, his movements confident and assured. "See, I told you this was a smart move," the system crowed, its tone a mix of pride and condescension. "With these materials, you'll be able to create something truly impressive, assuming you don't mess it up, of course." Zeus ignored the jab, watching as the clerk efficiently packed the blueprints and materials. The clerk handed the packages over with a respectful nod. "Here you go, and thank you for your patronage." Zeus, pleased with the smooth transaction, decided to inquire further. Is there an open smithy I can use? His voice was steady, already planning his next move. The clerk responded promptly, clearly accustomed to such requests. For outer disciples, there are 3 options available: a 1-star smithy, a 2-star smithy, and a 3-star smithy. The 1-star smithy costs 1 point for 10 hours, while the 2-star smithy is 10 points for the same duration. Obviously, you're not going to waste your time in a 1-star smithy, right? The system sneered, its tone dripping with disdain. You need quality, not scraps. Don't embarrass yourself by going cheap now. Zeus didn't need the system's mocking reminder to know the value of using higher quality facilities. He made his decision without hesitation. I'll rent the 2-star smithy. The clerk quickly produced a small, polished card, handing it over with a practiced efficiency. This card grants you access to the 2-star smithy. Your 10 hours will begin as soon as you enter, and after that, the smithy will automatically shut down and the card will disappear. Understood, Zeus replied, taking the card with a nod. Thanks for the information. The clerk offered a courteous smile, nodding in return. Good luck with your work, he said, watching Zeus with a mixture of respect and curiosity as he turned to leave. As Zeus walked away from the exchange center, the system couldn't resist adding its 2 cents. I have to admit, they run a tight ship here. Even the clerks are on point. Just don't screw up now that you've got everything you need. Zeus smirked, knowing the system's taunts were its way of pushing him to excel. As expected of the best academy, he thought, appreciating the high level of professionalism. Everyone here knows their role and plays it well. With everything in hand, Zeus headed toward the smithy, his mind already racing with plans for the creation of his first golem clone. He was ready to take on this next challenge, confident in his abilities and the tools now at his disposal. Zeus strode purposefully toward the 2-star smithy, his mind sharp and focused on the task at hand. As he walked, he mentally reached out to the system, seeking its insight on the blueprint for the golem. Hey system, have you already whipped up a good golem blueprint? Zeus inquired, his tone direct but calm. Whipped up? The system's voice dripped with mock indignation. Of course, I've crafted a masterpiece. Even though it's just a 1-star golem, it's far beyond what anyone else could dream of making at your level. The system's voice carried an unmistakable air of pride, as if daring anyone to question its capabilities. Zeus chuckled softly, amused by the system's arrogance. All right, Dad, I get it. But this is just the start, right? Naturally, the system declared, its tone shifting to one of almost patronizing confidence. This 1-star golem is merely the beginning of your empire, my mighty Lucas. Sure, it won't absorb mana. The system paused for dramatic effect, but in exchange, you get a body that's practically indestructible. How many people can say they have a golem like that? Zeus nodded thoughtfully, seeing the logic behind the system's words. So, I can use this golem as my clone to keep up appearances as Lucas at home while I take care of other things as Zeus. Precisely. I must say, you're catching on quickly, the system replied, its tone laced with mock surprise, as if Zeus's understanding was somehow unexpected. But really, can you blame me for coming up with such a brilliant plan? It added with a haughty laugh. Zeus smirked, shaking his head in amusement. You really do love to gloat, don't you? Well, when you're as perfect as I am, it's only natural, the system responded, its voice practically preening with self-satisfaction. But jokes aside, I have to admit, you've got a good head on your shoulders for recognizing greatness when you see it. Zeus rolled his eyes, though a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Despite the system's arrogance, he had other, more pressing concerns. The thought of creating a divine mass for the golem gnawed at him. It was going to be an agonizing process, and the idea of enduring that level of pain again was far from appealing. The system, always quick to offer its own brand of wisdom, chimed in. Pain? Why bother with that? You could just make a divine mass for appearance's sake, couldn't you? Its tone was dismissive, as if the solution was obvious, and Zeus was simply overcomplicating things. Zeus shook his head slightly, his expression resolute. Of course not, he muttered, half to himself, half to the system. This golem, which will act as Lucas, needs to be more than just a decoy. It has to be strong enough to survive in this cutthroat environment. He sighed, the weight of his responsibilities pressing on him. The Celestial Academy is the best academy out there, and the competition here is brutal. If this clone gets killed, my sister will be furious. And not just that, she might become so enraged that it puts her in danger. He paused, the full implications of what he was saying settling over him. And if I just miraculously come back to life unscathed, it won't take long before someone starts asking the wrong questions. Why secret could be exposed. Zeus's eyes narrowed with determination. That's why I need to use the Void Core Divine Scripture. You said it's the top defensive scripture out there, right? If I combine that with a strong body, at least the clone won't be easily killed. The system, usually quick with a quip or a smug remark, seemed almost contemplative for a moment. I see. You really do think things through, don't you? Sharp mind indeed. The words were delivered with a touch of grudging respect, though the system couldn't help but follow up with a more familiar, cocky tone. Then again, with me guiding you, it's no wonder you're making the right decisions. Zeus couldn't resist a smirk, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. Of course, I am the mighty Lucas, after all, he replied, his voice carrying a mix of confidence and a hint of humor. The system chuckled, a sound that was both pleased and slightly mocking. Now that's the spirit. Just remember, while you might be mighty, I'm the genius behind the curtain. But together, we're unstoppable. Zeus's smirk widened as he approached the entrance to the two-star smithy. His plan firmly in place. Despite the challenges ahead, he felt ready to endure the pain, to craft his first golem clone, and to protect everything that mattered to him. With a determined glint in his eyes, Zeus retrieved the card the clerk had given him. Time to get to work, he muttered to himself, sliding the card into the slot. The lock clicked, and the heavy door groaned open, revealing a sight that made his heart race. A blacksmith's paradise straight out of a legend. The room was a craftsman's dream, with a sturdy anvil taking center stage, a massive hammer suspended nearby, and a colossal burner glowing fiercely in the corner. The warm, fiery light cast dancing shadows across the walls, while the air was thick with the rich, metallic scent of molten ore.it was a place where metal met magic. A perfect blend of raw power and skilled craftsmanship. As Zeus stepped further inside, he felt the fire mana in the room wash over him like a tidal wave. It was almost tangible, vibrating with potential, and it sent a thrill through his veins. He took a deep breath, feeling the energy seep into him, fueling his ambition. But he paused for a moment, absorbing the atmosphere, then allowed a slow, confident smile to spread across his face. This is perfect, he murmured, his voice carrying a note of anticipation. He could almost hear the future echoing back at him. The clash of metal, the roar of the forge, the birth of something powerful. The system's voice broke into his thoughts, slightly teasing. Don't get too carried away now. This is just the beginning. Zeus chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Beginning or not, it's a damn good start, he replied, his tone laced with determination. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to dive into the work ahead. Let's start, he whispered, his voice steady, the weight of his next move hanging in the air. Zeus reached into the system space, his fingers brushing against the familiar texture of the Hephaestus mask. With a deliberate motion, he pulled it out and placed it over his face. The moment the mask settled, the Zeus mask he had been wearing seemed to dissolve, retreating back into the system space as if bowing out gracefully. As the transformation began, Zeus felt his body shift and contort. His once golden hair darkened to a deep, reddish brown, and his lean frame expanded, muscles bulging and rippling with raw power. In mere moments, the slender, godlike figure of Zeus was replaced by the muscular, imposing form of Hephaestus. Hephaestus flexed his newly formed arms, a grin spreading across his face as he felt the surge of strength coursing through him. It's quite something, he remarked, his voice now a deep, resonant baritone. These forging techniques just appear to my mind out of nowhere. The system chimed in, its tone dripping with arrogance. Of course they did. Did you expect anything less from the infernal Genesis core divine scripture? It's not just a top-tier flame element scripture. No, it's an elite creation scripture as well that you're not just learning. You're absorbing centuries of blacksmithing knowledge just by standing in this smithy. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Quite full of yourself, aren't you? Well, someone has to be the genius here. The system retorted, its tone laced with mock pride. And let's face it, without me, you'd just be another pretty face swinging a hammer. But with my help, you're a force of nature. Now, stop admiring yourself, and let's get to work that you've got a golem to create. Hephaestus chuckled, shaking his head. Fine. Now that I got the techniques, let's get started. His voice carried a note of eagerness, his smirk widening as he turned his attention to the task at hand. Hephaestus turned his attention to the golem blueprints he had acquired earlier, his sharp eyes scanning the intricate details. The blueprint laid out a humanoid figure, meticulously crafted with skeletal bones, layered muscles, and a network of veins, yet conspicuously absent of any organs that he couldn't help but admire the design. This is quite something, Hephaestus muttered, his tone a mix of appreciation and intrigue. The precision needed to construct a body like this, it's no simple task. Of course it's not simple, the system chimed in, its voice dripping with smugness. But then, simplicity is for amateurs. You, my dear Hephaestus, are about to bring this blueprint to life with the kind of finesse that only a master craftsman could muster. Look at that slot for the golem core, designed to be its very heart, its life force. But we both know, with the divine mask, this golem won't just be another hunk of metal. Hephaestus nodded, the gears in his mind turning as he processed the design. Normally, this golem would rely entirely on the core to function, constantly needing to recharge, a vulnerable design flaw, he remarked, his voice thoughtful. Vulnerable? Not with me in the picture. The system cut in, its tone gleeful and arrogant. With the divine mask, this golem will have a sustainable source of power, far superior to any conventional battery. The IT will even passively absorb mana from its surroundings. Talk about efficiency. A grin spread across Hephaestus's face as the pieces of his plan clicked into place. The system might be infuriatingly smug, but it wasn't wrong. This golem would be a marvel, far beyond what anyone would expect from a mere one-star construct. Let's make it, Hephaestus declared, his voice brimming with determination. He could already feel the excitement building within him. The anticipation of creation, the thrill of bringing something extraordinary into existence. That's the spirit. Now, let's show this academy what real craftsmanship looks like. The system's voice was practically oozing with pride, shamelessly basking in its own brilliance. Hephaestus rolled his eyes, but he couldn't help the satisfied grin that tugged at his lips. Together, they were about to create something remarkable. With the blueprint spread out before him, Hephaestus wasted no time. He began gathering the necessary materials: black iron, the one-star tier golem core, and the assortment of tools he'd need for the intricate work ahead. His movements were swift, but calculated, every action imbued with purpose. The moment Hephaestus waved his hand, the fire in the smithy roared to life, its heat intensifying rapidly, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire room. He could feel the flames responding to his will, a testament to the power of the infernal Genesis core divine scripture. As Hephaestus set to work, the system's voice rang out, dripping with its usual mix of arrogance and pride. Look at you, channeling centuries of blacksmithing mastery. Like it's second nature. It's almost as if you were born for this. Hephaestus grinned, his hands moving with a precision that belied his sheer brute strength. I suppose I have you to thank for that, he replied, his tone half mocking, half grateful. But don't let it go to your head. Too late, the system quipped back, shamelessly. Besides, if I'm going to be stuck in here with you, I might as well enjoy watching you work, that you're not just hammering metal. You're crafting perfection. Hephaestus couldn't help but chuckle as he hammered the black iron into shape, each strike echoing with a satisfying clang. Every twist of the metal, every precise movement of his tools, was executed with flawless technique. Slowly, but surely, the golem's frame began to take shape under his skilled craftsmanship, each piece fitting together as if it had been designed by the gods themselves. Hours passed, the relentless rhythm of Hephaestus's work uninterrupted. The humanoid form of the golem gradually emerged, its structure solid and imposing. As he molded the veins and muscle structures, his focus remained unwavering, his eyes narrowing in concentration. Not bad, the system chimed in, unable to resist another comment. For a first-time golem creator, you're making this look easy. But then again, with my guidance, how could you fail? Hephaestus smirked, ignoring the system's self-satisfaction as he carved the slot for the golem core with meticulous care. The blueprint's vision was nearly complete, brought to life by his tireless efforts. Finally, as the first rays of dawn began to peek through the small windows of the smithy, Hephaestus stood back, wiping the sweat from his brow. Before him lay the golem's body, strong and imposing, ready to receive its core and divine mask. Hephaestus stepped back, his eyes narrowing with a mix of satisfaction and critical assessment as he observed the humanoid golem before him. The creation was nearly complete, every detail a testament to his skill and the overwhelming power of the divine mask. A smirk played on his lips, but a nagging thought crossed his mind, prompting him to break his focus. How long have I been at this? Hephaestus asked, his tone both curious and slightly impatient. 5 hours, the system chimed in, its voice tinged with an air of superiority. Not bad for someone of your caliber, but I could have done it in half the time. Still, you've got 5 hours left, if you think you can handle it. Hephaestus rolled his eyes, but a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. The system's arrogance was as grating as it was amusing. I see, he muttered, brushing off the jab. The mana here is plentiful and flame-aligned. It's perfect for the divine mask, Hephaestus, that we should take advantage of it. Oh, you finally caught on? The system quipped, its tone dripping with mockery. But don't strain yourself. I'll handle the absorbing process. After all, someone's got to make sure you don't mess it up. Hephaestus chuckled, shaking his head. You're as shameless as ever, he remarked, though there was no malice in his voice, just a mutual understanding of their dynamic. Shameless, maybe. Efficient? Absolutely. The system retorted with a smugness that was almost palpable. Now, sit back and let me show you how it's done. As the system took control, Hephaestus felt the intense surge of fire mana being drawn into the divine mask. The energy flowed with a raw, powerful grace, almost as if it were alive. The heat was overwhelming, searing through him as if trying to burn him from the inside out. Feel that. That's what true power feels like. The system gloated, its tone dripping with arrogance. You're lucky to have me guiding this process. Without me, you'd be a pile of ash by now. Hephaestus gritted his teeth, feeling the heat clawing at his very essence. But he refused to let the system's mocking get under his skin. You're shameless, you know that? He muttered through the pain, sweat pouring down his brow. But I can't deny you're good at what you do. Good? Please, I'm beyond good. I'm exceptional. The system responded with a laugh that was both haughty and self-assured. But don't worry, I'll let you take some of the credit. After all, it's not every day I get to work with someone who can actually handle this level of cultivation without crumbling. The process was as grueling as expected, the intense heat coursing through Hephaestus's body, threatening to tear him apart from within. But he endured, forcing the pain into submission and channeling it into pure, unbridled power. After what felt like an eternity, the flames in the smithy began to dwindle, and the once abundant mana in the air slowly dissipated, leaving behind the more familiar, ambient mana of the academy. Hephaestus, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, surveyed his progress with satisfaction. Hephaestus, 1 star, 90%, the system proudly displayed, its tone smug but a weary but triumphant smile spread across Hephaestus's face. The cultivation had advanced the Hephaestus mass from 10% to 90%, a monumental leap. Not bad, he muttered, half to himself, half to the system. A good cultivation session. Of course it was that I wouldn't settle for anything less, the system replied, practically preening in its own self-satisfaction. But don't get too comfortable. There's always more work to be done. Hephaestus chuckled softly, shaking his head. Let's head back before Lucy wakes up. I can't have her finding out about all this just yet. Always the cautious one, the system teased, but there was a note of approval in its voice. Fine, let's get moving. You've got a sister to fool and a world to conquer. With that, Hephaestus changing his divine mask into Zeus, reverting to his Zeus form. Without wasting any time, he made his way back home, his movements swift and silent under the cover of the early morning. As soon as he reached the front door, Zeus removed the divine mask, the golden-haired warrior fading away to reveal the boyish features of Lucas once more, but he quietly slipped inside, hoping to avoid waking Lucy. But to his surprise, she was already awake, standing in the kitchen with a curious expression on her face. Where were you going? She asked, her voice laced with both curiosity and a hint of suspicion. Lucas met her gaze with a calm smile, masking any trace of his late-night activities. Just walking around, he replied casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. That Lucy's eyes narrowed slightly, studying him for a moment longer. She sighed, her concern softening her usually fierce demeanor. I see. But next time, if you want to go out, ask me first. Don't just leave without telling me. Her lips formed a small pout, adding a touch of vulnerability to her otherwise strong presence. Lucas couldn't help but chuckle at her expression, finding her concern both endearing and a little amusing. I'm sorry, Lucy, he said, his tone sincere. I won't do it again next time, I promise. The pout on Lucy's face slowly melted away, replaced by a satisfied nod. Good, she said firmly. Then, her tone softened as she gestured to the table. I made some breakfast. Let's eat. They sat down together, the warmth between them making the meal feel like a special moment. Lucas could feel the bond they shared growing stronger with each passing day, and he cherished these quiet moments with her. After they finished eating, Lucy stood up, her resolve clear in her eyes. I'm going to take on more missions today, she declared, her voice brimming with determination. Lucas admired her drive, feeling a swell of pride. Safe travels, he said with a smile, watching as she headed out the door. Once she was gone, Lucas turned and made his way back to his room, his mind already turning to the next steps in his plan. Lucas sat in his room, his mind zeroed in on the next crucial step of his plan. The golem was complete, but now it was time to create the divine mask that would perfectly mimic his own appearance. The final piece needed to bring his clone to life. He took a deep breath, then spoke aloud. System, it's time. I need you to create a new divine mask, one that looks exactly like me. The system's voice echoed in his mind, dripping with arrogance. Ah, finally recognizing the brilliance of my design. Aren't you? Fine, I'll whip up something that even your plain face can be proud of that we'll call it. Lucas. Simple, yet effective just like you. Lucas rolled his eyes at the system's mocking tone, but didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he waited as the mask materialized before him. When he put on, there was no visible change. Unsurprising since the mask was crafted to mirror his own appearance. Of course, it looks just like me, Lucas muttered, half to himself, half to the system. What did you expect? A magical transformation into a dazzling prince. This is based on you, after all. But don't get too comfortable. This is just a shell. The real work begins now, the system retorted, its voice laced with mockery and pride. Lucas nodded, his expression resolute. I know that, let's activate it. System, use 1 mana from the mana storage. The system chuckled, a proud and shameless sound. 1 mana? That's barely a drop, but sure, let's see if you can handle it. Try to endure it, little Lucas. It's not my fault if you can't keep up. Lucas's eyes narrowed, his determination stealing in the face of the system's taunting. I'll handle it. Just do it. As you wish, oh mighty Lucas. The system replied with a hint of sarcasm, clearly enjoying the banter as it began the cultivation process. Lucas immediately began cultivating the Void Core divine scripture for the second time, this time for the divine mask. As expected, the process was excruciatingly painful, the Void Core's energy searing through his body as it transformed the mask into a powerful artifact. But Lucas, steeled by determination, managed to endure the intense agony. After what felt like an eternity, the cultivation process was finally complete. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief, his body exhausted but triumphant. The new divine mask, Lucas, was now fully crafted and ready for use. Without wasting a moment, Lucas summoned the humanoid golem he had painstakingly forged earlier. The lifeless figure stood before him, an empty shell, waiting to be brought to life. Lucas approached it, his expression focused and determined. He held up the newly crafted divine mask, Lucas, studying it for a brief second before turning to the system. This is it. Let's see how well your mask performs. The system's voice rang out, dripping with arrogance. Oh, pleased that you're about to witness perfection in action. Just slap that mask on and prepare to be amazed by my unparalleled genius. Lucas smirked at the system's overconfidence, but didn't respond. He carefully placed the mask onto the golem's face, his movements precise and deliberate. The moment the mask made contact, the transformation began. The golem's features started to shift and mold, the lifeless form gradually taking on the exact likeness of Lucas. The resemblance was uncanny, down to the smallest detail. His youthful face, his stature, even the subtle expressions. The system's voice chimed in again, filled with shameless pride. Look at that. A perfect replica. Honestly, you should be thanking me. Who else could create something so flawless? Lucas took a step back, his eyes scanning the clone from head to toe, but he couldn't help but chuckle, a mixture of pride and amusement coloring his tone. To think I'm this handsome, even at my age, that I guess I should thank you for capturing it so well. Naturally, a masterpiece like this wouldn't be possible without my brilliance, the system boasted, clearly reveling in the success. Lucas nodded, still smiling. This will serve perfectly in my future plans. Having a clone this convincing will be a game changer. The system's voice was almost smug. Of course it will. With me on your side, you're bound to achieve greatness. But don't forget who made this possible, though I'm sure you'll be too busy basking in the results to care. Lucas shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he considered the system's shameless arrogance. You never miss an opportunity to boast, do you? Don't worry, I won't forget how amazing you are, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But for now, let's focus on what's next. Turning his attention to the newly created clone, Lucas tapped his chin thoughtfully before glancing back at the system. By the way, do you know how to control this clone? His tone was light, almost teasing, as if he already anticipated the system's reaction. The system, clearly caught off guard, responded with a huff of indignation. What? Don't you already know how to control it? There is a mix of surprise and mockery in its voice, as if the very idea of Lucas lacking knowledge was absurd. Lucas nodded slowly, his expression shifting to one of mild frustration. I do, but the method I know only lets me control it directly, which means I can't be far from the clone. That's a problem that I need something better, a technique that allows me to control it from a distance. He paused, letting the silence stretch for a moment, before adding with a sly grin, surely the almighty, all-knowing system has something like that, right? The system practically preened at the flattery, though its tone remained playfully mocking. Of course, the almighty system, have exactly what you need. You're lucky to have me, aren't you? The arrogance in its voice was palpable, as if bestowing its knowledge was a favor Lucas should be eternally grateful for. Lucas couldn't help but smirk, satisfied that he had once again managed to maneuver the system into giving him what he needed. The back and forth between them was almost like a game, one that Lucas found increasingly entertaining. Lucas smirked, satisfied with his subtle manipulation of the system. "So, tell me, what kind of technique are we talking about here?" he asked, his curiosity now fully engaged. The system responded with a smug, almost playful tone, clearly enjoying the moment. "Oh, you're going to love this one," it began, drawing out the suspense. "This technique is so incredible, so powerful, that you can control not just one, but numerous clones simultaneously." The system's voice oozed with self-satisfaction, as if it was relishing in Lucas's anticipation. It paused, letting the suspense build further, before continuing with a touch of arrogance. "And here's the best part. It works from a very long distance. No need to stick close to your clones. You could be miles away, and they'd still move like extensions of your own body." Lucas's smile widened, his interest now fully piqued by the system's boastful delivery. "That does sound impressive. So, what's the name of this technique?" he asked, leaning in slightly as if trying to coax the answer out of the system. The system, clearly enjoying its moment of superiority, finally revealed the name with a flourish. "The technique is called Divine Clone," it declared, its tone dripping with pride, as if it had just unveiled a masterpiece. Lucas's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Divine Clone. Huh. Sounds like something only the gods would use," he mused, prompting the system to elaborate further. The system, eager to flaunt its knowledge, responded with an almost mocking tone, as if it were stating the obvious. "Exactly. This is a divine technique, after all. Usually reserved for the gods themselves, but you're lucky enough to have me, so you get access to it as well." It practically preened, basking in its own glory. Lucas nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the gravity of what the system was telling him. "So, how exactly does this divine clone technique work?" he asked, his curiosity laced with a hint of wariness. He was eager to understand the mechanics behind such an extraordinary ability, but the implications of splitting his soul left him cautious. The system, ever eager to flaunt its knowledge, began to explain with an air of superiority. "The foundation of this technique is intricately linked to the soul," it started, its tone almost condescending, as if explaining something to a child. "What it does is splice your soul into numerous pieces, and each of these pieces can be sent to a doll, a golem, or even a living being, transforming them into your clones." The system paused, letting the weight of its words sink in before continuing with a smug tone. "Although called a clone, it's far more advanced than that. Think of it as having a second body, fully independent, fully capable, and fully you." Lucas was momentarily stunned, his mind racing to comprehend the full implications of the technique. The concept was incredible, but the idea of splitting his soul triggered a surge of uncertainty. "But doesn't that involve splitting my soul? Won't that have negative effects on me?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. The very thought of damaging his soul made him uneasy. The system, detecting his hesitation, responded with a tone that was almost mocking in its assurance. "Oh, please, negative effects. You're underestimating the power of divine techniques," it chided, almost laughing at the idea. "If this were some lowly, mortal technique, sure, your soul would be at risk. The soul, after all, is the foundation of life. But this is a divine technique that will split your soul perfectly without any negative repercussions. You should know better than to doubt something on this level." Lucas felt his concerns begin to ease, the system's arrogance strangely comforting in this instance. That he smiled, the allure of the technique beginning to outweigh his previous doubts. "I see. That really is amazing," he admitted, his excitement returning. "So how do I begin?" "Simple," the system replied, as if the answer were obvious. "I'll import the technique directly into your mind." The tone was casual, as if bestowing such power was no more significant than handing over a trinket. Within moments, Lucas felt a rush of knowledge flood into his mind. The intricacies of the divine clone technique unraveled before him, each detail more impressive than the last. He marveled at the complexity and power of the divine technique, feeling a sense of awe at what he now possessed. However, one question lingered in his mind, a curiosity that needed satisfying. How does the system know this technique, but didn't know about other divine scriptures? "I had to copy all those cultivation manuals manually," he asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and mild suspicion. The system's response was both shameless and proud. "Ah, That's because the divine clone technique was part of the same package as the divine mask that IT was already in the system, just waiting for the right moment to be unlocked. I'm not just any system. You know that I'm far more complex and, dare I say, ingenious than you might think. Lucas sighed, slightly amused by the system's self-congratulatory attitude. The thought of other potential techniques lurking within the system crossed his mind, but for now he pushed it aside. The new ability he had just acquired was too incredible to dwell on what might come later. The divine clone technique was beyond anything he had imagined. IT would allow him to split his soul into numerous pieces, each inhabiting a doll, golem, or even a living being. These weren't just mere clones. They were real, living entities capable of acting with full autonomy. The most significant advantage was that, even if his main body were to perish, his soul would remain intact within the other bodies, effectively granting him multiple lives. Despite the excitement, one nagging question lingered in Lucas's mind. He hesitated before voicing it, his tone cautious. But if I die, will my soul be broken and damaged? The system responded with an air of confidence, almost as if it were rolling its eyes at Lucas's concerns. Yes, your soul will be damaged, technically, but don't forget about me. It added with a tone that was both reassuring and slightly condescending. Lucas frowned, puzzled by the system's cryptic reply. What do you mean by that? The system seemed almost amused by his confusion, as if explaining something obvious. The divine clone technique involves linking your soul to an object. Now, tell me, isn't the divine mask an object? It asked, its tone dripping with smugness. Realization began to dawn on Lucas, but the system wasn't done yet. And what happens to divine masks when the user dies? They return to the system, of course, which means the system continued with a hint of triumph, that your soul would never be truly broken, that it's safe, sound, and ready to be used again whenever you need it. Lucas's confusion melted away, replaced by a broad smile. The system's logic was not only sound, but also offered a layer of protection he hadn't considered. IT was a clever loophole, one that ensured his survival, even in the worst-case scenario. You really thought of everything, didn't you? Lucas said, his tone both impressed and amused. Naturally, the system replied, sounding almost smug. I am, after all, the most brilliant system ever created. Lucas chuckled, finally at ease. The system's arrogance was oddly comforting, and its solutions were undeniably effective. Then let's do it, Lucas declared, his voice firm with determination. I'm ready to master the divine clone technique. The system responded with a self-satisfied tone. That's more like it. Let's get started. With his doubts laid to rest, Lucas prepared himself to take the next step on his journey, confident that with the system's guidance, he was well on his way to mastering powers that were nothing short of divine. Lucas wasted no time and immediately set about using the divine clone technique. The knowledge imparted by the system was precise, guiding him through the intricate process with clarity and purpose. As he delved into the technique, Lucas concentrated deeply, feeling the subtle connection to his soul that IT was like touching the very essence of his being. He began the delicate task of splicing his soul, his focus unwavering. This is delicate work, Lucas muttered to himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He could feel the weight of what he was doing, the gravity of dividing something so fundamental. While you're not exactly splitting firewood here, the system chimed in, its tone dripping with arrogance. But don't worry, I'm here to ensure you don't mess it up. Lucas rolled his eyes at the system's shameless self-praise but remained silent, focusing on the task. Once the soul was successfully split, Lucas took a deep breath and gave the instruction, put it into the divine mask. Lucas, oh, finally decided to trust me with something important? Huh. The system responded, mockingly. All right, let the genius do what he does best. Lucas smirked at the system's tone, but didn't respond. He felt a strange mix of confidence and irritation. Confidence because he knew the system would handle it flawlessly, and irritation because of its constant need to boast. The system took the fragmented piece of Lucas's soul with an air of practiced ease, almost as if it were showing off, and seamlessly fused it with the divine mask. Lucas, see? Smooth as silk. Only someone of my caliber could make it look this effortless, the system remarked, its tone dripping with self-satisfaction, practically basking in the glow of its own accomplishment. Lucas sighed, feeling the strange dual sensation as if he were both awake and asleep simultaneously. IT was a disorienting experience, like standing in two places at once. He rubbed his temples, trying to process the unusual feeling. Oh, confused are we? The system teased, its voice carrying a hint of mockery. That's just the divine mask. Lucas still in a state of automatic slumber. Nothing to worry your mortal mind about. Lucas rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress a small smile. All right, so how do I wake it up? The system responded with a casual air, as if the answer were the most obvious thing in the world. Just put on the golem, it said, with a tone that suggested it was surprised Lucas hadn't figured that out on his own. Nodding, Lucas followed the system's guidance. He carefully retrieved the divine mask Lucas, feeling its weight in his hands, and approached the humanoid golem. His movements were deliberate, almost reverent, as he placed the mask onto the golem's face. The moment the mask settled into place, something incredible happened. The golem's lifeless form began to stir, its features shifting and coming to life. Lucas felt a jolt of awareness, as if a part of his consciousness had suddenly awakened. He blinked, and it was like seeing through two pairs of eyes at once, each perspective perfectly aligned yet distinctly separate. This is pretty amazing, Lucas marveled, turning his head slightly to observe the golem from one angle while simultaneously viewing the room from another. Of course, it's amazing, the system chimed in, thoroughly enjoying its moment of triumph. But then again, everything I do is extraordinary. You should be used to it by now. Lucas chuckled, shaking his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. You really don't miss an opportunity to gloat, do you? His voice was light, but there was an undercurrent of fondness for the system's shameless nature. Why would I? The system shot back, almost as if it were shrugging off the question. When you're as flawless as I am, it's only natural to make sure everyone knows it. The system's tone was so unapologetically proud that Lucas couldn't help but smirk. Lucas then turned his attention to the golem Lucas, now fully animated and standing before him. He studied it for a moment, noting how eerily perfect the resemblance was. Wait and live with Lucy, he instructed, his voice firm but gentle, ensuring that the clone would take on his role seamlessly. The golem Lucas nodded, its movements smooth and natural. When it spoke, the voice was indistinguishable from Lucas's own. On it, it replied with a calm, almost robotic precision. Lucas smiled, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He knew that his sister would be safe and that the clone would play its part flawlessly, keeping up the facade while he attended to other pressing matters. Good, Lucas said, the word filled with quiet confidence. He watched the golem for a moment longer, reassured by how well the plan was coming together. With everything in place, Lucas moved with purpose. He reached for the divine mask Zeus and donned it, the transformation taking hold instantly. His body shifted, and the familiar power surged through him as he became Zeus once again. Without a second thought, Zeus turned and swiftly left the golem Lucas behind, his mind already focused on the next stage of his plan. Meanwhile, at the mission center, Lucy stood before the mission board, her eyes narrowing in concentration as she meticulously examined the list of available tasks. Her hand hovered just inches from the parchment, fingers lightly tracing over the descriptions as she weighed her options, her posture straight and confident. Each mission was carefully considered, her focus unbroken as she sought the challenge that would push her limits. However, in the shadows of the bustling center, a group of individuals began to converge on her position. Their movements were slow and deliberate, like predators stalking prey. Shoulders tense, they exchanged subtle glances, their intentions clear in the cold calculation of their eyes. One of them clenched his fists, knuckles cracking softly, while another adjusted his stance, shifting his weight as if preparing to strike. As they closed in, their gazes remained fixed on Lucy, their steps silent and purposeful, waiting for the opportune moment to make their move. Lucy was meticulously selecting a mission, her mind fully absorbed in the task at hand. She weighed each option carefully, considering the challenges and potential rewards, her thoughts entirely focused on pushing herself further. However, just as she was about to make her choice, a shadow fell over her. The group of senior disciples had approached, their presence imposing and their intentions clear. They stood in a semicircle around her, blocking her path. Lucy's expression immediately soured as she glanced up at them, recognizing the situation for what it was. Yet another attempt at intimidation by those who considered themselves superior. The leader of the group, a tall and broad-shouldered young man with a sneer plastered across his face, stepped forward. His eyes, filled with condescension, bore into her. You're a new disciple here, aren't you? Shouldn't you greet your seniors properly? He demanded, his voice thick with arrogance and entitlement. Lucy met his gaze with a look of complete disinterest. She had seen this behavior before. Older students throwing their weight around, tried to establish dominance over the newer, weaker ones. But Lucy wasn't weak, and she wasn't about to waste her time pandering to their egos. She dismissed them with a single glance and turned back to the mission board, her expression betraying no emotion. Her blatant disregard infuriated the group. The leader's sneer twisted into a scowl, his voice rising in volume and venom. How dare you ignore us, you lowly commoner? He spat, his words loud enough to draw the attention of nearby disciples. The disdain in his tone was unmistakable, and a few onlookers began to whisper among themselves, sensing trouble. Lucy, however, remained unperturbed. Her hand hovered over the mission she had decided on, her mind already on the tasks ahead. But as she reached out to accept the mission, the leader of the group, now visibly enraged, leaned in closer, his smirk returning with a sinister edge. Go ahead, he taunted, his voice dropping to a threatening whisper. Accept the mission and leave. But when you return, let's see what happens to your little brother. The moment the words left his mouth, Lucy froze, her hand, poised over the mission selection, slowly lowered as a dark fury began to boil within her. She turned her head sharply to face him, her eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. The calm indifference she had shown earlier was gone, replaced by an icy rage. What did you just say? She asked, her voice low and menacing, each word dripping with barely contained anger. The leader's smirk only deepened. Clearly pleased with the reaction he had provoked, he straightened up, crossing his arms over his chest as he met her fiery gaze with smug satisfaction. I said you better come with us, or else something might happen to your little brother. He repeated, the threat in his voice unmistakable. Lucy's fists clenched at her sides, the knuckles turning white. Every instinct screamed at her to lash out, to teach these bullies a lesson they wouldn't forget, but she knew she couldn't afford to be reckless, not with her brother's safety potentially on the line. She swallowed her fury, forcing herself to stay calm. Where are we going? She asked through gritted teeth, her voice tense but measured. The leader chuckled, clearly enjoying the power he believed he held over her. Come with us, he said, his tone dripping with self-satisfaction. He motioned for his cronies to lead the way, confident that Lucy would follow without further protest. Reluctantly, Lucy fell in step behind them, her mind racing with strategies and contingencies. She was already calculating her options, planning how she could turn the situation to her advantage. She wouldn't let them harm her brother, no matter what it took. The group left the mission center. A murmur of voices rose from the disciples who had witnessed the encounter. Some shook their heads in pity, while others whispered among themselves, casting nervous glances at Lucy. How unlucky she is to be targeted by those seniors. One of them muttered, the sentiment echoed by others who had seen similar scenarios play out before. A short while later, Zeus arrived at the mission center, his senses immediately alert. The moment he stepped inside, he could tell something was off. The usual buzz of activity had shifted, replaced by an undercurrent of tension that set his instincts on edge. He moved through the crowd. He caught snippets of hushed conversations and noticed the uneasy glances being exchanged. It didn't take long before he managed to corner a few disciples who reluctantly revealed what had happened. Lucy had been taken away by a group of senior disciples. Zeus's expression darkened, his jaw tightening as he absorbed the news. He wasn't overly worried about Lucy's safety. He knew she was more than capable of handling herself. Those seniors were likely only 3-star disciples at best, given that this area was reserved for outer disciples. But what truly concerned him was the aftermath if Lucy decided to retaliate. If those seniors ended up dead, the situation could spiral out of control faster than he was prepared to manage. With a determined stride, Zeus approached an officer station nearby, his tone measured but carrying a subtle edge. What happens if other outer disciples attempt to harm us, but we defend ourselves and kill them? The officer looked up from his post, meeting Zeus's gaze with a calm, almost indifferent expression. As long as you have proof of their intent to cause harm, you will not be held accountable, even if they end up dead. Zeus felt a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, a mix of relief and anticipation. I see, he said, his voice laced with a hint of satisfaction. The information was exactly what he needed. See? I told you this academy has its priorities straight. The system chimed in, its tone both shameless and proud. But really, if Lucy ends up wiping the floor with those idiots, it's not like anyone will miss them. Zeus chuckled inwardly, amused by the system's usual mocking tone. I just hope Lucy plays it smart and doesn't escalate things too much, he muttered, half to himself and half to the system. Smart? With her strength, she doesn't need to be smart. Just let her do her thing. That if she flattens them, it'll be their fault for picking a fight, the system replied, clearly enjoying the potential chaos. Zeus shook his head, though a small, knowing smile remained on his face. Still, I'd rather not have too much attention on us this early. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Fine. But don't say I didn't warn you if things get interesting, the system teased, clearly relishing the drama. With that, Zeus turned his thoughts to his next move, trusting that Lucy could handle herself, but ready to intervene if necessary. The mission center buzzed around him, but his focus remained sharp, already planning his next steps as Zeus. Zeus listened intently to the murmurs of the disciples around him, piecing together the unsettling details of what had transpired. The seniors took Lucy to one of those private rooms. He overheard one disciple whisper, where they settle there, business without anyone interfering. Zeus's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening as he absorbed the information. The Celestial Academy, for all its prestige, had its own shadowy corners, places where the so-called freedom of its students sometimes led to darker intentions. And as he continued to listen, another rumor reached his ears. But if a girl puts up a fight on the way, well, they usually end up in the arena, a different voice added, low and ominous. Knowing Lucy's fiery temper, you can bet she didn't go quietly. The system chimed in, its tone a mix of shameless pride and playful mockery. You should know exactly where they're heading. Zeus's expression hardened further, a steely resolve settling over his features. Of course, he muttered, his voice laced with determination. Let's head to the arena. That's the spirit. Go rescue the damsel who doesn't need rescuing. I bet she's already given them a taste of her wrath, the system added, its voice dripping with amusement. Zeus allowed himself a brief smirk. She's more than capable, but those fools don't know what they provoked. Let's make sure they learn their lesson. With that, he turned on his heel, striding purposefully toward the arena, the system's amused laughter echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, as Lucy was escorted by the senior disciples, she could feel the tension thickening in the air. They flanked her on all sides, their presence imposing, their intentions clear without needing to say a word. The way they glanced at her, leering and smirking, made their intentions all too obvious. One of them finally broke the silence, his voice dripping with arrogance. You really should be more respectful to your seniors, especially when we're offering you such special attention. Lucy's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening. She wasn't about to let them think they had the upper hand. Respect? She shot back, her voice cold. That's earned, not demanded. The senior who had spoken laughed, a dark, mocking sound. You've got some spirit that I like that, but it won't help you here. The others chuckled in agreement, closing in just a little more, as if testing her resolve. They hadn't laid a hand on her yet, but the predatory looks in their eyes spoke volumes that Lucy's mind raced, weighing her options. She wasn't one to wait around and be cornered. Her gaze flickered over each of them, calculating, and then, without warning, she made her move in a flash. Her fist shot out, connecting with the jaw of the nearest senior. The force of her punch sent him stumbling backward, his expression shifting from smug to stunned in an instant. Get away from me, she spat, not waiting for their response. In the same breath, she turned and bolted, her feet pounding against the ground as she raced toward the arena, the only place where she could turn the tables on them. The remaining seniors stood frozen for a split second, shock etched on their faces. The leader of the group recovered first, his surprise quickly morphing into anger. After her, he snarled, and they all took off in pursuit, their frustration boiling over. Their plans for a good time with the beautiful Lucy were unraveling fast, and the thought of her escaping only fueled their rage. You're gonna pay for that, girl, one of them shouted, his voice thick with fury as they closed the distance between them and their fleeing target. But Lucy didn't look back. Her mind was locked on a single goal, reaching the arena, where she would make them regret ever underestimating her. Her heart pounded with adrenaline, but her resolve was unshakable. The moment she burst into the arena, she didn't hesitate. I want to challenge them to a fight, she declared, her voice cutting through the air with a steely determination. The arena officer, caught off guard by her sudden entrance and bold request, raised an eyebrow. He studied her for a moment, seeing the fire in her eyes, then handed her a form to fill out, detailing the terms of the match. Just as Lucy was about to finish writing, the senior disciples stormed into the arena, their faces flushed with anger and disbelief. The leader of the group sneered, stepping forward with a mocking grin. So, you ran here. Of all places, you thought this would save you. Lucy met his gaze with unwavering resolve, her eyes blazing with defiance. I challenge the 5 of you to a match, she declared, her voice steady and unyielding. The senior disciples exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, their arrogance dripping from every word. You want to fight us? One of them taunted, his voice laced with condescension. We're among the top 100 disciples here. Do you have any idea who you're up against? Lucy didn't flinch. I don't care who you are, she replied coldly. You'll all lose to me. She calmly finished filling out the form, her hand steady as she wrote down the match type. When she handed it back to the officer, he glanced at the paper and then back at her, surprise flickering in his eyes. Are you sure about this? He asked, his tone one of genuine concern. Lucy nodded, her confidence unshaken. Just make the match between me and the 5 of them. The officer sighed, sensing the tension thickening in the arena. Okay then, he agreed, knowing there was no point in arguing with someone so resolute. The senior disciples, still smirking with self-assured arrogance, jeered at her. We're going to enjoy this, one of them sneered. You've made it too easy. But Lucy's gaze remained icy cold, her expression a mask of calm fury. We'll see who ends up playing with whom, she retorted, her voice low and filled with menace. The tension in the arena crackled like electricity, both sides preparing for a battle that would leave no room for doubt about who was truly in control. Zeus arrived at the arena, his sharp ears immediately picking up on the loud commotion echoing from within. The roar of the crowd was unmistakable. Something intense was either happening or about to go down. His gut clenched with concern, though he tried to suppress it. She hasn't caused too much damage yet, has she? He muttered under his breath, though the hope in his voice was thin. Knowing Lucy, she's probably just getting warmed up, the system chimed in, its tone dripping with amusement. You might want to hurry, though wouldn't want to miss the fireworks. Ignoring the system's smugness, Zeus quickened his pace and made his way to the audience seats, his eyes immediately locking onto the arena floor. There, standing with an unyielding confidence on one side, was Lucy. She was poised, her stance betraying no fear, while on the opposite side stood 5 men, each radiating arrogance. Zeus's frown deepened, his brows knitting together as a surge of worry coursed through him. He leaned forward slightly, the tension in his posture clear. Don't tell me she's actually planning to face all 5 of them, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. In the arena, Lucy stood with unwavering calm, her eyes focused and determined as she prepared for the fight ahead. In stark contrast, the 5 men facing her were anything but serious, their overconfidence practically radiating off them. They openly mocked her, their arrogance laid bare for all to see. Look at her, thinking she can take us on, one of them jeered, his voice dripping with disdain. At a man with sharp green eyes and short blonde hair stepped forward, sneering as he spoke to his comrades. I want the first move. She dared to punch me earlier, so it's only fair I get to pay her back. His friend, a burly man with a cruel smirk, chuckled darkly. Go ahead, just make sure you humiliate her as much as possible before we finish her off. The blonde-haired man's smirk widened, the anticipation of what he intended to do clearly giving him a sick thrill. Don't worry, I'll make sure she regrets ever laying a hand on me. Before they could continue their taunts, the announcer's voice boomed through the arena, drawing the attention of everyone present. Today's battle is between the new outer disciple, Lucy, and the ranked disciples, positions 96, 97, 98, 99, and 100, respectively. A buzz of excitement rippled through the crowd, but what the announcer said next sent a collective gasp through the audience. This match is a death match. The battle will not stop until one side is completely dead. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Even the 5 men, so full of bravado moments before, looked momentarily shocked by the gravity of the situation. But their surprise quickly gave way to smug amusement, their arrogance resurfacing with a vengeance. Are you out of your mind? One of them taunted, his voice laced with mockery. You really are stupid, challenging us to a death match. We're going to make sure you suffer before we kill you. Another chimed in, his tone dripping with malice. You've sealed your fate. Little girl, we'll have our fun, and then you'll wish you'd never set foot in this arena. Lucy's expression remained icy, her gaze locked onto them with an intensity that cut through their laughter like a blade. Her voice was cold, steady, and utterly fearless. Let's see who the real fool is. We'll find out soon enough who will be the one to die. The men exchanged glances, their smirks faltering for just a moment as they registered the lethal intent in her words. But it was too late to back down now, and they knew it. The death match was set, and only one side would walk away from this arena. Meanwhile, from the audience side, Zeus could only sigh and shake his head, his expression a mixture of concern and reluctant acceptance. He watched as Lucy prepared to face off against the 5 ranked disciples in a death match, a scenario he had hoped to avoid but knew was inevitable given her fierce nature. As expected, she's decided to fight all of them, and in a death match, no less. He murmured, his voice tinged with both admiration and frustration. He knew Lucy too well. Once she made up her mind, there was no turning back. You should have seen this coming. The system chimed in, its tone dripping with smugness. That girl's got more guts than most of these so-called top-ranked disciples. Not surprising she'd go all in. You should be proud. She's a real firecracker, just like you. Zeus rolled his eyes, his voice laced with mild irritation. Proud? More like worried she's going to tear through them and cause more trouble than it's worth. Oh, please. The system scoffed, a hint of arrogance in its tone. Trouble. That's what makes things interesting. And let's be honest, these guys deserve a good beating. Besides, watching her wipe the floor with them will be entertaining, don't you think? Zeus couldn't help but chuckle, despite his concern. You really are shameless, you know that. Guilty as charged. The system replied with a mocking laugh. But come on, admit it. There's a part of you that's excited to see her unleash her full strength. These fools won't know what hit them. Zeus sighed again, but this time there was a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Yeah, maybe, but I just hope she doesn't go too far. Too far? Where's the fun in holding back against these stupid bastard? The system retorted, its voice oozing with amusement. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show, shall we? Zeus shook his head, a mixture of concern, resignation, and a begrudging sense of anticipation on his face. I just hope we don't regret this, he muttered, his eyes fixed on Lucy, who was now ready to take on the challenge of her life. The man with short blonde hair wasted no time, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to strike. I'll make sure you suffer, he sneered, his voice dripping with malice as he locked his gaze on Lucy. Lucy, however, remained utterly unfazed, her expression as cold and unyielding as ice. She walked toward him with deliberate calm, her every step radiating quiet confidence. Her silent defiance only fueled his anger. His brow furrowed, and his lips twisted into a scowl. How dare you ignore me? He spat, his voice rising with fury, his eyes flashing dangerously. Take this, bubble trap, he shouted, thrusting his staff forward. Instantly, a large water bubble formed around Lucy, encasing her within its watery confines and restricting her movements. The bubble enveloped her. The man's smirk grew wider, his eyes gleaming with twisted delight as her clothes began to turn semi-transparent, the water distorting her figure. This should be enough to humiliate you, he taunted, his tone oozing with cruelty. He paused for a moment, watching the scene unfold, savoring her supposed defeat. But why stop there? He added, his voice now laced with sadistic glee. With a flourish of his staff, he called out, "Water whip!" Thin tendrils of water snapped into existence, lashing at Lucy's body with vicious force. Each strike echoed through the arena, turning her into a spectacle for the crowd. The man's laughter rang out, sharp and mocking, as he reveled in his apparent victory. "Look at you!" he jeered, his voice loud and taunting. "Is this all the fight you have? Pathetic." But as the water whips continued their assault, Lucy's expression remained unchanged. She stood there, enduring the humiliation without so much as a flinch. Then, almost imperceptibly at first, an evil smirk began to curl her lips. Her eyes, previously cold, now gleamed with a dangerous light, a stark contrast to her earlier calm demeanor. The man's laughter faltered as he noticed the shift in her expression. His confidence wavered, and a shiver of unease crept down his spine. What are you smiling at?" he demanded, his voice tinged with a sudden nervousness, his bravado starting to crack. Meanwhile, in the audience, Zeus's expression transformed from concern to a sinister smirk. His eyes narrowed with dark satisfaction as he watched the scene unfold. "I pray that all of you enjoy your time in hell," he murmured, his voice dripping with dark amusement and a hint of cold malice. "Oh, that's a delightful prayer indeed," the system chimed in, its tone shamelessly gleeful, practically reveling in the dark turn of events. "You're truly mastering the art of malevolent wishes. Host, bravo! I couldn't have said it better myself." Zeus chuckled softly, the sound low and sinister as his smirk widened. "It seems you're enjoying this as much as I am," he remarked, his voice tinged with mockery, as if challenging the system to admit its delight. "Oh, absolutely," the system responded, its tone brimming with pride and shameless glee. "Watching fools dig their own graves is always a treat. And with Lucy's temper, they're in for a spectacular downfall, and I'm here for every glorious second of it." Zeus shook his head slightly, the dark humor shared between them only deepening his satisfaction. "Let's see just how spectacular it gets," he mused, his tone filled with a dangerous edge. "I've given up on being secretive. Let her erupt. Maybe then these idiots will finally understand not to mess with her." "Ah, embracing the chaos. Now that's the spirit, host." The system mocked with a tone of pride, almost as if it were patting Zeus on the back. "Let them learn the hard way. After all, stupidity should be painful, don't you think?" Zeus's smirk grew darker. "Painful indeed," he agreed, his voice carrying a promise of the destruction that was about to unfold. "And when it's over, they'll wish they had never crossed her path." The system practically received approval. "Now that's what I like to hear. But I think that they could not wish it anymore as they are dead. That let's just watch the show that our dear Lucy will bring to us now, host. The short blonde-haired man watched the shift in Lucy's expression, a smirk replacing her stoic demeanor, and felt an icy chill snake down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. His confidence wavered, and a flicker of fear crossed his face. Desperately trying to regain control, he shouted with forced bravado, "No matter what, you will die today." His voice cracked slightly, betraying his growing panic as he quickly raised his staff, unleashing another spell. "Hydro pulse," he cried, sending a concentrated stream of water hurtling towards Lucy with deadly precision. But to his utter horror, Lucy surged forward, her strength seemingly magnified tenfold. The powerful stream of water that should have blasted her back didn't even slow her down. She cut through the attack like it was nothing, her momentum unbroken, her eyes locked on him with terrifying resolve. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as the distance between them closed at an alarming rate. What are you?" he stammered, his voice barely a whisper as fear took hold. Before he could react, Lucy was upon him, her hand wrapping around his throat with crushing force. His breath hitched, and he struggled to speak, but the vice-like grip on his neck silenced him. Lucy leaned in closer, her eyes cold and devoid of mercy. In a voice that was barely audible, yet filled with a chilling finality, she whispered, "Eruption." For a split second, the man's eyes bulged with sheer terror, and then, in a violent burst, his body exploded into countless pieces, obliterated by the raw power of her attack. With the remains of the man scattered around her, Lucy turned her gaze toward the 4 remaining disciples. Her smirk widened, becoming something dark and malevolent. The air around her seemed to be filled with deadly energy. "You're next," she said, her voice cold and dripping with lethal intent. The 4 remaining men stood rooted to the spot, their faces etched with shock and disbelief as they stared at the scattered remains of their comrade. The gruesome sight was incomprehensible, sending a cold wave of fear crashing over them. "What the hell? How can this be happening?" One of them finally choked out, his voice quivering with a mixture of fear and confusion. His eyes were wide, darting between Lucy and the place where his friend had just been. This isn't possible," another stammered, his voice rising in panic. His gaze flicked back and forth between Lucy and the charred ground, as if expecting to wake up from a nightmare. He was a 3-star mage. "We all are. How could one girl do this? She's just a new disciple." Another man muttered, shaking his head in denial, his voice thick with disbelief. "The best a new disciple could be is 2-star at most. How could she have this kind of power? It doesn't make any sense." The 4th man, his face pale and beads of sweat forming on his brow, whispered, "She shouldn't even be able to touch us." His voice was barely audible, as if he was afraid speaking louder would make the reality of their situation more terrifying. "We're top-ranked outer disciples, some of the strongest here. There's no way she should be able to do this." The men exchanged nervous glances, the bravado they had displayed earlier now crumbling into raw fear. The smug confidence that had driven them to confront Lucy was rapidly evaporating, replaced by the stark realization that they had severely underestimated their opponent. Meanwhile, Lucy, having just reduced the blonde man to ash, didn't waste a moment. Her predatory gaze zeroed in on her next target, a hulking bald man with a massive build. Her lips curled into a ruthless smirk as she spoke, her voice dripping with icy confidence. "If you don't make your move, I'll be the one to strike first." The bald man's eyes widened briefly in surprise before his face twisted into anger. He tried to mask his fear with a sneer, shouting back at her, "Don't think you can take me down that easily." His voice carried a desperate edge as he roared, "Stone skin." His skin transformed, hardening into a thick, rock-like surface that gleamed under the arena lights. He pounded his chest with renewed confidence, the sound echoing like a drum. "Let's see if you can kill me now," he bellowed, casting a quick, nervous glance at his comrades. "Get ready to attack once I've got her down," he ordered, his bravado barely concealing his fear. But Lucy didn't flinch. Her smirk deepened, a cold glint of amusement in her eyes as she taunted him, her tone almost mocking. "Do you really think your pathetic little trick will save you?" With a swift, decisive motion, Lucy propelled herself toward the bald man, her movements fluid and unyielding. Her fist connected with his stone-like skin, the force of the blow reverberating through his hardened exterior. The sheer power behind it sent him stumbling backward, his feet digging into the ground as he fought to keep his balance. The bald man let out a bark of laughter, though it was strained, his attempt to sound confident faltering. "Is that all you've got?" he jeered, but the bravado in his voice wavered, betraying the fear that was beginning to creep into his mind. That Lucy's smirk only grew more sinister, her eyes narrowing with icy determination. The air around her seemed to chill, as she took a step forward, her voice calm, but laced with an ominous undertone. "Of course not," she replied, her words sending an involuntary shiver down the bald man's spine. "Now this is the real one." With a flick of her fingers, she whispered the word that would seal his fate. Eruption. The bald man's eyes widened in horror, but there was no time to react. In an instant, his body detonated in a violent explosion, the sheer force mimicking the volcanic eruption that had obliterated the short blonde-haired man earlier. His triumphant laughter was abruptly silenced, replaced by the deafening roar of the explosion that tore his body apart, leaving nothing but scattered debris where he once stood. Lucy straightened, her expression cold and unyielding as she turned her gaze to the remaining three men. Her smirk was chilling, dripping with menace as she spoke, her voice carrying an eerie calm. 2 down, 3 to go. The smirk on her face sent a collective shudder through the audience. They had never expected such ruthlessness from a new disciple, especially a woman. The shock of witnessing Lucy effortlessly kill 2 of the top 100 ranked disciples, even if they were the lowest ranked, was overwhelming. The fact that she had done it so swiftly, with such brutal efficiency, left everyone in stunned silence. Among the spectators were other senior disciples who breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they hadn't crossed her path earlier. The realization that this seemingly innocent newcomer could be so deadly was enough to make even the most arrogant of them rethink their approach to in the midst of the crowd. 2 figures stood out, Cedric Vallon and Julian Margrave, both nobles who had entered the academy at the same time as Zeus and Lucy. Their eyes were glued to the arena, disbelief and frustration etched across their faces. Cedric's brow furrowed deeply, his voice barely above a whisper as he muttered, "To think she's become this strong. It doesn't make sense." Julian clenched his fists, his jaw tightening as he cursed under his breath. "Democrat, Minnesota, a commoner, stronger than us. How can we allow this?" His voice was laced with anger, but beneath that anger was a layer of wounded pride. Cedric turned to Julian, his usually composed demeanor slipping. "We've trained just as hard, if not harder. How did she surpass us?" There was a mix of frustration and genuine confusion in his tone, as if trying to grasp how they had fallen behind. Julian shook his head, a look of determination hardening his features. "It doesn't matter how. What matters is that we can't let it stay this way, that we're nobles. Cedric, we have to be the best." The rivalry between them was momentarily forgotten, replaced by a shared sense of inadequacy. The thought of being outdone by a commoner was intolerable. It gnawed at their pride, fueling a resolve they hadn't felt before. Cedric's eyes narrowed as he nodded, a cold determination taking hold. "You're right. We need to get stronger. We can't afford to fall behind her." Julian's lips curled into a tight, grim smile. "Then let's stop wasting time." Without another word, the 2 nobles turned and left the arena, their minds unified by a single purpose: to train harder, become stronger, and reclaim the superiority they believed was their birthright. The 3 remaining men were paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color as they struggled to comprehend the brutal deaths of their comrades. The once smug confidence they had flaunted was now replaced with a raw, palpable terror that clung to them like a shadow. Their eyes darted to Lucy, who stood motionless, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos she had unleashed. The realization that they were facing an overwhelming and seemingly unstoppable force gnawed at their resolve. The man with a ponytail, his voice shaking with barely concealed panic, turned desperately to their leader, the spiky-haired man. "Boss, what do we do now?" he asked, his words coming out in a rushed, anxious whisper. The spiky-haired man's gaze flickered between his 2 remaining allies and Lucy. His eyes, usually sharp with arrogance, now betrayed a growing sense of dread that Lucy's cold, unwavering stare bore into them, as if daring them to make their move. "I saw how our friends died," he muttered, his voice tight with fear as he struggled to maintain control. His expression hardened, though the unease in his eyes was unmistakable. "They exploded after she punched them. That we can't let her touch us, no matter what." He paused, his mind racing as he calculated their next move. The tension in the air was thick, almost suffocating, as the gravity of the situation pressed down on them. "Mage," he ordered, his voice dropping to a grave tone, "put a shield around us both." The ponytailed man nodded frantically, his hands trembling as he began to channel his energy. "Right away, boss," he stammered, his focus shifting to the task at hand. With a deep breath, he conjured a wind shield, the protective barrier swirling to life around both the spiky-haired man and the black-haired muscular man. With their shields in place, the 2 men, now trembling with a volatile mix of fear and rage, charged toward Lucy, their faces twisted with fury, and their eyes burned with a desperate desire for revenge. "You'll pay for this," the spiky-haired man snarled, his voice thick with anger. "We'll make sure you suffer for killing our friends." The black-haired man echoed his sentiment, his voice shaking with barely suppressed rage. "You think you can just slaughter us and walk away? We'll tear you apart." But Lucy, hearing their threats, merely let out a cold, mocking laugh. Her eyes narrowed, and a cruel smile played on her lips as she stared them down. "Suffer?" she scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. "The only ones who will suffer are those foolish enough to provoke me and mention my dear brother." Her expression darkened, her tone turning icy as she continued. "You brought this on yourselves. If you die, you have no one to blame but your own arrogance." Lucy's words cut through the air like a blade, her confidence unwavering in the face of their fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucy charged into battle, her movements swift and purposeful. The spiky-haired man, his face twisted with fury and desperation, drew his sword. "Flame slash!" he roared, his voice echoing with a mix of anger and fear as he swung his blade, sending a blazing arc of fire racing toward her. The black-haired man wasn't far behind. He unsheathed his own sword, the metal glinting ominously as he unleashed a powerful battle cry that reverberated through the arena. "This will crush you!" he bellowed, his intent clear as he sought to weaken Lucy and bolster his own strength. But to their growing horror, Lucy appeared utterly unfazed by the battle cry's effects. Instead of faltering, she pressed forward, her expression a mask of cold confidence. As the flaming slash and the black-haired man's sword closed in on her, Lucy's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes glinting with a mixture of amusement and disdain. "Is this really the best you can do?" she taunted, her voice dripping with condescension. In a blur of motion, Lucy caught both swords in her hands with effortless precision. The men stared in disbelief as she tightened her grip, their weapons trembling in her grasp. With a casual flick of her wrists, she snapped the blades as if they were nothing more than brittle twigs. Their eyes widened in shock, their bravado crumbling in the face of her overwhelming power. How? How is she this strong?" the spiky-haired man stammered, his voice laced with disbelief. But before they could react, Lucy's fists were already moving, striking with deadly intent. "Now die," she hissed, her tone icy and unyielding as she unleashed her devastating move. Eruption. The explosive force surged from her fists, but instead of obliterating the men's bodies, it was their wind shields that bore the brunt of the impact. The shields erupted in a violent burst, shattering under the immense pressure. The men were hurled backward by the force, landing hard on the ground with a thud. Dazed and gasping for breath, they struggled to comprehend what had just happened. But as they quickly realized, they were still alive, though only barely. Lucy stood over them, her smirk widening in amusement. "To think you haven't died yet. You're pretty resilient, aren't you?" Her tone was mocking, but there was a flicker of genuine interest in her eyes, as if she were curious about just how much more they could endure. The spiky-haired man, his body trembling as he tried to push himself back onto his feet, cursed under his breath. "Democrat, Minnesota. What do we do now?" he muttered, his voice thick with desperation. The bravado he had shown earlier was gone, replaced by a growing sense of hopelessness as he realized they were running out of options. And fast. We need a plan," the black-haired man stammered, his voice quivering with fear. But even as he spoke, the words felt hollow. They both knew that whatever plan they might come up with, it would be no match for the relentless force that was Lucy. The spiky-haired man quickly surveyed the chaotic scene, his heart pounding as the realization of their dire situation sank in. Panic threatened to take hold, but he forced it down, knowing he had to keep a clear head. "We need to fall back now," he barked at the black-haired man, his voice laced with urgency and frustration. "We can't just charge him blindly. We need a plan." The black-haired man, though visibly shaken, nodded in agreement. Both men retreated swiftly, their movements tense and wary, until they reached the safety of the ponytailed mage who had been anxiously watching the battle unfold from a distance. "What do we do now?" the ponytail man asked, his voice trembling with fear as he glanced nervously back at Lucy. She's too strong. This isn't normal." The spiky-haired man gritted his teeth, a mixture of anger and fear flashing in his eyes. "I know," he snapped, his frustration spilling over. "Her attack skills are off the charts, more powerful than anything we expected. If we don't end this in one strike, we're finished." He paused, his mind racing as he considered their options. Finally, he drew his sword with a determined glare, the blade glinting ominously in the light. With a swift motion, he ignited the sword with a burst of flames, the fire dancing along the edge of the blade. turning to the black-haired man, his tone shifted to one of grim resolve. "You're the strongest physically out of all of us, that you're the only one who could deliver the final blow. Take this," he said, handing over the flaming sword with a look of intense focus. "Use this fire sword and make sure she doesn't get up." The black-haired man took the sword, his hands trembling slightly as he felt the heat of the flames. He looked up at the spiky-haired man, his expression a mix of determination and fear. "I'll do it," he said, his voice low but resolute. "I'll kill her." The spiky-haired man turned to the ponytail mage, his eyes wild with a mix of command and desperation. "You!" he barked, his voice sharp and cutting through the tension. "Use your magic, boost his strength, that we need every possible advantage right now, or we are dead." The mage's hands trembled as he met the spiky-haired man's gaze, the fear in his eyes mirroring his own. I understand." The mage stammered, swallowing hard as he tried to steady his nerves. He quickly raised his hands, his fingers twitching with barely contained panic as he focused his energy. "Wind blessing," he called out, his voice cracking slightly under the strain. A swirling vortex of wind materialized around the black-haired man, wrapping him in a protective and empowering gust. The wind whipped around him, enhancing his speed and strength, while the flames on his sword flared with newfound intensity. The roaring fire danced along the blade, fueled by the wind, transforming the weapon into a blazing inferno that looked more lethal than ever. The black-haired man's eyes narrowed, his fear giving way to a dark determination. He could feel the power coursing through him, and it ignited a fierce resolve within him. "This ends now," he muttered to himself, his voice low and venomous. As he gripped the flaming sword tighter, he activated his skill, Sword Edge, channeling his mana into the blade. The sword's edge shimmered with a deadly sharpness, the air around it crackling with energy. His eyes locked onto Lucy, hatred burning in his gaze. "I'll kill that BTCH," he snarled, his voice filled with venom. The thought of avenging his fallen comrades and reclaiming his pride fueled his rage, pushing him to the brink of recklessness. With a guttural roar, the black-haired man let out a battle cry, the sound reverberating through the arena. The cry amplified his strength even further, pushing his body to its limits as he prepared for the final assault. His muscles tensed, and without another word, he launched himself toward Lucy with blinding speed, the wind propelling him forward like a storm unleashed. As he closed the distance between them, the black-haired man raised the enormous flaming sword high above his head, the blade glowing with the combined power of fire and wind. His expression twisted into one of grim determination, his teeth gritted as he summoned every bit of strength he had left. "This is your end," he roared, his voice echoing through the arena like a war cry. Heavy strike. With every ounce of power coursing through his veins, he brought the sword crashing down toward Lucy, fully intent on delivering the blow that would end her life and secure his revenge. The flames on the blade roared with a ferocious intensity, while the wind howled like a storm unleashed. The sheer force of his attack was so immense that the ground beneath them trembled, cracks forming in the stone as his sword descended. But just as the blade was about to make contact, it stopped, caught mid-air. The black-haired man's eyes went wide, shock and disbelief flooding his features. His breath caught in his throat as he realized what had happened. Lucy stood there, her left hand raised, and the flaming sword was gripped tightly in her burning stone hand. The transformation of her hand into this unyielding, molten rock had stopped his attack cold, as if all his power meant nothing. "What?" the black-haired man gasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. How? How is this possible?" Lucy's smirk widened, a cold and calculating look in her eyes as she locked her gaze onto his. Her voice was dripping with icy confidence, almost mocking him for his futile efforts. "You're strong enough to make me use my new skill," she said, her tone laced with condescension. She watched the fear creep into his eyes, relishing the shift in power. His bravado crumbled before her, and she leaned in slightly, her voice lowering to a menacing whisper. "But this is the end for all of you." The black-haired man stood frozen in place, his body trembling with shock. His wide eyes were filled with disbelief as the realization struck him. His most powerful attack had been effortlessly stopped. The flame that had once roared with his confidence now flickered weakly in his grasp, snuffed out by the terrifying force that was Lucy. His two comrades, the ponytailed mage and the spiky-haired warrior, were no better off. Their faces had turned ashen, their earlier bravado drained away like the last embers of a dying fire. The sheer horror of the situation had left them speechless, their minds struggling to comprehend how their combined efforts, their very last reserves of mana, had been rendered utterly useless against the girl who now stood before them. Lucy's smirk deepened, a chilling expression that only added to the growing dread in the men's hearts. She took a step forward, her movements slow and deliberate, savoring the fear that now radiated from her opponents. "Did you really think," she began, her voice dripping with scorn, "that while you were busy preparing your ultimate attack, I was just standing here, doing nothing?" Her tone was mocking, laced with a cold amusement that sent shivers down their spines. The black-haired man's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. His mind was a whirl of panic, desperately searching for an explanation, a way out, anything that could make sense of the nightmare that was unfolding before him. Lucy tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing with disdain. "How foolish," she continued, her voice dropping to a menacing whisper. "How utterly stupid of you to think that." The spiky-haired man managed to find his voice, though it quivered with fear. "What are you?" His question was cut off by Lucy's cold, mirthless laughter, a sound that echoed eerily through the arena. "Did you really think I wouldn't prepare my own ultimate skill?" she taunted, her eyes gleaming with a cruel light. "You thought you could outmaneuver me, outpower me. How naive." Without warning, Lucy's left hand tightened around the flaming sword she had caught mid-strike. The muscles in her arm tensed, and with a quick, powerful motion, she crushed the blade as if it were made of glass, reducing it to nothing but shattered fragments that scattered to the ground. The black-haired man gasped in horror, his disbelief quickly spiraling into sheer terror as the reality of his situation sank in. His mind screamed for him to move, to do something, anything, but before he could even react, Lucy's right hand shot forward with blinding speed. The punch connected with such devastating force that it felt like a sledgehammer smashing into his chest, driving the air from his lungs and crushing his last shred of hope. The sheer power behind Lucy's strike was overwhelming, and the black-haired man's body was sent hurtling through the air like a rag doll. Completely at the mercy of her strength, he could feel the world spinning around him, his thoughts a chaotic whirl as he flew helplessly toward his comrades. The spiky-haired man's eyes widened in terror as he realized what was about to happen. "No, no, I need to run," he screamed, panic surging through him as he desperately tried to scramble away, his limbs moving frantically in a bid to escape the impending collision. But it was too late. The black-haired man, propelled by Lucy's tremendous strength, crashed into both the ponytailed mage and the spiky-haired man with the force of a cannonball. The impact was brutal, knocking them down like dominoes, their bodies collapsing into a tangled heap of limbs and pain. The spiky-haired man let out a strangled cry as he hit the ground, his fear now fully realized. "Get off me!" the ponytailed mage screamed, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and desperation. His hands fumbled frantically as he tried to shove the black-haired man off him, but the crushing weight and force of the impact were too overwhelming. His breath came in ragged gasps, panic tightening his chest as he realized just how powerless he was beneath the heavy, motionless body. "Please move," he pleaded, his voice cracking under the strain of his terror. "We need to get out of here. She's going to kill us." The urgency in his tone was unmistakable, every word dripping with the dread that had now consumed him. The spiky-haired man, entangled in the mess of limbs, tried to push himself up, his face pale and eyes wide with horror. "I don't want to die," he choked out, his voice a frantic whimper. "We have to do something, anything." But as they struggled in vain, their movements growing weaker with each passing second, Lucy's smirk only grew wider, her expression twisted into a wicked grin. Her eyes gleamed with a sinister light, relishing the fear that radiated from the two men. They were trapped, helpless, and she was in complete control that Lucy's gaze locked onto them, her amusement evident in the slow, deliberate way she raised her hand. With a flick of her fingers, she sealed their fate, her voice, low and dripping with menace, cut through the air like a blade. Eruption. The three men barely had time to comprehend the word before their fate was sealed. Their screams of desperation and terror were cut short as the black-haired man's body erupted, the explosion engulfing all three in a violent burst of flames and energy. The sound of their final, futile cries was drowned out by the deafening roar of the blast, which reduced them to nothing but ash in an instant. As the dust and debris settled, an eerie silence fell over the arena. The once mighty opponents, who had taunted and mocked Lucy just moments before, were now obliterated. Nothing more than charred remnants scattered across the battlefield. The contrast between the silence and the violence that had just occurred was stark, leaving the audience in stunned disbelief. Lucy stood amidst the destruction, her laughter echoing through the arena like the manic cackle of a madwoman who had just taken perverse delight in her victory. The sound was unnerving, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Slowly, she turned her gaze toward the audience, her expression cold and filled with dark satisfaction. "Do any of you still dare to bully me?" she asked, her voice carrying a mocking edge that cut through the silence like a knife. The threat hung heavily in the air, the weight of her words sinking into the hearts of everyone present. The audience, filled with both fear and awe, remained silent, and no one dared to challenge her further. The memory of what had just transpired a vivid reminder of the consequences of underestimating Lucy. Zeus sat in the audience, his gaze locked on Lucy, who now wore an unsettling, evil smile. The raw power she had just unleashed left him both impressed and slightly unnerved. How had she managed to withstand the combined might of her opponents so effortlessly? How in the world did she do that? Zeus muttered, his voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and concern. "Huh. Are you finally realizing what a monstrous genius your sister is?" The system replied, its tone dripping with smugness. "Her body is already transformed into that of a 2-star volcanic titan. Pretty impressive, don't you think?" Zeus's eyes widened slightly, surprise flickering across his face. "Already? No wonder." "Oh, I'm not done yet," the system interrupted, its voice laced with mock arrogance. "You do remember that titans have the strongest physiques in existence, right? Even a 3-star attack is nothing more than a tickle to her now, that I bet those guys never saw that coming." Zeus could feel the system's smirk through its voice, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and unease. "And during the battle? Oh, I'm going to love this," the system continued, practically oozing with satisfaction. "From the divine mass within her, I sense she's just broken through to 3-star cultivation." Zeus's smirk widened, but there was a flicker of concern in his eyes. Pride swelled within him. His sister's growth was nothing short of extraordinary, but so was the realization that her potential was becoming something to be feared. "She really is a genius," Zeus muttered, more to himself than to the system. "Advancing on her own. Even if the divine mask was stabilizing her body, she's done most of the work herself." "Oh, don't downplay my contribution," the system shot back, mockingly offended. "Sure, she's talented, but without that divine mask keeping her body in check, she'd be a mess right now. But I'll give her this. Now that she's stabilized, her cultivation speed is off the charts." Zeus's expression hardened, his resolve solidifying. "It seems I need to grow stronger, even faster if I want to keep up with her." Finally catching on, the system teased, its tone dripping with playful arrogance. "Did you just realize how amazing your sister is? Don't get left in the dust, little brother." Zeus chuckled, acknowledging the system's taunt. "Yeah, I get it. Time to step up my game." "Good boy," the system quipped shamelessly. "Now let's see if you can keep up with that monster of a sister you've got." Zeus smirked again, this time with a mix of determination and amusement. "Challenge accepted." Lucy's eyes swept across the audience, her gaze icy and mocking. "Is there no one here brave enough to challenge me?" she called out, her voice laced with disdain. Her tone turned sharper as she continued. "All of you who enjoy bullying juniors, I dare you. Come down here and fight me." The crowd remained deathly silent, fear rippling through them like a wave. They had just witnessed Lucy annihilate 5 opponents with terrifying ease, leaving nothing but ashes in her wake. The thought of facing her now seemed suicidal. Lucy's smirk grew colder, more taunting. "As expected," she sneered, "you're all cowards." Her words cut through the arena like a knife, and the crowd visibly bristled, their anger simmering beneath the surface. Yet, not a single one of them dared to speak up. The memory of her previous victims, now nothing but dust, kept their defiance in check. Then, a figure with striking green hair stepped forward, his movement commanding instant attention. His eyes were locked on Lucy, a dangerous glint in them. The crowd's whispers grew louder, filled with a mix of awe and fear. "Zilber," they murmured, his name passing through their lips like a warning. He was the 10th-ranked outer disciple, infamous for his brutal strength and known for occasionally killing new disciples who crossed him. "So, there's a junior here with the guts to stand up to us," Zilber said, his voice carrying a cold, calculated edge. His expression was unreadable, a blend of curiosity and menace. Lucy caught the murmurs of the crowd, sensing the weight of Zilber's reputation. She knew he was dangerous, but she refused to be intimidated. Her eyes locked onto his, unflinching. "Brave? Of course," she shot back, her voice sharp and laced with sarcasm. "It's not hard when everyone around me is so weak." She paused, letting her gaze pierce through him. "That includes you." Zilber's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as a frown creased his brow. "You've got a sharp tongue," he said slowly, his voice lowering to a menacing growl. "But don't fool yourself into thinking I'm like those 5 losers. They were the bottom of the top 100. I'm different." Lucy's lips curled into a defiant smirk, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of the challenge. "Then come down here," she challenged, her voice steady and mocking. "If you dare." Zilber's lips twisted into a cold smile, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Oh, I'll come down," he replied, his tone dark with anticipation. "But I want to add one more condition." "Go ahead," Lucy responded, her voice unwavering, not a trace of fear in her stance. "This match will still be a death match," Zilber began, his voice ringing out across the arena, commanding the attention of everyone present. "But if I win, you don't need to die. You'll just become my slave forever." A collective gasp rippled through the audience, shock and disbelief filling the air as they processed the weight of his words. The stakes had suddenly escalated, the tension in the arena thickening. Lucy's eyes narrowed, her gaze turning icy as she considered his proposal. But her resolve didn't waver. "Fine," she agreed, her voice as cold and sharp as steel. "If you can win." Zilber grinned, clearly relishing her response. "I like your bravery," he said, his tone almost appreciative, though still laced with arrogance. With a confident stride, he stepped down into the arena, every movement exuding self-assurance. "Let's start," he declared, his eyes locked on Lucy, ready for the fight to begin. Zilber unsheathed his sword, and as it emerged, a sinister greenish aura began to swirl around the blade, pulsating with a malevolent energy. His eyes locked onto Lucy with a sneer, a mix of arrogance and anticipation playing across his face. "So, this is the junior who claims she's strong?" he taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. Lucy didn't flinch. Instead, she raised her hand in a mock gesture, casually beckoning him forward with a smirk. "Come on, show me what you've got," she replied, her tone daring and full of confidence. Zilber's lips curled into a cruel smile. "You're really something else," he muttered, amusement flickering in his eyes as he considered her audacity. Without another word, he lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air with deadly precision, aiming straight for Lucy. Lucy moved to intercept the blade, but Zilber was quicker than she anticipated. The sword's edge cut across her hand, drawing a thin line of blood. Zilber grinned wickedly, satisfaction evident in his eyes. "Is that all you've got?" he mocked, watching for any sign of weakness. But Lucy didn't waver. She met his gaze with a cold, unyielding stare, an icy smirk forming on her lips. "Of course not," she retorted, her voice carrying a chill that matched her demeanor. Zilber's grin faltered momentarily, but he quickly steeled himself, determined to finish what he had started. With a sharp breath, he launched into a relentless assault, his movements swift and calculated. His sword sliced through the air in a blur, each strike aimed with deadly precision. Lucy's body moved with fluid grace, her form almost languid as she sidestepped and deflected. Yet Zilber's blade managed to graze her with each pass. The sword danced around her, leaving shallow cuts in its wake, the green aura pulsing malevolently as it eagerly drank the blood drawn from her skin. Despite the flurry of strikes, Lucy remained eerily composed, her calm demeanor unshaken. Her movements were deliberate, her expression unchanging, as if the cuts were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. The wounds were superficial, barely more than scratches, but Zilber, emboldened by the sight of blood, failed to see. Her unwavering resilience, his growing arrogance, blinded him to the truth. The woman before him was far stronger than he had ever imagined. "Is this all you can do?" Lucy taunted, her voice dripping with disdain as she glanced down at the shallow wounds on her skin. There was no pain in her expression, no fear, just a cold, mocking stare that made Zilber's confidence waver. Zilber's grin widened, but there was a flicker of desperation behind his eyes. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, feeling the blade pulse with energy. "It's almost time," he muttered under his breath, as if trying to convince himself that everything was going according to plan. He could feel the seconds ticking away, waiting for his plan to take hold, his confidence teetering on the edge. Lucy's eyes narrowed, her patience wearing dangerously thin. She had grown tired of his games, of his smug arrogance. There was something about his face, his smirk, his eyes, the way he looked down on her, that ignited a deep-seated hatred. "I really hate your ugly face," she spat, her voice icy and final. "Now let me punch it." Zilber's smirk wavered for a split second as he saw the raw intensity in her gaze. But he quickly forced himself to stay calm, that he was waiting, anticipating that moment when his plan was working and he could strike the final blow. as Lucy prepared to strike. He shouted, "Now!" His voice rang with forced confidence, fully expecting to see her freeze, to watch the poison finally take effect and immobilize her. But to his shock, Lucy didn't even flinch. Instead, she swung her fist with incredible force, her movement fluid and unrestrained. Her punch connected with Zilber's chest, sending him flying across the arena like a rag doll. The audience gasped in unison, their disbelief palpable as they watched Zilber, the 10th-ranked outer disciple, crumble so easily under Lucy's attack. Whispers quickly spread through the crowd, the realization dawning on them. "How could this happen?" one murmured. "Zilber is known for his poison." "Yeah," another added. "He always inflicts small cuts laced with venom. His green aura, his blade, it's all toxic. The poison should have paralyzed her by now, leaving her helpless." But Lucy remained standing, seemingly untouched by the poison that should have incapacitated her. Zilber, now struggling to his feet, stared at her in disbelief, his confidence shattered. "How? How is my poison not working on you?" he stammered, his voice a mixture of shock and fear. At Lucy's smirk deepened, her eyes glinting with amusement. "I don't know," she replied with a shrug, her voice tinged with mockery, savoring the look of terror in Zilber's eyes. Meanwhile, in the audience, Zeus watched with a knowing smile, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "How stupid can he be?" The system scoffed, its tone dripping with arrogance. "Doesn't he know that flame element special physiques have a high resistance to poison?" Zeus's smile widened as the system continued its mocking tirade. "That poison was doomed from the start," the system sneered. "It would have been burned away the moment it entered her body, and with Lucy's 2-star volcanic titan physique, please, any poison-based attack below 4-star wouldn't even tickle her, let alone poison her." Zeus chuckled softly, shaking his head in mild disbelief. "Of course, he didn't know that he's just an outer disciple. After all," he murmured, his voice tinged with a mix of pity and condescension. "Even if he knew about her flame physique, he wouldn't have grasped its full power. Poor guy. It's just his bad luck." "Bad luck? More like stupidity," the system quipped, shamelessly arrogant, thinking he could bring down a volcanic titan with some petty poison. "Honestly, it's almost sad. Almost." Zeus nodded, his expression one of amused indifference. "Yeah, you're right," he agreed, the two of them sharing in the moment of mockery, their tones filled with a blend of arrogance and casual dismissal of Zilber's now obvious mistake. Zilber stood frozen, his mind reeling as he struggled to grasp the reality of what had just happened. His most potent weapon, the poison that had felled countless opponents, had failed miserably against Lucy. His thoughts raced, trying to piece together what could have gone wrong. "How? How can my poison not work on you?" he stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief, eyes wide and desperate. He took a step back, his grip on his sword tightening, as if it were a lifeline. "I've injected you with enough poison to take down a 4-star warrior." Lucy's smirk widened, her confidence unwavering. She looked at him with a mix of amusement and cold disdain, her eyes gleaming like a predator toying with its prey. "It seems I'm just too strong for your poison to have any effect," she replied, her voice calm and almost mocking. The arrogance in her tone was unmistakable, as if she found his desperation amusing. Zilber's expression twisted with rage, his disbelief morphing into furious denial. "No, it cannot be," he shouted, his voice cracking under the weight of his anger. He refused to accept the reality that was staring him in the face. "My poison works on even 4-star cultivators." His grip on the sword tightened further, his knuckles whitening as fury surged through him. He could feel the burning humiliation of being outmatched. "You must have some trick up your sleeve to withstand it," he growled, his voice low and seething with frustration. "But I'll make sure this time you don't survive." With a feral growl of determination, Zilber's voice rang out, poison edge. His sword flared to life, the greenish aura around it intensifying, pulsing with a deadly energy that seemed almost alive. The venomous power radiating from the blade was stronger than ever, a desperate attempt to overwhelm Lucy with sheer force. But he wasn't done. His eyes, wild with rage and desperation, locked onto Lucy as he snarled, "Poison aura!" A toxic mist began to seep from his pores, swirling around him in a thick, noxious cloud. The air itself seemed to shudder under the weight of the deadly fog, creating a suffocating atmosphere as it expanded outward, threatening to consume everything in its path. Zilber's body tensed, his muscles coiling like a spring ready to snap. His breath came in ragged, angry bursts as he glared at Lucy. His expression twisted with a mixture of hatred and fear. He could feel the poison coursing through his veins, empowering him, urging him to end this once and for all. With a vicious snarl, He launched himself forward, moving with blinding speed. Every muscle in his body strained as he closed the distance between them in an instant, his sword raised high and aimed directly at Lucy's heart. "Now take this, serpent strike," he roared, his voice thick with fury as he drove the venomous blade downward. Intent on stabbing her through with a final, lethal blow, his eyes blazed with a savage intensity, convinced that this strike would be the one to bring her down. But Lucy remained completely unfazed, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips, almost as if she were amused by Zilber's desperation. "Haven't you figured it out by now?" she asked, her tone dripping with mockery. Her voice calm and composed as she slowly raised her fingers, Zilber's bravado shattered in an instant, his eyes widening in sheer terror as the truth of the situation hit him like a sledgehammer. The confidence he had wielded like a weapon crumbled away, replaced by a cold, creeping fear that slithered into his heart. He knew exactly what was coming, and the realization drained the color from his face. "Wait!" he cried out, his voice cracking as panic clawed its way to the surface. But Lucy's smile only deepened, her eyes narrowing slightly as she relished the fear in his voice. "Too late," she whispered, her tone almost gentle, as if she were offering him a final, mocking kindness before his end. With a swift flick of her finger, she unleashed her devastating technique. The moment seemed to stretch into eternity as Zilber's eyes locked onto hers, filled with a desperate plea that went unheeded. Zilber barely managed to scream "no" before his body was consumed by a violent eruption. The poisonous aura surrounding him, the sword he had held so fiercely, and his very being, disintegrated into countless fragments, reduced to nothing but ashes scattered by the wind. Lucy's laughter rang out, sharp and cold, echoing through the stunned silence that followed the eruption. She watched the ashes drift away with a look of satisfied amusement, as if she had merely swatted away an annoying insect. The audience sat in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the carnage they had just witnessed. The tension in the air was palpable, as if the very atmosphere had been sucked dry by the sheer brutality of what had unfolded before them. Zilber, the 10th-ranked disciple, known for his lethal skills, had been utterly destroyed by Lucy, with a terrifying ease that left even the most hardened among them shaken. Lucy turned to face the crowd, her smirk still firmly in place, a cold glint in her eyes that sent shivers down the spines of those watching. "So," she began, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade, "I suppose that makes me the 10th-ranked now, doesn't it?" The words dripped with dark humor, her tone taunting and laced with a hint of mockery, as if daring anyone to challenge her newfound status. She paused for a moment, allowing the weight of her words to sink in, her gaze sweeping over the sea of faces, each one more fearful than the last. "If anyone else wants to fight me," she added, her voice calm and deadly serious, "I welcome the challenge." The silence that followed was deafening, and no one dared to move, let alone speak. The fear she had instilled in them was absolute, and it showed in their wide eyes and slack jaws. With a final, disdainful glance at the crowd, Lucy turned and walked out of the arena, her steps measured and unhurried. The spectators, too terrified to even breathe, watched her leave, knowing that they had just witnessed the rise of a new power, one that none of them were foolish enough to challenge. Zeus remained seated in the arena, his gaze distant as he watched Lucy leave, but his mind wasn't entirely present. His focus was split, part of it resting in the consciousness of his clone, Lucas, back at Lucy's house. As he monitored the situation through Lucas, he sensed Lucy approaching the house. She had returned, just as he had anticipated. The door creaked open, and the moment Lucas saw her, Lucy rushed toward him, her expression bright and full of joy. She enveloped him in a warm, tight hug, lifting him off the ground with surprising ease. There was no hesitation in her movements, just pure excitement. "Where are you taking me, sis?" Lucas asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and mild confusion, as he tried to keep up with her sudden burst of energy. Lucy grinned down at him, her eyes gleaming with pride and satisfaction. "I'm taking you to our new house," she announced, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Lucas blinked, the surprise evident on his face. "New house? What do you mean, sis?" Still beaming, Lucy couldn't help but laugh softly at his reaction. "I'm now the 10th-ranked outer disciple," she explained, a note of pride in her voice. "Because of that, they've given me a better house, one that's reserved for the top 10. Lucas's eyes widened in astonishment. "You're already the 10th rank? That's incredible, sis." His voice was filled with admiration, clearly impressed by her rapid rise. Lucy's smile widened, clearly pleased by his reaction. "Of course, I'm your big sister after all," she added with a playful wink, "and I've also earned a lot of academy points." Lucas's curiosity was immediately piqued. How many points did you get, sis? Lucy's grin turned mischievous, her eyes twinkling with pride. More than 1,000 points. Lucas's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000? How did you get that many? Lucy chuckled, her tone light and almost playful. Well, it was a bit of an accident that I ended up killing my opponent, and it turns out he had bet everything he owned on the battle.so. When he lost, all of it became mine. Lucas nodded slowly, piecing it together. So, your opponent died, and you ended up with all his assets. For a brief moment, Lucy's smile wavered, a flicker of concern crossing her face. She suddenly realized the gravity of what she had just admitted. He's still just a child, she thought, wondering if this revelation would be too much for him. But Lucas, ever perceptive, noticed her unease and quickly spoke up to reassure her. Don't worry, sis, he said with a small, reassuring smile. I know how the world works, that I'm your little brother, and whether it's now or later, I'll learn about these things. What matters is that we're together and safe. Lucy's heart warmed at his words, her smile returning with genuine affection. Yeah, you're right, she agreed softly, her voice filled with a newfound resolve. As long as we're alive and together, nothing else matters. Lucas smiled back, a shared understanding passing between them. Together, they continued toward their new home, the bond between them stronger than ever. When they arrived at the house reserved for the 10th rank, both Lucas and Lucy were momentarily stunned by the sight before them. The house was nothing short of impressive, a vast improvement over their previous dwelling. It wasn't just bigger, it was grander in every way. The exterior was crafted from polished stone, glowing faintly with embedded runes that pulsed with protective magic. The air around the house felt different, heavier with the rich concentration of mana that seemed to hum with energy. Tall, elegant windows allowed sunlight to pour into the house, illuminating the intricately carved wooden doors that opened to welcome them inside. As they stepped through the entrance, they were greeted by a spacious interior that felt both luxurious and secure. The floors were smooth, polished marble, and the walls were adorned with subtle, shimmering enchantments that promised protection against any would-be intruders. The air inside was cool and refreshing, infused with a constant flow of mana that made every breath feel revitalizing. The house was filled with an array of enchantments, wards and spells carefully woven into the very fabric of the building. These spells not only ensured the safety of its occupants but also enhanced the atmosphere within, making it an ideal space for both rest and cultivation. The mana concentration was noticeably higher here, creating an environment that felt almost alive with potential, perfect for honing their skills and recovering their strength. Lucy's smile broadened as she took in sight of their new home. Knowing that her brother would be safe here while she went on missions gave her a sense of relief she hadn't felt in a long time. She glanced down at Lucas, who was equally in awe of their new place. What do you think, little brother? She asked, her voice filled with warmth. It's amazing, sis, Lucas replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It's like a real home. Lucy nodded, her smile softening with affection. It is, isn't it? I feel better knowing you'll be safe here. But as she thought about the future, a new idea took hold. With the bounty of academy points she had earned, there was no immediate rush to dive back into the chaos of missions. For once, she had the luxury of time. You know what? Lucy said, a playful glint in her eye. I think we both deserve a break. Let's take some time to enjoy this new house together. Just the two of us. A little home vacation. Lucas looked up at her, surprised but delighted. Really, you mean it? Lucy chuckled, ruffling his hair affectionately. Absolutely. We've earned it, don't you think? As they stood together, taking in the peaceful surroundings of their new home, Lucy felt a wave of contentment wash over her. This was exactly what they needed, a chance to rest, recharge, and simply enjoy each other's company in a place that finally felt like home. Zeus had finally pieced together his next move. The information he had gathered from Lucy while posing as Lucas left no doubt. To secure a better house and rack up substantial academy points, he needed to break into the top 10 ranks, and the fastest way to do that, take down one of the current top 10 disciples. Whoa, hold your horses, the system interjected, its tone dripping with smug superiority. You're still just a 2-star host, remember? All those top 10 folks are 3-stars. Do you really think you're ready for that? I know, Zeus replied, his voice steady with confidence. But with my power, I should be able to take them on. Oh, sure, you can fight them. The system conceded, a hint of sarcasm creeping into its tone. If you're planning on making it a serious slugfest, but why waste energy? Why not take a page out of your sister's book? She's been killing her opponents like a child's play, and it's done wonders for her reputation. Zeus paused, mulling over the system's advice, but he had to admit it had a point. You're right, he said thoughtfully. Charging in head first might not be the smartest strategy. Glad to see you're catching on. The system quipped, clearly enjoying its role as the voice of reason. Now, let's talk about what really matters. Getting that Zeus divine mask of yours beefed up, and we need to find a place bursting with thunder mana. The system's tone turned almost gleeful as it added. Remember how Lucy shot up to 3-star so quickly? She had a volcano's worth of mana to feast on that if you want to keep up, you'll need to find a thunderstorm or something just as juicy. Zeus's eyes sharpened with resolve. Got it. Let's head to the mission center and find the right spot. He moved swiftly through the academy grounds, his focus unbroken as he approached the mission center. Stepping up to the counter, he met the gaze of the officer on duty. "I'm looking for missions related to a thunder area," he said, his tone firm and direct. The officer raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, and began scanning through the mission listings. "Thunder areas, you say? What level are you aiming for? We've got missions ranging from 1-star to 3-star. Zeus didn't miss a beat. "I'll take the 3-star missions," he replied, his voice filled with unwavering confidence. The officer gave him a nod of approval, impressed by his boldness. "3-star it is," he said, rifling through a stack of mission scrolls before laying a few out on the counter. "These should be right up your alley." Zeus leaned in, examining the missions closely. His eyes lit up as he noticed a pattern. "Looks like these 3 are all connected to the same location. A 3-star thunderstorm area," he observed, a hint of excitement in his voice. The first mission tasked him with collecting 10 stalks of thundergrass. The second required him to obtain 10 thunderboar cores, and the third was to retrieve a thunder python core. A confident smile tugged at the corners of Zeus's mouth as he looked back at the officer. "I can handle all 3 of these missions," he declared, his voice firm and brimming with determination. There was no hesitation, no doubt, just pure resolve. The officer, catching the intensity in Zeus's eyes, nodded and began processing the registrations. He didn't ask any questions. It wasn't his place to caution disciples about their choices. After all, in the Celestial Academy, the responsibility was on the disciples to take responsibility for their actions, that if they wanted to advance, they had to be willing to take risks. "You've got guts. I'll give you that," the officer remarked as he finalized the paperwork. His tone was neutral, but there was a hint of respect in his gaze. "Just remember, the higher the stakes, the greater the rewards or the consequences." Zeus gave a brief nod, acknowledging the officer's words without letting them deter him. "I'm aware that I'm ready for whatever comes." With the mission scrolls in hand, Zeus turned and headed out of the mission center. His steps were purposeful, his mind laser-focused on the challenges that lay ahead. Before leaving the academy grounds, Zeus approached one of the guards stationed at the gate. The guard inspected his mission details carefully, nodding in approval before allowing him to pass. Everything seemed routine, and Zeus was eager to begin his journey to the thunderstorm area. But unbeknownst to him, a group of disciples was also making their way in the same direction. They kept a cautious distance, their conversation hushed, but their eyes gleaming with intent. "So it's true then? Zeus is the target?" One of the disciples whispered, his voice low but brimming with anticipation. Another disciple nodded, glancing around nervously to ensure they weren't being overheard. "Yeah, it's confirmed. His face is on the bounty mission paper. The reward's a superior mana stone." The mention of the reward made their eyes light up with greed. A superior mana stone was a prize too tempting to ignore, a resource rare and powerful enough to lure even the most cautious among them into taking a risk. "We'd be fools to pass this up," another disciple muttered, a hint of excitement in his tone. "That kind of bounty from the Locker family, they really want him dead. Can you blame them?" a third disciple added, his voice tinged with a mix of disdain and glee. Zeus poked the hornet's nest when he messed with the Malakers. He should have known better. The group exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between them. Their thoughts were consumed by the potential reward, and they could hardly wait to claim ITTO them. Zeus had made a fatal error by crossing one of the most powerful families in the academy, and now they were eager to profit from his misstep. As they continued on their way, the tension among them was palpable, each step bringing them closer to what they hoped would be an easy victory and a rich reward. Their expressions hardened with determination, fully prepared to capitalize on Zeus's supposed misfortune. Zeus finally arrived at the designated area where the storm raged with a fury that shook the very earth beneath his feet. The skies above were a chaotic dance of lightning, each bolt tearing through the clouds like jagged blades of light, casting eerie, fleeting shadows across the landscape. The air itself seemed alive, crackling with an energy so potent that it sent shivers down his spine. Zeus took a deep breath, feeling the intense concentration of thunder mana all around him. A slight grin tugged at the corners of his lips. "This place is absolutely teeming with thunder mana," he murmured, his voice tinged with satisfaction. Obviously genius, the system interjected, its voice dripping with its usual arrogance. Do you think I let you waste time in some mediocre spot? With me here converting all this juicy thunder mana directly into your own power, even an idiot could cultivate faster. Though I suppose in your case, it's just the right boost to keep you from being utterly mediocre. Zeus couldn't help but chuckle at the system's shameless mockery, his expression shifting into one of amused exasperation. You're shameless as always, aren't you? He replied, his tone light but laced with a hint of sarcasm. The banter between them was familiar, almost comforting, even if the system never missed a chance to mock him. Shameless? No, just brutally honest. The system shot back, feigning innocence with a haughty tone. But don't worry, with my help, even someone as gifted as you will manage to scrape through this little mission. Just don't get too cocky. There's still a lot of work to do. Zeus shook his head, a full smile now playing on his lips. Despite the system's relentless jabs, he felt a surge of confidence. Let's just focus on finishing the mission first, he said, his voice steady and resolute, though his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Without wasting time, Zeus ventured deeper into the storm's heart, where the thunder mana was at its strongest. Soon, he came across a patch of thundergrass. The vibrant blue blades of the grass sparked with electrical energy, swaying in the wind. Thundergrass was a common thunder element plant, thriving only in areas like this, where thunderstorms were frequent. Despite its common nature, it was highly valued by thunder cultivators for its mana-conducting properties. Zeus meticulously harvested the thundergrass, carefully placing it into a spatial pouch. As he moved through the area, he also gathered other thunder element plants, each one serving a specific purpose for his future plans. After securing the plants, Zeus ventured further into the stormy terrain. It wasn't long before he encountered a herd of thunder boars. These three-star beasts were formidable, with their bodies crackling with thunder energy. They had two main abilities, Thunder Charge, which allowed them to rush at their enemies with bodies strengthened by thunder, and Thunder Body, where they released destructive thunder energy from their skin. However, these thunder-based attacks were of little concern to Zeus, as a divine mask focused on thunder. Such attacks had minimal effect on him. Moreover, his main body possessed the Void Physique, a top-tier defensive ability that made him nearly impervious to physical and elemental attacks. As the first thunder boar charged at him, Zeus calmly stood his ground. The moment the boar's tusks were within reach, he swiftly caught them with his hands, effortlessly flipping the massive beast onto its back. With a fluid motion, his hand transformed into a sharp spear, piercing through the boar's hide and extracting its core in one decisive strike. The boar let out a final, pitiful squeal before collapsing, lifeless. Zeus methodically dealt with the rest of the thunderboar herd, each encounter a seamless blend of power and precision. With every charge, he met their momentum head-on, catching tusks with practiced ease and flipping the beasts with a fluid, almost effortless grace. As he dispatched the last boar, a sharp, unexpected pain shot through his hand. His brow furrowed in surprise as he glanced down to find a small, young thunder python coiled around his wrist, its fangs deeply embedded in his flesh. Thunder pythons were notorious in these parts, sly, stealthy predators that relied on their agility and potent thunder poison. Unlike the brute strength of the thunderboars, these creatures were more about cunning and speed, their venom capable of paralyzing even the mightiest of four-star warriors. But Zeus was far from ordinary. The initial shock gave way to a calm, almost amused expression as he studied the creature. "You've got some nerve," he muttered, his voice low, laced with a dark amusement. The pain from its bite was little more than a nuisance. The thunder poison, nothing more than a fleeting sting against his formidable physique. With a deliberate slowness, he pried the python from his hand, the creature thrashing in a futile attempt to escape his iron grip. Zeus's eyes narrowed, a cold smirk curling his lips. "Nice try," he said, his tone icy. With a swift, merciless motion, he crushed the serpent's skull in his palm, feeling the life drain from its writhing body. The python's limp form dropped to the ground, and without hesitation, Zeus knelt down, carefully extracting its core. The glow of the core reflected in his eyes as he held it up to the stormy sky, the energy within it still pulsing with the faint remnants of thunder mana. Zeus then smirked, a sense of satisfaction settling over him as he surveyed the aftermath. The ease with which he had handled the encounter left him feeling confident, almost invincible. Only 5 hours to finish this mission, he mused aloud, his voice tinged with pride. The corners of his lips curled into a satisfied grin, the thrill of success lighting up his eyes. With the mission now complete, his thoughts turned to the next phase, cultivating and absorbing the abundant thunder mana that crackled in the air around him. He could almost feel the power waiting to be drawn in, like a feast laid out just for him. Zeus found a spot amidst the chaos of the storm, the ground beneath. Him vibrating with energy, he was just about to sit down and begin his cultivation when a sudden, sharp prick of awareness shot through him. His instincts flared, a familiar tension coiling in his muscles. His expression darkened, the grin fading into a focused, almost predatory look. Without a moment's hesitation, he whipped his head around, eyes narrowing as they scanned the area behind him. Zeus's voice cut through the storm, sharp and commanding, as he shouted, "Who's there?" The wind howled in response, but from the shadows, figures began to materialize. They stepped out from behind jagged rocks and sparse trees, their movements fluid yet ominous. Dark robes billowed around them, partially obscuring their faces, but the smirks playing on their lips were unmistakable. "To think you managed to detect us," one of them sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. His eyes narrowed as he studied Zeus, trying to gauge his strength. There was a cold, calculating malice in his gaze. Zeus met his stare with calm composure, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "It wasn't too difficult," he replied, his tone light, but carrying an undercurrent of mockery. "When you're all leaking that much killing intent, it's like you're announcing yourselves." The group exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unsettled by Zeus's nonchalance. One of them, his expression shifting from surprise to grudging respect, muttered, "It seems we really couldn't hide from you after all." The leader of the group stepped forward, his face twisted into a scowl as the shadows seemed to deepen around him. His eyes, cold and calculating, locked onto Zeus. "Now that you know what we're after," he said, his voice low and menacing, "why don't you make this easy on yourself? Surrender now, and perhaps you'll get to live a few more days in peace." Zeus's smile widened, the amusement in his eyes unmistakable. He tilted his head slightly, as if considering the offer, then asked with a playful edge, "And if I decide not to?" The leader's expression hardened, his patience wearing thin. "Then it's too bad for you," he growled, his tone dropping to an icy coldness. "We'll have to take what we want by force." A ripple of unease passed through the group, but Zeus remained unfazed. He let out a soft chuckle, the sound both mocking and confident. "The hard way it is," Zeus said, his voice laced with a mixture of challenge and mockery. Though his posture remained casual, the gleam in his eyes revealed that he was more than ready for the fight that was about to unfold. "Let's see if you got what it takes." The leader of the group let out a dark chuckle, a smirk stretching across his face. "Oh, we're more than prepared," he replied, his tone dripping with confidence. "Now do it." At his command, two earth mages in the group sprang into action, their expressions focused as they chanted in unison, "Earthlock." The ground beneath Zeus trembled as thick chains of solid earth erupted upwards, swiftly wrapping around his limbs and locking him in place. The leader strode forward, his eyes gleaming with sadistic satisfaction as he closed the distance between them. "You see," he began, his voice low and menacing, "the one who placed the bounty on your head was very clear. They want you alive, but," he paused, allowing the malice to seep into his words, "I think they won't mind if you lose a limb or two along the way." He turned to the warriors behind him, who were now brandishing their swords, and ordered with a cruel smile, "Cut his limbs. That'll make it easier to deliver him to our client." As the warriors moved in, their swords glinting ominously, Zeus suddenly burst out laughing. The sound was unexpected, echoing loudly through the stormy landscape, causing the approaching warriors to hesitate. "You really went all out with this plan, didn't you?" Zeus remarked, his voice carrying a mixture of amusement and something almost like admiration. The leader, feeling bolstered by Zeus's apparent acknowledgement, smirked even wider. "Of course," he said proudly, his chest puffing up with arrogance. "The reward is far too generous to leave anything to chance. I made sure everything was meticulously planned." Zeus's laughter subsided into a grin as he looked the leader in the eyes. "Mind telling me who put this bounty on my head?" he asked, his tone casual, but his gaze sharp. The leader hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind at the sight of Zeus's confident smirk. But then he brushed it off. Zeus was bound, after all, with no way out. "Fine," he said, feeling secure enough to share. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you before we get on with it. It's the Mallocker family who wants you." Recognition flashed across Zeus's face as he recalled the recent encounter with a member of the Mallocker family, a confrontation where he had thoroughly humiliated the noble. "The Mallocker family, huh?" Zeus mused aloud, a trace of amusement still in his voice. "They didn't waste any time, did they? Issuing a bounty and getting it all the way here in just a few days. Impressive." The leader's sneer deepened. "Now that you know, you've only got yourself to blame for offending them," he said, his voice taking on a cold edge. Zeus's grin widened as he leaned slightly forward, despite the chains. "Oh, I don't deny that," he replied, his tone light. "But let me ask you one last thing. Did you really plan every detail of this?" The leader puffed out his chest, arrogance radiating from him. "Of course I did," he boasted, his voice brimming with pride. "I'm one of the sharpest minds you'll ever meet." Zeus's smirk deepened, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "So, tell me," he continued, his tone still deceptively casual, "did you factor in my power?" The leader opened his mouth to deliver another boast, but his words faltered. His eyes flicked around the area, taking in their surroundings with sudden urgency. The dark clouds, the constant crackle of lightning, the overwhelming charge of Thunderman in the air. It all started to piece together in his mind. Realization hit him like a punch to the gut, and his expression twisted from confidence to dread. His voice, which had been so assured moments before, now trembled slightly as he stammered, "Why? You?" Zeus's voice dropped to a low, ominous tone. "Looks like you've figured it out." Panic flared in the leader's eyes as he whirled around to his men, desperation creeping into his voice. "Quick, cut his limbs now." But Zeus only smiled, a dark, knowing grin that sent a chill down the spines of those watching. "Too bad," he said softly, "you're too late." Without warning, Zeus unleashed a massive surge of thunder mana from his hands and legs. The energy crackled and exploded outward, shattering the earth chains that had bound him so tightly. The sheer force of the release sent a shockwave rippling through the area, momentarily stunning the entire group. As the dust settled, Zeus stood tall, his presence dominating the battlefield. The remnants of the chains crumbled at his feet as he straightened, his smirk widening with anticipation. He looked each of his would-be captors in the eye, his voice dripping with barely contained excitement as he declared, "Round 2. Zeus smirked as he locked eyes with the leader, his voice dripping with mockery. "You really are the smartest person here. So smart that you made it easy for me to destroy your plan that it's almost like you wanted to fail." The leader's face twisted with rage, his eyes narrowing in fury. "Democrat menace, so do you," he spat, his voice shaking with barely contained anger. "Mages do it now." The mages, their faces tense with determination, immediately began chanting. The ground beneath Zeus's feet rumbled as the familiar chains of earth began to rise, attempting to ensnare him once more. But Zeus only laughed, a dark, amused chuckle escaping his lips. "Do you really think the same strategy would work twice on me?" Zeus taunted, his tone dripping with condescension. "How stupid do you think I am?" The leader's eyes flared with anger, his fists clenched tightly around his staff. "You're the stupid one if you think you can mock us and walk away unscathed," he growled, his voice trembling with frustration. Zeus's grin widened, his gaze never leaving the leader. "Oh, but I'm not the one about to lose," he said, his tone light, almost playful. "You're so predictable, it's almost boring." Before the leader could retort, Zeus moved, his body blurring with speed. In an instant, he disappeared from his previous spot, reappearing directly in front of one of the mages. The mage's eyes widened in shock, fear flashing across his face as he realized how close Zeus was. The mage tried to step back, his movements panicked and clumsy. "Stay away from me," he shouted, his voice cracking with fear. But Zeus was faster. He leaned in close, his breath warm against the mage's ear. "Too slow," he whispered, his voice carrying a sinister edge. The mage's eyes filled with terror, but before he could react, Zeus's knife plunged into his heart with a swift, practiced motion. The mage let out a strangled gasp, his life slipping away as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zeus straightened, effortlessly pulling the knife free from the lifeless mage. He turned his gaze back to the leader, whose expression had now twisted from seething anger to a blend of fear and disbelief. "Democrat, Minnesota it." The leader cursed under his breath, his frustration boiling over. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped his staff tighter, desperation creeping into his voice. "You think you're so clever, don't you?" he spat, his voice tinged with both fear and fury. "Let's see how you handle this." Flame arrows. In an instant, dozens of blazing arrows materialized in the air, their fiery tips aimed directly at Zeus. With a sweeping motion, the leader sent the arrows hurtling toward him, his eyes alight with a desperate hope of victory. Simultaneously, the remaining mage, his face pale but resolute, chanted, "Earth Spike." The ground beneath Zeus rumbled as sharp spikes of earth erupted upward, converging on him with deadly intent. But Zeus merely tilted his head, his expression one of sheer boredom. "Is that all you've got?" "Too slow," he repeated, his voice dripping with condescension. The leader's face contorted in rage at Zeus's taunt. "You won't be laughing when you're skewered," he shouted, his voice shaking with both anger and the fear of losing control. But Zeus was already gone, his body vanishing in a blur of movement. The leader's eyes widened in shock, his breath catching in his throat as he scanned the area, desperately trying to locate his enemy. A strangled gasp escaped the remaining mage as Zeus suddenly reappeared right in front of him. The mage's eyes filled with terror, his mouth opening to scream, but no sound came. Out. His hands shook as he instinctively tried to raise them in defense, but it was far too late. In a single, precise motion, Zeus's blade found its mark, slicing through the mage's heart. The mage's eyes went wide with shock and pain before the life drained from them, and he crumpled to the ground. Yes, the mage crumpled to the ground. Lifeless, Zeus turned to the leader with a mocking grin. "Did you really think you stood a chance? Don't you know I'm a thunder element warrior? Thunder isn't just about power, it's about speed, and speed kills." The leader's face drained of color as the full weight of Zeus's strength became clear. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he muttered, "Democrat, Minnesota you." His voice wavered, the earlier bravado faltering as fear took root. But the leader quickly forced himself to stand tall, refusing to show weakness. "Don't think you've already won," he shouted, though desperation laced his words. His grip on his staff tightened, as if it were the only thing anchoring his courage. In a last-ditch effort, he raised his staff high and chanted, "Flame blessing." A fiery aura erupted around the two remaining sword users, their swords now ablaze with intense flames, empowered by the leader's magic. "Now, kill him," the leader commanded, his voice cracking with fear and fury. "I don't care if he's alive or not. He dares to mock us. Make him pay." The two sword users, their weapons now wreathed in fire, exchanged a quick glance, their expressions hardening with determination. "We'll make him regret ever crossing us," one of them snarled, his voice brimming with anger. "Raging strike!" They roared in unison, charging at Zeus with flames trailing behind them like fiery comets. Their faces contorted with rage, driven by the humiliation Zeus had inflicted. But Zeus merely watched them approach, his smile growing wider. "Is that all you've got?" he sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. "Pathetic." The sword user's eyes blazed with fury at the insult. "We'll cut that smirk off your face," one of them screamed, his voice nearly breaking with rage. "You think you're better than us? Die." Lucas's smirk only widened as he prepared to counter. With a swift motion, he struck the first sword user's wrist with his left hand, disarming him instantly. In the same fluid movement, he used his right hand to deliver a powerful punch to the first sword user's chest, sending him flying backward. In that same moment, Lucas ducked and sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the second sword user's fiery strike. Before the sword user could react, Lucas delivered a powerful uppercut, sending him sprawling to the ground. Both sword users lay sprawled on the ground. Dazed and utterly defeated, Zeus calmly raised his fingers, his eyes gleaming with a sadistic delight. "Time for the fireworks," he murmured, a smirk curving his lips as he casually flicked his hand. The surge of thunder mana erupted from his fingertips, crackling through the air before enveloping the two sword users. Their eyes widened in horror, but they were powerless to move. The concentrated thunder energy coursed through their bodies, not with an explosive force, but with a searing intensity that burned them from the inside out. Their screams were short-lived, choked off, as their bodies were, charred beyond recognition, leaving nothing but smoldering husks. Zeus watched with cold satisfaction as the last remnants of their life were snuffed out. His smirk remained, but now it was tinged with something darker, more menacing. He slowly turned his gaze toward the leader, who was now frozen in place, his face drained of all color. The leader's bravado had crumbled completely, leaving only sheer terror in its wake. Zeus took a deliberate step forward, his movements slow and menacing. "The final round," he said, his voice as cold as the grave. The smirk on his face never wavered, but his eyes were merciless, promising only one outcome for his terrified foe. The leader of the group lay sprawled on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably as he looked up at Zeus from his pitiful position. His heart pounded with fear, and when he finally managed to speak, his voice was barely a whisper, quivering with terror. Who are you? How can you be this strong?" Zeus tilted his head back and laughed. A deep, mocking sound that reverberated through the air, sending shivers down the leader's spine. His laughter was filled with disdain, the kind that made it clear just how insignificant he considered his opponent. "You," Zeus began, his voice dripping with condescension, "who boasted about being the smartest person here, don't know anything, do you?" The leader's eyes widened in fear, his mind racing to understand, he stammered, his voice weak and desperate. What do you mean? Zeus's expression darkened, and he leaned in closer, his eyes narrowing with cold calculation. Don't you really think things through? His tone was sharp, cutting through the leader's growing panic. The leader could only stare, unable to comprehend the depth of the mistake he had made. Zeus sneered, continuing, from what I can see, you're just one of the bottom-ranked outer disciples, right? You took on this bounty for a quick payday, didn't you? The leader's lips quivered, but he couldn't force out any words. His eyes darted around wildly, desperate to find some escape, but the weight of Zeus's words kept him rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. And seeing that you gathered a group to help, Zeus continued, his voice dripping with derision. The bounty must be pretty high. But here's what I'm curious about. Did it ever cross your mind why the Malakar family would put such a high price on my head? The leader's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, his face draining of color. I don't. He stammered, his voice barely above a whisper, choked with fear. Zeus sneered, his tone growing even sharper. Didn't it ever occur to you that I must be strong enough to make them feel threatened? Or maybe... Zeus leaned in closer, his eyes narrowing as he delivered the crushing truth. I killed or humiliated one of their precious members. The leader's face turned ghostly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably to try to speak again, his words stumbling over each other in his panic. I didn't know. I didn't think. Zeus cut him off with a cold, mocking laugh. Of course, you didn't. You were too busy being smart and too greedy to think about the consequences. The leader's breath hitched, his chest tightening with dread as Zeus straightened. Towering over him, Zeus's eyes were like shards of ice, devoid of any sympathy or mercy. There's a fate for people like you, Zeus said, his voice chillingly calm. That Zeus's movements were slow, almost leisurely, as he reached into his robe and drew out a knife. The blade gleamed ominously in the dim light, casting a sharp reflection that seemed to mirror the terror in the leader's widening eyes. The leader's breath quickened, and his pupils dilated in sheer panic. His voice shook uncontrollably as he began to plead for his life. Please, please, I swear, I'll never do anything like this again. Just let me go. I won't tell anyone, I promise. Zeus looked down at him, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile that was cold and devoid of any warmth. Are you absolutely sure? He asked, his tone laced with mockery. You're really saying that if I let you go, you won't breathe a word of this to anyone? The leader nodded frantically, desperation etched into every line of his face. Yes, I swear on everything. I won't say a thing. Just let me go. Zeus tilted his head slightly, feigning deep consideration of the leader's desperate pleas. His piercing gaze never wavered from the terrified man before him, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if Zeus might be weighing the option of mercy. Zeus murmured thoughtfully, his voice laced with false contemplation. He allowed the silence to stretch, letting the leader's hopes swell, feeding off the growing anticipation. Then, with a cold, detached tone, he uttered a single, chilling word, sure. Relief surged through the leader as he scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding with a chaotic mix of fear and twisted satisfaction. His breaths came in ragged gasps, but the thought of escape, of survival, spurred him on. Without a second thought, he turned and sprinted, his legs moving as fast as they could carry him. As he fled, his fear began to morph into anger. His mind raced with vengeful thoughts, each one more sinister than the last. I'll gather reinforcements, he muttered under his breath, his voice trembling with both fury and anticipation. I'll make him pay for this. I'll bring an army and crush him. No one humiliates me and gets away with it. The image of returning to the academy with a powerful force, one that could obliterate Zeus, fueled his resolve, giving him a false sense of triumph as he imagined his revenge. But just as those thoughts of retribution took hold, a sharp, blinding pain erupted in his head. He staggered, confusion and disbelief flooding his senses. What? He gasped, his hand instinctively reaching up to his head, only to find a cold, metallic object buried deep in his skull. His legs buckled, and he turned, eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Why? He gasped, his voice a frail whisper, barely able to form the word. Zeus stood where he had been, his smile as cold and unfeeling as ever. I said I'd let you leave, Zeus replied, his tone calm, almost casual. But I never said I wouldn't kill you. The leader's eyes filled with regret, the realization of his fatal mistake dawning too late. His greed and arrogance had sealed his fate. With that final, bitter thought, his life slipped away, and he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Zeus stood among the corpses of those foolish enough to challenge him, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies with a calm detachment, a slow, satisfied smile curled at the corners of his lips, a smile that spoke of a victory well earned. Well, the system chimed in, its voice dripping with a shameless blend of arrogance and genuine praise. Look at you, handling that situation like a seasoned pro. Who would have thought you'd come this far? Zeus couldn't help but smirk at the system's words, the satisfaction within him growing. They were too overconfident, he said, his tone casual, almost bored, as if the whole encounter had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Thinking they could outsmart me? Ridiculous. Overconfident and underprepared. The system interrupted with a mocking chuckle, which, as we both know, is a deadly combination. But for you, a perfect opportunity to show off. There was a pause, then the system added, almost gleefully, "You've really mastered the art of turning the tables, haven't you? The way you let him think he had a chance, utterly priceless." Zeus's smirk deepened, a dark, predatory glint flashing in his eyes. "It was almost too easy," he mused, the arrogance in his voice undeniable. "They underestimated me, and that's always their first and last mistake." "Underestimate you?" The system scoffed, its tone dripping with condescension. "They didn't even have a clue who they were dealing with. You're becoming quite the strategist, aren't you? Combining your natural talent with my enhancements. Now, that's a deadly mix." There was a pause, and then the system added with exaggerated admiration. "The way you handle the entire situation, flawless. Truly, I'm almost impressed." Zeus shrugged, his confidence swelling with each word of praise. "It's all about understanding your opponent's weaknesses and exploiting them," he replied, his tone matter-of-fact, as if discussing the simplest of tasks. "They were too blinded by greed to see the trap I set." Blinded by greed, and dumb as rocks, the system mocked, its voice laced with a gleeful malice. "And you, my dear host, are a master at setting traps." The system's tone shifted slightly, almost affectionate, a rare moment of camaraderie between it and Zeus. Zeus couldn't help but chuckle at the system's words. "A master? Huh," he echoed, his voice filled with a mix of pride and amusement. "Oh, absolutely," the system continued, not missing a beat. "You've come a long way since we first started. You know that. Every move, every decision you make. It's like watching a well-oiled machine in action that you've become the perfect blend of power and cunning. And of course, you have me to thank for that." Zeus chuckled again, the sound low and filled with satisfaction. "I'll give you that," he said, his tone teasing. "But let's not forget who's pulling the strings here." "Oh, I never forget," the system replied, its voice dripping with sarcasm. "After all, what would you do without my brilliant guidance? You're welcome, by the way." Zeus nodded, his expression turning serious. "Now, let's get back to the matter at hand. I still have some unfinished business to attend to." "Ah, yes, back to the grind. Time to cultivate and, of course, endure the lovely pain that comes with it." The system chimed in, its tone a mix of mockery and eagerness. Zeus frowned, letting out a resigned sigh as he steeled himself for the inevitable agony that always accompanied his cultivation. "No pain, no gain," he muttered, bracing for what was to come. Without wasting any time, Zeus gathered the corpses of the group he had just dispatched, along with the remains of the thunder boars and the thunder python he had slain earlier. He carried them to a spot he had identified earlier, a place where the concentration of thunder mana was the densest, crackling with energy from the raging storm above. Once he reached the area, Zeus began his cultivation of the Zeus divine mask. The air around him buzzed with electricity as he commanded the system, "Absorb all the mana around here." "Sure thing," the system responded, its tone dripping with a mix of arrogance and eagerness. "You just sit back and let me do the real work as usual." With that, the system initiated its absorption, drawing in the thunder mana from the surrounding area with the force of a swirling vortex. The air crackled as the ambient mana was pulled in, but the system's reach extended further, sinking its unseen tendrils into the very corpses of the beasts and the fallen enemies. As the life force was ruthlessly extracted, their bodies withered, skin and flesh shriveling until they were nothing more than brittle husks. In a final, harrowing moment, the corpses crumbled into ash, every last drop of energy converted into pure, concentrated thunder mana, ready to fuel Zeus's cultivation. "Look at that," the system mocked, its voice oozing with shameless pride. "Draining the very essence out of everything around here, even the corpses. You should be thanking me. This is top-tier efficiency, right here." The system then funneled the concentrated thunder mana into the Zeus divine mask, initiating the cultivation process. As the energy surged through Zeus's body, he was immediately hit by the familiar, excruciating pain that always accompanied the cultivation of a top-ranked divine scripture. Every nerve in his body screamed in agony, but Zeus gritted his teeth and endured, knowing that this was the price he had to pay to advance. "Oh, Poor you. The system taunted, its tone laced with mock sympathy. Can't handle a little pain? You should be used to this by now. But hey, if you want to be a 3-star, you gotta suck it up, and no pain, no gain, right? Zeus could only grit his teeth in response, focusing on enduring the unbearable pain that he knew the system was right, despite its mocking tone. Reaching the level of a 3-star warrior required sacrifices, and this pain was just one of many he had to endure on his path to power. Zeus sat cross-legged on the ground, his body trembling as waves of intense pain coursed through him. The thunder mana that the system had absorbed and funneled into the Zeus divine mask was now swirling within him, raw and potent, like a storm waiting to be unleashed. His task now was to condense this mana, to forge it into a form that would strengthen the temporary heavenly thunder core within the mask. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony. His bones felt as though they were being ground to dust, and his veins burned as if molten lightning coursed through them. But Zeus knew that this pain was necessary, that he had to endure it if he wanted to break through and reach the next level. Gritting his teeth, Zeus focused all his willpower on condensing the thunder mana. Slowly, painfully, he began to compress the volatile energy within him, forcing it into the temporary heavenly thunder core. Each pulse of energy felt like a hammer striking an anvil, reverberating through his entire being. Oh, struggling are we? The system's voice cut through the pain, its usual arrogance tainted with a hint of amusement. Condensing thunder mana isn't for the faint of heart, you know, but I'm sure you'll manage eventually. Zeus ignored the system's mockery. His focus unshaken, he continued to compress the mana, his breathing ragged as the pain intensified. The IT was as if he was trying to force a raging storm into a single, tiny space. And every moment was a battle to maintain control. Minutes felt like hours as Zeus persisted, his determination unwavering. Slowly, he began to feel the heavenly thunder core within the mask respond. The core pulsed with power, absorbing the condensed thunder mana, growing denser and more potent with each passing moment. The pain grew sharper, more intense, as the core strained under the pressure. But Zeus knew he was close, just a little more, and he would break through. With one final, agonizing push, Zeus forced the last of the condensed thunder mana into the core. For a moment, everything seemed to hold still. The storm within him quieted. The pain reached its peak, and then, with a shattering burst of energy, the heavenly thunder core broke through and a surge of power exploded within Zeus, the energy of the breakthrough washing over him like a tidal wave. The Zeus divine mask resonated with the newly strengthened core, its aura growing more potent, more formidable. Zeus could feel the mask's power increasing, the connection between him and the heavenly thunder core deepening as the mask ascended to the level of a 3-star. The pain began to ebb away, replaced by a sense of overwhelming power. Zeus slowly opened his eyes, feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. He had done it. The Zeus divine mask had reached 3-star, and with it, his own power had grown significantly. Well, look who finally pulled it off. The system chimed in, its tone a mix of arrogance and genuine approval. I have to admit, that was quite the show. Breaking through to 3-star isn't something just anyone can do, you know, but you did it. Zeus, still catching his breath, let out a weary chuckle. Of course I did it. That if I didn't, I'd have gone crazy from all that pain. Oh, is that what it would have taken? Going crazy. I thought you were already halfway there. The system mocked, its voice brimming with its usual shameless arrogance. But really, you should be thanking me. After all, without my guidance, you'd probably still be floundering around as a lowly 2-star, crying about how hard cultivation is. Zeus rolled his eyes at the system's usual attitude. Thanking you? Maybe, but don't forget, I'm the one enduring all the pain while you just sit back and watch. Sit back and watch? Oh, please, the system scoffed, its tone almost dismissive. I'm the one doing all the heavy lifting, absorbing all that thunder mana, and converting it for you. If anything, you should be begging me to stick around. But hey, I get it, taking credit for my brilliance is all part of the package. Despite himself, Zeus couldn't help but smirk at the system's shamelessness. I suppose enduring the pain and actually breaking through counts for something too. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. The system teased, clearly enjoying itself. But let's be honest, without my impeccable management of that thunder mana, you'd still be groaning in agony, nowhere near 3-star. But you did good. I'll give you that. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? Zeus sighed, shaking his head at the system's relentless mockery. You really know how to keep someone humble, don't you? It's a gift, the system replied, its voice full of smug satisfaction. But let's not forget, this is just the beginning. 3-star is nice and all. But if you really want to stand toe-to-toe with the big players, you've got a long way to go. And guess who's going to be right there? making sure you don't mess it all up? Zeus couldn't suppress a laugh this time. Yeah, yeah, I know. I don't need to rub it in. Oh, I'll rub it in as much as I like. Thank you very much. The system shot back, its tone playful yet full of its usual arrogance. But don't worry with me guiding you and your occasional flashes of competence. We might just get somewhere. Eventually, Zeus shook his head, still smiling as the last of the pain subsided, replaced by a newfound sense of power and clarity. Despite the system's relentless teasing, he knew it was right. This was just one step on a much longer journey, and he would need every ounce of strength, cunning, and maybe even the system's guidance to reach his ultimate goals. Well, let's get moving then, Zeus said, standing up, his body feeling lighter and stronger than ever before. There's still a lot to do. That's the spirit, the system replied, its tone almost approving. Now, let's see how far you can really go. Just try not to embarrass us, all right? With that, Zeus took a deep breath, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The road was long, and the stakes were high, but with his newfound power and the ever-present, if somewhat insufferable, system at his side, he felt more prepared than ever. Zeus, now rejuvenated from his breakthrough to 3-star, began to systematically scour the thunderstorm area for anything of value. The concentrated thunder mana had nurtured the land, producing rare herbs, minerals, and other resources that would be invaluable for future cultivation or trade. Zeus moved swiftly, collecting thundergrass, lightning crystals, and the cores of the beasts he had slain earlier. Each item he gathered held immense potential, either for strengthening his own abilities or for bartering within the Celestial Academy. With the spatial pouch filled to the brim, Zeus took one last look at the stormy landscape before turning to leave. The thunderstorm had served its purpose, and now it was time to return to the Academy. Upon arriving back at the Celestial Academy, Zeus made his way to the mission center, where he approached the reporting officer to complete his assignments. The officer, a middle-aged man with a stern expression, glanced up as Zeus approached. "I've completed the missions and brought back the designated items," Zeus said, his tone calm and composed as he presented the materials. The officer's eyes widened as he took in the sight before him. His gaze lingered on the lightning grass, which emitted a soft, electric hum, and the perfectly preserved beast cores that seemed to pulse with life. "You finished all 3-star missions this quickly?" the officer asked, disbelief creeping into his voice as he looked up at Zeus. Zeus met the officer's astonished gaze with a casual shrug, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "It wasn't really hard," he replied nonchalantly, as if the task had been nothing more than a routine errand. The officer, still visibly impressed, nodded slowly as he picked up a piece of the lightning grass. The blades of grass were smooth and radiated a faint, electric glow, sparking lightly under his touch. His eyes widened as he examined the pristine condition of the items, clearly marveling at their quality. "Incredible," he murmured, almost to himself, before looking up at Zeus with genuine admiration. "Thank you for your efficiency. These items will be invaluable to the Academy," he said, his tone sincere and full of respect. As the officer meticulously recorded the completion of the missions, noting each item with care, he handed Zeus a small pouch containing the corresponding points. Zeus took the pouch but hesitated, his mind already moving to the next challenge he had set for himself. "I have a question," Zeus began, his voice thoughtful. "How does one go about challenging one of the top 10 outer disciples?" The officer paused, his pen hovering over the parchment. He looked up, his expression shifting from admiration to seriousness. "To challenge a top 10 outer disciple, you need to be ranked high enough yourself," he explained. "Usually, only those within the top 50 can issue a formal challenge. Otherwise, it's not allowed." Zeus frowned at this information, his brow furrowing as he mentally calculated the number of missions and points it would take to climb the ranks quickly. "That will take too long," he muttered, the frustration evident in his voice. Noticing the subtle shift in Zeus's demeanor, the officer's stern expression softened, and a knowing smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as if to share a secret known only to a select few. "There's a shortcut, if you're interested," he offered, his tone laced with a hint of intrigue. Zeus's curiosity was immediately piqued. He arched an eyebrow, his interest clearly captured. "A shortcut?" he repeated, his voice steady but eager. "Go on, tell me more." The officer straightened up, his fingers tapping lightly on the counter as he gauged Zeus's reaction. "You can pay to challenge them directly," he explained, his eyes locking onto Zeus's. "It costs 100 points for a single attempt. Not exactly cheap, but it allows you to bypass the usual ranking restrictions." Zeus's eyebrow lifted higher, the surprise evident in his expression. 100 points? That's a hefty price, he mused aloud, considering the amount. He knew he had accumulated a substantial sum from completing the 3-star missions, but the cost was still significant. The officer nodded in agreement, his face serious. It's no small amount, he admitted, but that's the cost of cutting through the ranks quickly. If you're serious about challenging the top 10, it's the most efficient way. He paused, studying Zeus's reaction before adding, and sometimes, time is more valuable than points. Zeus weighed the officer's words carefully. The thought of waiting and slowly climbing the ranks was far from appealing. He had the resources to accelerate his progress, and the idea of a shortcut was too tempting to pass up. However, the thought of managing the challenge process himself felt tedious and time-consuming. I'll pay the 100 points, Zeus declared, his decision firm. But I'd rather not bother with the arrangements. Can you handle it for me? As he spoke, he reached into his pouch and pulled out 5 intermediate mana stones, their polished surfaces catching the light as he placed them on the counter with a soft clink. These should cover any additional trouble. The officer's eyes lit up at the sight of the mana stones. Intermediate mana stones were a rare and valuable commodity, and the offer was more than generous. He could hardly conceal his excitement as he eagerly nodded. Absolutely, Sir. I'll take care of everything. Your challenge will be arranged in no time. Zeus watched the officer's enthusiastic response with a satisfied smile. Good. Let me know when it's done. The officer nodded vigorously, already mentally calculating the steps he needed to take. You'll be the first to hear, he assured Zeus, pocketing the mana stones with a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. With the matter settled, Zeus turned to leave, a sense of anticipation simmering beneath his calm exterior. The shortcut was indeed costly, but would bring him closer to his goal much faster than the traditional route. Now, all that remained was to wait for the news and prepare for the upcoming battle. Knowing that every move was bringing him closer to the power he sought, Zeus was lounging in his house, lost in thought about the upcoming challenge. The decision to take the shortcut and fight one of the top 10 outer disciples had been a bold move, but he hadn't expected things to progress so quickly. As he began to wonder when the details would be finalized, a knock at the door broke his reverie. Zeus stood up, his curiosity piqued, and walked over to the door. When he opened it, he found the officer from the mission center standing there, slightly out of breath. The officer offered a quick nod before stepping inside. I've got news for you, he said, his voice carrying a note of urgency. Zeus raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the officer's tone. Already, that was fast, he remarked, crossing his arms as he awaited further explanation. The officer nodded again, this time more emphatically. Yes, someone has already accepted your challenge, he replied, his voice steady but with an underlying tension. And they're ready to face you for their spot. Zeus leaned in slightly, his interest now fully captured. Which one is it? He asked, his tone calm, but laced with anticipation. The officer took a deep breath, clearly aware of the impact his next words would have. It's the 3rd rank, Caius Arcturus, he announced, his eyes narrowing as he watched Zeus closely. Anticipating his reaction, Zeus's eyes widened, genuine surprise flashing across his face. The 3rd rank? He repeated, almost in disbelief. I was expecting someone around rank 7 or 8, not someone that high. Before Zeus could fully process the news, the system's voice interjected, dripping with shameless arrogance. Oh, come on, is that disappointment I hear? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Why settle for the low-hanging fruit when you can go straight for the top? Less climbing, more action, and let's be honest, you love the drama. Zeus paused, letting the system's words sink in. Slowly, his surprise gave way to a growing sense of excitement, and a smile began to spread across his face. You're right, he admitted, a newfound eagerness in his voice. This is better. Zeus turned back to the officer, his tone composed but tinged with a clear undercurrent of anticipation. So, when's the battle? He asked, his gaze steady and focused, though the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. The officer hesitated for a brief moment before replying. He wants it today. Caius doesn't have much time, so he's already waiting for you in the arena. Zeus's eyebrows raised slightly as a slow smile spread across his face. Already in the arena, huh? The excitement in his voice was barely concealed. Yes, the officer confirmed with a nod. You just need to head there, and he'll be waiting for you. Zeus's eyes gleamed with a newfound anticipation. I see. Then I'll go there immediately, he said, his voice carrying a note of finality as he turned to leave. But before Zeus could step out, the officer, concern etched on his face, added, I just want to warn you, Caius Arcturus is strong, but be careful. Zeus paused, a smirk curling his lips as he glanced back at the officer. Confidence radiated from him as he replied, Don't worry about me, I'm strong. If anything, Caius will have more to worry about than I will. The officer gave a small nod, Still uneasy, but knowing there was nothing more he could say, he watched as Zeus stepped out of the house, already focused on the battle ahead. The officer sighed, then turned to head back to his duties at the mission center, silently hoping that Zeus's confidence wasn't misplaced. Zeus soon arrived at the arena, his steps confident and unhurried. As expected, Caius Arcturus was already there, standing at the center of the ring, his posture rigid with impatience. The third-ranked outer disciple was a tall, imposing figure, his presence exuding a quiet, lethal strength that made it clear he was not to be taken lightly. Caius's sharp eyes locked on Zeus as he approached. "So you're Zeus," Caius said, his voice cold and dismissive. "The one who thinks he can take my third-rank position." Zeus met Caius's gaze with a calm, leisurely smile, completely unfazed by the intimidating aura before him. "Of course it is," he replied smoothly, his voice laced with a quiet confidence that seemed to mock Caius's attempt at intimidation. Caius's gaze narrowed, his eyes scanning Zeus from head to toe as if assessing his worth. "What kind of match do you think this is going to be?" Zeus asked, his tone casual, though there was a hint of curiosity beneath the surface. Caius didn't bother to hide his disdain as he replied, "It's a simple match. The first to surrender or be forced out of bounds loses. There's a referee who will save you from dying. So no need to worry about that, newbie." Zeus's smile wavered for just a fraction of a second, and a vein bulged on his forehead. The term newbie stung more than he wanted to admit, but he quickly regained his composure. "I understand," Zeus said, his voice steady, though there was an unmistakable edge to it, a simmering irritation that lurked just beneath the surface. "Good," Caius said curtly, his tone sharp as he turned away, already dismissing Zeus as a threat. "Let's get this over with. I don't have time to waste on you." Zeus's smile returned, though this time it was tinged with a dangerous undertone. "I see. Then let's start," he said, his voice carrying a subtle challenge that didn't go unnoticed by Caius. The referee, who had been observing from the sidelines, stepped forward and raised his hand with authority. "Begin," he commanded, his voice cutting through the tension that hung thick in the air. Caius's expression immediately hardened, his focus laser-sharp as his hand moved to grip the hilt of his sword. "Let's finish this quickly," he muttered under his breath, almost as if dismissing Zeus as a mere inconvenience. But before Caius could fully unsheath his weapon, Zeus moved in a blur of motion. He closed the distance between them, his speed catching Caius completely off guard. Zeus's fist shot forward, aimed with deadly precision at Caius's chest. Caius's eyes widened in shock, the surprise momentarily freezing him in place. Instinct took over just in time. With a swift, practiced motion, he brought his sword and its scabbard up to block the incoming strike. The impact was explosive, a shockwave rippled through the arena, reverberating off the walls. Caius was forced back, his feet skidding across the ground as he struggled to maintain his balance. Zeus, unfazed, watched Caius regain his footing, but a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, his expression transforming into one of amused mockery. "You're pretty good," he remarked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. There was a taunting edge to his words, a clear challenge that hung in the air between them. Caius blinked, momentarily stunned by Zeus's sudden attack. His surprise quickly turned to anger, and he glared at Zeus with a deep scowl. "A sneak attack? How cowardly of you!" Caius spat, his voice thick with contempt. Zeus responded with a laugh, a light and mocking sound that seemed to hang in the air. "Come on, Caius, you're the third-ranked outer disciple, aren't you? Surely, you're strong enough to handle a little surprise attack," he teased, his smirk growing. "Even if I catch you off guard, it shouldn't be a problem for someone of your caliber, right?" Caius's scowl deepened, his anger flaring at Zeus's words. "You've got a lot of nerve for a newbie," he growled, his eyes narrowing dangerously. There was a hint of disbelief in his tone, as if he couldn't fathom how someone so new would dare speak to him like that. Zeus's smirk didn't waver, but there was a flash of something sharper in his eyes, an edge of anger. "If you're going to lose to me, you might want to reconsider calling me newbie," he shot back, his voice steady but laced with a quiet challenge. Caius laughed in response, but there was no warmth in the sound. It was cold, almost menacing. "Do you really think you can beat me?" he asked, his voice dripping with derision. "That punch of yours was just a lucky shot. Now let me show you the real power of the third rank." With a swift, fluid motion, Caius drew his sword, the blade catching the light as it gleamed with a deadly promise. The air around him seemed to crackle with tension, and a faint hum of energy surrounded him, making the atmosphere even more charged. Zeus's smile remained unfazed, almost amused by Caius's display. "Come on then," Zeus said, his voice calm but with a challenge beneath it. "Show me the strength of the third-ranked outer disciple." Caius's expression shifted from irritation to deadly seriousness, his eyes narrowing as he locked onto Zeus. "You're going to regret underestimating me," he declared, his tone filled with cold determination. Without another word, Caius sprang into action. His sword moved with blinding speed, the blade a blur as it cut through the air with precision and power. The force of his attack was palpable, the sheer intent behind it meant to overwhelm and crush any opposition. Zeus, ever quick on his feet, met the attack head-on. His own movements were swift and controlled, and with a sharp clang, their blades collided. The impact sent a ripple of force between them, but Zeus remained steady as their swords locked for a brief moment. Zeus instinctively stepped back, reassessing his opponent with keen eyes. "So, you're a thunder element warrior," Zeus remarked, his voice steady as he noted the crackling energy that had surged through Caius's sword during their exchange. Caius's lips curled into a confident smirk, pride flashing in his eyes. "Now you know," he said, his tone dripping with superiority. "Do you feel like giving up yet? It would be the smart thing to do." Zeus's smirk only widened, his eyes alight with excitement. "Give up?" he repeated, his tone almost mocking. "Not a chance, Dot. If anything, this just got a whole lot more interesting." Caius's expression darkened, his patience clearly thinning. The playful attitude Zeus maintained only served to fuel his irritation. "I'll wipe that smug smile off your face," Caius snarled, his voice low and filled with promise. The air around him crackled more intensely as he prepared for his next move, his grip on his sword tightening in anticipation. "You're welcome to try," Zeus replied, his tone calm, but with an underlying edge of challenge. His posture remained relaxed, but his eyes were sharp, ready for whatever Caius would throw at him next. Caius's face twisted with anger as he realized that Zeus wasn't the pushover he had expected. The mocking smirk on Zeus's face only fueled his rage. Deciding it was time to get serious, Caius's expression hardened, and the air around him began to crackle with electricity. Without hesitation, Caius activated his skills. His sword became enveloped in a crackling thunder aura, the energy pulsating along the blades. Edge. Simultaneously, his legs were coated with a similar thunder energy, enhancing his speed to frightening levels. These were his fundamental techniques, Thunder Dash and Thunder Strike, skills that had secured him his position as the third-ranked outer disciple. With a burst of speed, Caius dashed toward Zeus, his sword slashing through the air with deadly precision. The sound of thunder accompanied each movement, a testament to the power behind his strikes. Caius was determined to wipe that smirk off Zeus's face and prove his superiority. But as Caius's sword descended, Zeus moved with equal swiftness. With a calm, almost effortless motion, Zeus raised his arm and blocked the thunder-infused blade with his own. The clash of their weapons sent a shockwave through the arena. But Zeus stood firm, his expression unchanging. Caius's eyes widened in disbelief. He pulled back and launched another attack, this time even faster and with more force. But once again, Zeus blocked it with ease, his smirk never wavering. Frustration boiled over in Caius as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one more powerful than the last. His sword moved in a blur, the thunder aura around it crackling with intensity. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Zeus blocked every single attack, his movements smooth and controlled. Finally, Caius retreated a few steps, his breath coming in shallow pants as he stared at Zeus, his eyes a storm of anger and confusion. How can this be? How are you blocking my attacks so easily?" he demanded, his voice laced with disbelief and frustration. Zeus's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and superiority. "Because Caius," he replied, his tone calm and unwavering, "I'm stronger." The words hit Caius like a jolt of electricity. His expression darkened, his eyes narrowing in his slits as a surge of anger flared within him. His teeth clenched, and his grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, the realization that he might be outmatched only fueling his rage further. That Caius's frustration reached its peak as he watched Zeus effortlessly parry every one of his attacks, his face contorted with rage, his eyes narrowing into a deadly glare. "This time, I'm not holding back," he snarled, his voice thick with fury and determination. Locking eyes with Zeus, Caius activated his most powerful skill, Storm Aura. Instantly, his entire body was engulfed in a swirling vortex of stormy energy, the air around him crackling with electricity. His muscles tensed, and a palpable surge of power coursed through him, doubling his speed and strength. The air vibrated with the intensity of his power, and a low hum resonated through the arena as the storm aura reached its peak. Zeus remained calm, his expression unchanging as he watched Caius transform, but a smirk tug at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. Without wasting a second, Caius launched himself at Zeus, his movements now a blur of speed and power. His sword sliced through the air with deadly precision, each strike backed by the full force of his enhanced aura. But Zeus didn't flinch. Instead, he watched Caius's approach with a casual, almost bored expression, his smirk widening as the distance between them closed. There was a glint of amusement in his eyes, as if he was enjoying a private joke at Caius's expense. Caius's sword descended with blinding speed. The blade aimed to cleave through Zeus. But with lightning-fast reflexes, Zeus raised his left hand and caught the blade mid-swing. The power behind Caius's strike was undeniable, but it seemed to amuse Zeus more than anything. A low, mocking chuckle escaped Zeus's lips, the sound echoing eerily in the charged atmosphere. Finally, he drawled, his voice dripping with condescension. "You're worthy enough to face me." Caius's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath catching as he tried to pull his sword free. But Zeus's grip was like iron, unyielding and immovable. Before Caius could fully process what was happening, Zeus shifted his weight and, with his right hand, delivered a powerful punch straight to Caius's chest. The blow landed with a bone-crushing force, driving the air from Caius's lungs. He staggered backward, his body reeling from the impact. But his grip on his sword remained firm, his expression twisted with fury as he struggled to regain his balance. "Democrat, Minnesota U." Caius spat, his voice a snarl of rage as he forced himself forward, his eyes blazing with determination. Zeus watched him with a cool, detached expression, his stance relaxed as if the fight was nothing more than a mild inconvenience. "Is that all?" Zeus taunted, his voice laced with amusement. "I thought the third rank would be more challenging." Caius's face contorted with anger, his knuckles white as he reached for his second sword. With a swift, fluid motion, he unsheathed the blade, the metal gleaming ominously in the arena's light. "You won't be laughing for long," Caius growled, his voice low and dangerous. Without hesitation, he charged at Zeus again, this time with both swords at the ready. His movements were more aggressive, his strikes fueled by a mix of fury and desperation. "Thunder strike," he roared, pouring every ounce of his power into the attack. The blades crackled with thunder energy, their arcs leaving trails of electricity in the air. Zeus stood his ground, watching Caius's frenzied approach with a calm smirk. His eyes followed the electrified blades as they slashed through the air toward him. But instead of dodging, Zeus remained rooted in place, his confidence unshaken at the last possible moment. Zeus raised his hands, allowing the energy within him to surge to the surface. A brilliant thunder aura burst from his limbs, coating his hands in crackling electricity. The arena seemed to hum with the power he radiated. Just as Caius's twin swords were about to strike, Zeus's hand shot forward, catching both blades in his grasp. The impact sent a shockwave through the arena, but Zeus didn't flinch. The thunder energy from Caius's attack clashed with Zeus's own aura, but Zeus held firm, stopping the swords dead in their tracks. Caius's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath catching in his throat. "You're also a thunder element warrior?" he stammered, his voice filled with shock and confusion. Zeus's smirk deepened, his grip tightening on the swords as he effortlessly held them at bay. "Who said I wasn't?" he replied, his tone laced with amusement and a hint of superiority. With a sudden, explosive burst of strength, Zeus shoved Caius's swords aside, throwing him off balance. In the same fluid motion, Zeus's right hand shot forward, delivering a bone-crushing punch directly to Caius's midsection. The impact reverberated through the arena, sending Caius hurtling backward, his feet barely skimming the ground as he skidded across the stone floor. Desperately, Caius dug his swords into the ground, the blades screeching as they dragged along the arena floor, finally bringing him to a halt just inches from the boundary. His chest heaved as he gasped for air, his body trembling under the immense strain of maintaining his storm aura. Sweat dripped down his face, mingling with the dust and grime of the battle. His eyes darted to Zeus, and in that moment, he realized the stark difference between them. Zeus stood there, unscathed and composed, as if the fight had been nothing more than a warm-up. Zeus's smirk remained firmly in place, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and superiority. "Now, why don't you surrender, sinner?" he taunted, deliberately drawing out the word with a mocking tone that sliced through the air like a blade. Caius's face burned with a mix of anger and humiliation. His knuckles whitened around the hilts of his swords, the metal trembling in his grip as he fought to steady himself. The weight of the spectators' gazes bore down on him, their silent judgment palpable as they watched him struggle. The pressure mounted with each passing second, his pride screaming at him to fight back, to prove he was still worthy of his rank. Caius teetered on the brink of collapse, his mana nearly drained. Sweat dripped down his face as he looked across the arena at Zeus, who stood there seemingly untouched by their battle, still fresh and composed. The stark contrast between them fueled Caius's frustration, and he clenched his teeth in bitter resignation. "I admit, you're strong," he said, his voice strained with exhaustion. "But don't think for a second that you can underestimate me." Zeus responded with a smirk, his confidence radiating from every pore. "Underestimate you?" he repeated, his tone sharp and cutting through the tension like a blade. "No, Caius, you're the one who underestimated me." His eyes bore into Caius's, a glint of satisfaction in them. "You've been far too arrogant." Caius let out a heavy sigh, the weight of Zeus's words sinking in. The truth stung, and he couldn't deny it. "Maybe you're right," he conceded, his voice tinged with reluctant acceptance. His pride took a hit, but he wasn't ready to admit defeat just yet. "But don't think for a moment that you've won." Despite the exhaustion weighing him down, Caius's eyes hardened with renewed determination. He knew he had only 2 minutes left in his storm aura form, and he intended to make every second count. With a fierce resolve, he straightened himself, locking eyes with Zeus. "I've got one last trick up my sleeve," Caius declared, his voice steady and filled with purpose. "I'm going to release my ultimate skill. If you can withstand it, then, only then, will you have truly earned your victory." Zeus's smirk grew wider, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. The challenge ignited something within him. "By all means," he said, his voice low and confident. "Let it all out, that I'm ready." Caius took a deep breath and nodded to himself, resolving to give everything he had left. With deliberate slowness, he raised one of his swords high above his head, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands. His knuckles turned white with the strain, but his focus remained unshaken. He poured every last drop of his remaining mana into the blade, the energy surging through the metal until it glowed with an intense, crackling thunder aura. The sword trembled under the immense power, and so did Caius, his body barely able to contain the force he was channeling. "Now take this," Caius shouted, his voice strained but filled with fierce determination. With a final, desperate effort, he brought the sword down in a powerful, sweeping slash. The air around him seemed to ignite as the energy was released, the atmosphere crackling with electricity. Caius's ultimate attack, Storm Slash, unleashed a massive shockwave of thunder energy that erupted from the blade, barreling toward Zeus with a force that shook the arena. The devastating wave of energy hurtled toward his opponent. Caius managed a smirk of satisfaction, as he could see the sheer power of his attack, the way it tore through the air with unstoppable force. "Let's see you handle that," he muttered, his voice tinged with a weary triumph. But the effort had taken everything out of him. The world around him began to blur, and his legs gave way. Caius's smirk faltered as darkness edged into his vision. His strength failed him, and with a final, exhausted breath, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious from sheer exhaustion, leaving his fate in the hands of his final attack. The referee, who had been closely observing the battle, remained silent. Despite Caius's unconscious state, he knew he couldn't interfere yet. Caius had declared that if Zeus could withstand this attack, he would win. Stopping the battle now would tarnish the honor of the fight. So the referee held his position, ready to step in only if Zeus was truly in danger. Zeus stood firm, his eyes locked on the incoming shockwave of thunder energy. His expression remained calm, almost indifferent, as the destructive force barreled toward him. The air around him crackled with anticipation, but Zeus remained unmoved. "You're pretty good, Caius," he murmured, almost as if speaking to himself. There was a hint of genuine admiration in his voice. "To unleash an attack like this in your condition, I have to say, I'm impressed." As the shockwave drew closer, Zeus's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his own thunder energy, letting it course through his body and gather in his fists. The energy crackled and sparked, wrapping his knuckles in a fierce, electric aura. Zeus brought his fists together with a resounding crack, the thunderous impact echoing across the arena. The sheer force of the blow met the oncoming shockwave head-on, creating a collision of raw power that sent vibrations through the ground. The moment his fists connected with the shockwave, Zeus felt the intense energy of Caius's storm slash. The power behind it was undeniable, a testament to Caius's strength. But Zeus wasn't intimidated. Instead of letting the force overwhelm him, he channeled his own thunder energy into the shockwave, infusing it with his own might. With a fierce cry that reverberated through the air, Zeus took control of the energy. His expression was one of pure determination, his eyes burning with resolve as he bent the wild power to his will. The shockwave, now infused with Zeus's energy, began to destabilize, the once coherent wave of thunder energy breaking apart under the strain. Not bad, Caius, Zeus muttered under his breath, his voice filled with a quiet confidence as he poured everything he had into his final move. With a final surge of effort, Zeus caused the energy to erupt, triggering a massive explosion that shattered the shockwave into countless shards of crackling lightning. The arena was engulfed in a blinding light, the sheer power of the explosion momentarily obscuring everything from view. When the dust finally settled, Zeus stood tall, completely unscathed. The remnants of the explosion crackled harmlessly around him as he surveyed the now silent arena. Zeus smiled, a satisfied expression on his face. "It seems I've won," he declared, his voice carrying across the stillness. Firm and unyielding, he turned his gaze to the referee, who had watched the entire spectacle with wide eyes, his breath caught in his throat. "You'd better get him to the doctor," Zeus added, nodding toward Caius's unconscious form with a casual air. The referee, snapping out of his stunned silence, quickly nodded. "Right away," he replied, his voice shaky as he rushed to Caius's side, his concern evident. Zeus, his victory secure, allowed himself one last smirk before turning on his heel and leaving the arena. Each step echoed with the certainty of his triumph, the weight of his victory trailing behind him as he exited, leaving the spectators in awe. Zeus walked through the academy grounds, making his way toward the central office. After his victory over Caius, the officer at the arena had informed him that he was now the third-ranked outer disciple. With this new status came rewards and responsibilities, and he was required to visit the central office to receive his benefits and learn the rules associated with his new position. As Zeus leisurely strolled through the bustling academy, his mind already calculating his next steps, the system's voice cut through his thoughts, laced with its trademark arrogance and a hint of mockery. "Tell me, Zeus, why did you hold back during that battle? You could have crushed Caius like an insect, just like Lucy did with her opponents. Or are you going soft on me?" The system's tone was both condescending and taunting, as if daring him to explain himself. Zeus's lips curled into a sinister smirk, his eyes flashing with a malevolent gleam. "Oh, I thought about that," he replied, his voice low and calculating. "But what's the point in showing my full strength right away? If I had obliterated Caius like Lucy did with her opponents, the others would avoid me like the plague. Where's the fun in that? I want to be the wolf pretending to be a sheep. Let them think I'm just another easy target." The system chuckled darkly, clearly enjoying the deviousness in Zeus's words. "Clever, very clever. Oh, you want them to underestimate you, only to crush their hopes when they realize how wrong they were. I like it. It's much more entertaining this way, isn't it? Watching them think they have a chance, only to shatter their expectations." Zeus's smirk widened, his expression almost wicked. "Exactly. Let them think they can beat me. It'll be all the sweeter when they fall into my trap, thinking they've got an easy win, only to find themselves begging for mercy." "Now, that's the spirit," the system said, its tone dripping with shameless approval. "You've got the right idea. Keep them in the dark, let them think they're safe. Then, when the time is right, you show them what real power is. It'll make things much more interesting and much more satisfying." Zeus nodded, his eyes narrowing as he thought of the challenges ahead. Let them come point one by one, they'll all fall. And by the time they realize the truth, it'll be too late. The system's laughter echoed in his mind, a mocking, arrogant sound that seemed to resonate with Zeus's own dark intentions. "Well, I'm looking forward to the show. This is going to be fun." With that, Zeus continued on his way to the central office, his mind filled with thoughts of the battles yet to come. He could already imagine the look of horror on his future opponents' faces when they realized they'd underestimated him, when they understood too late that they were facing not a sheep, but a wolf in disguise. Soon, Zeus arrived at the central office. The building was grand, with high ceilings and intricate carvings that depicted scenes of legendary battles that he entered and approached. The main desk, where an officer was seated, reviewing some documents. "I've become the third-ranked outer disciple," Zeus announced as he stepped into the office, his tone casual but with an underlying hint of pride. The officer looked up from his stack of papers, a smile spreading across his face as he recognized the significance of the statement. "So, you're the one who defeated Caius," he said, his voice carrying a note of admiration. There was a spark of curiosity in his eyes as he took in the sight of Zeus. Zeus returned the smile, his demeanor relaxed. "Yeah, that's me," he replied, his tone easygoing but with a subtle edge of confidence. The officer nodded, Clearly impressed, he leaned back slightly, studying Zeus with newfound respect. You must be pretty strong to have beaten him, he remarked, the admiration in his voice now more pronounced. Zeus's smile widened, his confidence unmistakable. Of course, he said smoothly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The officer chuckled, appreciating Zeus's self-assurance. Well, you certainly don't lack confidence, he said, still smiling. May I have your student ID card? It's official now, the officer said, his tone carrying a hint of respect. You're the third-ranked outer disciple. Zeus accepted the card, feeling the weight of his new status. So what do I need to know? He asked, his voice steady but curious. The officer leaned back slightly, folding his hands together. First off, there are a few rules you'll need to follow. He began, his tone becoming more formal. You cannot challenge anyone ranked below you. They have the right to challenge you, but you're not allowed to go after them. Zeus nodded, his expression neutral as he absorbed the information. Second, the officer continued, since you've just ascended to third rank, you're granted a free state for 1 week. A free state? Zeus repeated, raising an eyebrow. Yes, the officer confirmed, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. During this time, no one can challenge you. It's a grace period to let you adjust to your new position. But once the week is over, you're expected to accept 1 challenge per day. And remember, it'll always be from the highest-ranked challenger available. Zeus's expression remained calm, but there was a glint of interest in his eyes. Sounds straightforward enough, he said, nodding in understanding. What about the benefits? The officer's smile widened slightly, clearly pleased with Zeus's directness. As the third-ranked outer disciple, you've earned access to the first 3 floors of the library. There's a wealth of knowledge there that can aid in your cultivation. Additionally, you'll receive 100 points every month. Zeus's eyes lit up slightly at the mention of the library. That's useful, he remarked, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. And there's more, the officer added, leaning forward. If you're involved in a lifestyle class, such as blacksmithing or pill making, you're entitled to use the 3-star smithy or pill room for 10 hours each day, free of charge. Zeus nodded, clearly impressed by the perks. That could come in handy, he acknowledged, his tone thoughtful. The benefits were indeed appealing, and he could already see how they would support his future plans. One last thing, the officer said, his tone lightening as he reached for a document on his desk. Your residence has been upgraded, that you're now assigned to house number 03, that your ID card has been updated to serve as the key. And don't worry, your belongings from your previous house have already been transferred to your new home. Zeus smiled, a satisfied expression on his face. That's efficient. Thank you, he said, his voice carrying a note of genuine appreciation. The officer nodded, returning the smile. It's all part of the process. Welcome to your new rank, and good luck. Zeus inclined his head in acknowledgement before turning to leave the office, his mind already turning to what lay ahead. The officer watched him go, impressed by the calm confidence Zeus exuded, and offered a final farewell. Goodbye and take care. Zeus waved a hand in casual response as he exited, his thoughts already focused on exploring the new opportunities that his rank would bring.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.